Good morning, good morning. Me and Kat have literally just sang that whole song the whole time, and Elliot's like, oh no, it's going to be one of those days. How is everybody? Good morning. My name's Vicky. With you till 1 o'clock. Suzie Duncan is here as well. We had the best show with her last week. It was just brilliant. Oh, hellos from Elliot. Hellos from Kat as well. We're back with you for another 2 days of absolute beautiful projects. Honestly, the fabrics, the collections. We've just seen Suzie and we are so excited about her show coming up later on. I mean, she's got a show next hour, which is going to be brilliant. The hour at 11 o'clock, which is brand new Zoology Moda. Pre-cuts, we've got panels, we've got great projects, we've got inspirational books, we've got loads and loads coming up. We're very, very exciting. Oh, are you? That's good to know. Kat and Elliot did their first aid course yesterday, so they are now fully trained with first aid. So that's good to know. That's good to know. Right, so should we start with the early bird and then I'll tell you everything else that's coming up through today's show. So should we start with something you've never seen before as an early bird? Never ever seen it before. And we're discounting it as an early bird price. Now, I think this is the perfect time for us to be doing these transfer sheets because we love to personalise things for Christmas, whether it be front of a tote bag with a photograph, the front of a cushion with a photograph. This would be such a beautiful gift idea for somebody, wouldn't it? You're getting 3 sheets here. It goes into your normal inkjet printer. Your normal at-home printer. It works with most laserjet or inkjet printers. And these A4 sheets, you can use it on light and dark coloured cotton, and on the back all of the instructions are here. So basically, once you've printed it onto the paper, it says here, print the design onto the transfer sheet using your normal printer. Paint with fabric or draw with textile markers and cut to your desired size. So if you want, you can then use your paint and colour it in and make your photograph into colour. Separate the transfer sheet from backing paper. It comes with a sort of backing adhesive paper, and place the design face up onto the fabric. Place your baking powder over the top of the design while fixing it with the iron. Yeah, did I say baking powder? Baking paper. I was making banana bread last night, which Elliot said, oh my word, he's fell in love with it. So yes, that's where I'm getting baking powder from. Baking paper over the top and press it with your iron. And then it tells you what iron instructions you'll need to use. Do it for about a minute, press firmly, and then your photograph will be completely adhered onto your cotton fabric. You can do it on other fabrics, but just give it a test first. It says it is designed to work onto cotton. If you wish to transfer onto other materials, then test them first. But how brilliant is this for $6.99? We haven't even had it on air at any price, let alone at an early bird special price. Special price today, £6.99. Open your order nice and early. Those of you that are checking out multiple times, then you'll only pay 1 postage and packaging. I know people are multi-buying on this one. I'm not surprised. Someone's bought 5, someone's bought 2, someone's bought 3. You get 3 in here, by the way. You get 3 sheets in here. And you don't need to do them as big A4, I suppose. I wonder whether you could print a few photographs onto there. Do you know what I mean? So I'm thinking if it's somebody's birthday, you want to do a banner or a memory quilt would be lovely, or bunting with little faces on. This would be such a good idea to personalise, especially for Christmas. How about any of your pets? Anybody's pets, that would be really nice, or for weddings, as wedding gifts, this would be really, really lovely as well. Morning everybody, morning Diane, Irene, Ellen on Facebook. Hi Susan. Susan said good morning Vixen crew. Oh, it's a cold morning here as well. She says it's a cold morning in Derbyshire. It was so foggy. I could not see a thing through those country lanes. It was quite scary, it's horrible, really foggy. Stay inside tonight, stay inside. Oh yeah. Kat's had offer accepted on her first home on the property ladder. Very exciting. So she's just talking about a new open fire that she's going to be getting her logs on there. You're going to have to learn how to do, can you? I can't do a fire. With your kindling and starting it all up. Not very good. Not very good at that. Elizabeth's messaged in as well. Morning, Elizabeth. How are you today? She said, good morning, Princess Hungry Tummy. I'm not hungry tummy today. I've eaten so much. We've had loads of breakfast today. First show on the new channel. Yes, 172 now. I'm pleased you found us. Good luck to you and the team. Fingers crossed we won't have any gremlins, but yeah, first day today, isn't it? First of all day. Thank you ever so much, Elizabeth. Thank you for your message. It changed over yesterday, didn't it? It's our first day on the new channel. Very exciting. So there's your transfer sheet, early bird special, £6.99. £6.99. Half the stock has already gone there, brand new in today. So I've got loads to tell you about. This show is going to be amazing. We've got Suzie Duncan, who's going to be joining me in the next hour. We've got a Lou Orth pattern and a beautiful quilt. At 9 o'clock, we've got, sorry, that is 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. Now. Are you ready? Because we've got the stitch remover back in stock. If you know, you know. I've been asking for this so much, and I didn't think we'd have it in time for Christmas deliveries. So you will get it in time for Christmas presents if you order today. Now, is it on pre-order? It's on pre-order. Grab it now. Go onto the website, type in stitch remover or Bridgewater, and it should come up. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. If you want to have a look at what else is coming up today, have a look at this. So the City Lights quilt, which is a Lou Orth pattern with lovely Suzie Duncan at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we've got the sewing room tools featuring the stitch remover. And we've got some great lighting solutions. If you've missed any of our shows with Claire from Native Lighting, we've got some of the favourite lights in stock at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Wait till you see this. Oh my word. The Zoology collection from Moda is gorgeous. I mean, look at these. The cushions. We've got lovely little bowls and wall hangings. We've got quilts. We've got so many different inspirational ideas. There you go. Look at that. Panels, fat quarters, 10-inch charm packs, 2.5-inch charm squares as well, mini charm squares, big panels, all on pre-order on the website. Well done. Oh, Susan, brilliant. She's got my early bird. So pleased you managed to get it. Then, I haven't seen this machine yet, and I heard it caused absolute chaos. This is the 450 from Elna. Now, I'm not going to get too excited about this because if we had a tenth of the stock of what they had when they launched this, it wouldn't be enough to go around. So honestly, trust me, this is going to be amazing. Entry-level machine, but do you know what? It's still Elna. You're still, of course, you're still investing in that brand, same factory, same people, same warranty, same cool features as well. I mean, all of your quick access buttons, like your start-stop, your reverse, your lock and stitch, everything like that. I mean, and still 30 stitches on here. So I say entry level, this was definitely more stitches than I had on my first machine. It's more than Kat saying she's got on her machine. So absolutely brilliant. Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, if we have any left in stock, they are on pre-order if you want to make most of it. And in fact, actually, it's on split pay. It's on split pay as well, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now, talking to the website, let me show you how you get onto pre-order, and I want to show you another couple of little key things on the website. So if you go to www.sewingstreet.com, those of you that have opened your order with us this morning, I always say this, but even if you're spending $6.99 with us, remember you've opened your order now. It's definitely worth hunting through the website and seeing if there's anything else that you need or anything else that you'd like, especially with Christmas approaching, 17 days away for Christmas. So if you click on Watch Live on your home page, you'll be able to watch us there on the go. You can see all the products that we've got on the show. You can message in. That's how Elizabeth sent in her message on the website. Scroll down. You can see that you've got the early bird special there. Pre-order. This is everything from this first hour. Beautiful floral fabrics. I mean, some really beautiful floral fabrics. Keep scrolling down. We've got some great gift ideas in there as well. We've also got, lots of floral fabrics to get through this hour. Oh, we've got some lovely gift ideas from Seams. I didn't see these from Seams. They're really lovely. We've got the Luminaire lights back in. We've got all of the native lighting available on the website, but we've got a few of them today. I think the reverse light might have sold out again, you know. There it is. That's one not to be missed. It looks like a lady shave, doesn't it? It looks like a razor, but it's not. It is a stitch remover designed for your fabric. And look at these panels, the Moda Zoology. How soft are they, Kat? They are so soft and beautiful. Look at it. I mean, you won't believe the size of that panel. Look at the size of this in our studio. It is huge. That is such a gorgeous, that would make an amazing play mat, wouldn't it? Or if you want to make a quick quilt for somebody who's having a baby, that is so nice. Then we've got all of the sewing room accessories. There's your machines right at the bottom. So have a good scroll through today's show, but of course you can also look through the categories and see what else is there. If you're after a gift for somebody, or if there's something on there that you want to drop a hint to somebody, it's really, really easy to do so. If there is, for example, that Bridgewater stitch remover, you really, really want to let somebody know, I want to get that. Yeah, we could do it on any. So this is the sewing machine section. So if you're thinking, right, I want the embellisher, I want to drop a hint to somebody, can you see on all of the items, you'll see there, drop a hint. You can then fill out your name, who you're dropping a hint to me, what's their email address, and send them a message as well. So they know exactly which one it is that you're after. Oh, pretty please, the cherry on top. You want the embellisher, Cat. Subtle hint. So just a subtle hint. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. That's how you drop a hint, but also you can also purchase gift cards. So why not send somebody to our website and say, look, I know I'm going to spend it. And it is one of those, it's a great process actually, because it will just transfer the money into your account. So you don't need to worry about, oh, do I have to spend that amount in one go? Will I be able to use it with, because some places I've taken gift cards to, they say, oh, you have to use the exact amount, otherwise you lose the rest on your card. This is perfect. Now, we've had these physical ones, which are for Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, or you can do it via an e-card. So you can just email it directly to somebody. And you can actually choose the date that you're emailing it to. So if you go onto the website, you could shop gift cards, you'll see the section there. Scroll down, choose a type, whether you want to email it or post it. Just be aware, obviously, if you're posting it and you're not purchasing anything else, then you'll pay the postage for it. But it's great to just be able to do the email option, wouldn't it? So there we go, let's email it. You can choose any amount. Now it gives you a few suggested prices, 10, 25, 50, 100. But if you've got £87 to spend on somebody, there you go, put £87 in. You can send it to yourself if you prefer, or send it to somebody else. Well, sometimes, you know, I do like to email them to myself, because then I might print it out at home and do a card or something. So it's up to you, but all of the options are there. What's their name, what's their email address, you know, all of the details that you need to fill in. Any personal messages as well, if you just want to say, what are you saying, Kat? So you can, oh, she said I spelt it wrong. She's deleting it. And then also, who is this from? Pick a date. So you can click later and you can send that on Christmas Day if you want. So on Christmas Day, they'll open their emails and have the gift card, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And that's anything from £10 to £500. Maybe a new sewing machine, but you're not sure what sewing machine to get them. You could get them the gift card. That's a brilliant idea. And there's no time limit of of when you have to spend it by. So don't worry if you're thinking, oh, sometimes they might only give you 3 months to spend it. This has no time limit of when you spend your money. So that's brilliant. Okay, are we ready to start the show? We're ready to start the show. Is there anything else I need to tell you over here, or should we go over? Yeah, if you do want to get in touch with us today, it's studio@sewingstreet.com, or of course you can message me on Facebook. I've got the iPad here. So if you've got any messages for me on Facebook, we'll do our best to answer them. Morning, Linda. She said hello on Facebook. Sewing Street TV on Facebook. And of course, any questions that we can't answer, it's worth speaking to the customer service team. If you've got any shipping, questions or things like that, speak to the team. They're brilliant. I must say, they are really, really lovely. I put in more orders yesterday with our customer service team for all of the bamboo bedding that we had on a couple of weeks ago. Honestly, I had such an amazing night's sleep. Has anybody else had all their bamboo bedding in yet? What do you mean? That's like, don't ask me about it. It was supposed to be coming to here, and it was and then it went to jewellery maker, and then they said, oh no, Cat doesn't work in this building, so they sent it back, and it's now gone a bit lost. But you will get it. You will get it. And it's so lovely. Let me know on Facebook if you managed to get your bamboo bits and bobs, because they were just amazing. I bought the scarves, I bought the socks, and I've bought the bedding. Anyway, shall we start? Oh, can we start with a bit of liberty? Susie's here today, and we've got the most amazing, amazing show, Moda. But I know she is such a huge advocate of liberty. Obviously, she's worked for Liberty. Let's do the Winterbourne House. I love Winterbourne House range. It's absolutely beautiful. Do you like my jumper, by the way? Look, it goes silver if I want. Ooh, how good's that? Oh, it's very satisfying. Very satisfying. We're in Christmas jumper mode now. I hope you don't mind. I've taken down all of my all my Christmas jumpers now. I've got them all from the loft, so I'm going to wear Christmas jumpers all the time now. It's just that sort of, especially as it's so cold and foggy, it's just like so cozy to wear Christmas jumpers. You can get away with it, can't you? Okay, so Winterbourne House range. You've got 2 meters. Now, oh, this isn't a bundle. This is individually. Oh, brilliant. It means that you can buy by the half meter. All of these fabrics are individual by the half meter. This is Beatrice Poppy. In fact, this is the one that when Suzie came in, she was wearing her face covering was in this fabric. I think it might have been a different colour, but it's absolutely amazing. Do you want me to go on the desk? Oh, it's ready now. Sorry, Elliot. Have you been busy, Elliot? Have you been here all the time still? He doesn't go home, our Elliot, bless him. He is literally part of the furniture. £7 and 4... Carrots of the Caribbean, did you say, instead of Pirates of the Caribbean? You said carrots. I think he's tired. £7.49.5 metre. This is quilting weight, beautiful quality Liberty. So we were talking about this with Suzie last week. It's definitely worth watching her show back because she's so knowledgeable on all things Liberty and the quality of the fabrics, the printing, and the cottons that they use. They're so beautifully soft. Beautiful for dressmaking, really lovely for patchwork. Even though we're saying quilting weight, think of lots of other projects that you're going to be able to use these for. £7.49 a half metre, but you can purchase as much as you want. We also have it on another colourway, in another colourway. We've got it in pink as well. Pink and blue. This is again Beatrice Poppy. And keep your salvages. I love the Liberty little salvage as well. This is so pretty. I think this might have been the colour actually that Suzie did have on. These poppies, they're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Oh, Leslie said I've got my bamboo bedding and it's so nice. I don't want to get up. It's very soft, isn't it? It's so soft. Just don't get up. I'd stay in bed, Leslie, if I were you. I had a lovely day in bed yesterday. You know, when you just like think, do you know what? I'm going to stay in bed till like 10 o'clock. And then I'm going to move to the sofa and stay in my pyjamas. Oh, it was lovely. If you can do that today, do it. Because it's so foggy and cold outside. Oh, £7.49 a half metre. You've got that really lovely deep blue. It's not a black background, it's a deep navy. And then you've also got this beautiful raspberry pink. It's just so lovely. I think this would be great for cushions in a bedroom. It's perfect for soft furnishings. £7.49. The Winterbourne House range as well. The Winterbourne House is actually in Birmingham. It's in Edgbaston in Birmingham, and it's a beautiful, beautiful property. And this whole collection is based around this house. And you see a very sort of, it's based around the sort of arts and crafts movement. So you see in the Winterbourne House lots of William Morris prints. So if you love that style of fabric, you'll love this. We need to go. As soon as it opens, we will. I don't think all of the house will be open yet. Yeah, we'll go and film there. Educational purposes, obviously. Oh, it just looks so lovely. It looks so lovely. They do weddings there, Elliot, and Kat. That would be an amazing place to get married. This is Louisa May. Oh, yeah. Elliot's found a castle he wants to get married in. Amy will definitely have the telly on now, won't she? Do they have the telly on in there? £7.49 and a half metre. How? This amazing raspberry tone, the beautiful whites. Thank you. Oh, remember now, it will come joined up as well. So if you're purchasing by the half metre, maybe for larger projects, this is going to be perfect. Susan said, morning Vicky and crew. I made PJ bottoms in cotton and brushed cotton over the weekend. As a Christmas prezi for my other half, first attempt. I'm very happy with how they turned out. Susan, I love brushed cotton, especially like you say, lounging PJs. They're just lovely, aren't they? Or a brushed cotton pillowcase. Yes, love it. Oh, aren't they lucky? Very exciting to be opening those on Christmas. Only 17 days to go. What's everybody else has been making over the weekend? It's Tuesday today, isn't it? So how's everybody's weekend been? What have you been making? Are we all ready? Is everybody Christmas prep ready? I've been really getting into, right, I'm going to say this wrong. It's a Japanese technique of folding with fabrics, wrapping your presents with fabrics, and it's so addictive. There's so many YouTube videos out there, and it looks amazing. I don't want to even try and pronounce it because I definitely am going to say it wrong. Yeah, it begins with an F. Just put Japanese technique wrapping with fabric. Morning, Pat. Good morning. Say good morning, lovely. And morning, Susan. Morning, Susan. Oh, I know, we need the 570 back in stock. The 550's in stock. And we've got a new machine. I mean, that's amazing, isn't it, with the demand at the moment, to be able to say that we've got a new machine. So it only launched last week. We've got the last of stock today, if it's here by 12 o'clock, because it is on pre-order. We've also got this print in one other colourway, which is your green. It's more of a green than a teal. I think it says teal on your graphic, but it's definitely more of a teal, I would say, than a green. This one is still from the same collection. This is the last one from the Winterbourne House range, isn't it? And it's one of my favourites. It's got the most lovely sort of ditzy print in the background and those beautiful vines. And there's no direction to it. So like Suzie was saying, if you are thinking of using this in patchwork, or if you're using it in anything, there's no direction to it. You don't need to worry about that. Paula, are you okay? Paula said, morning, I will be some fabric today. Maybe you said, I will be buying some fabrics today. Maybe, Paula? Let me know. Let me know you're all right. £7.49.5 metre. They're lovely, aren't they? These always go with other collections as well. I'm just going to pull this one in. I mean, I always think they go really, really well together. That's it. Pardon? Furoshiki. I think, is this Japanese technique that, so if you just need a square of fabric, so a fat quarter is perfect. If you've got anything, now I must say I am still only wrapping things that are squares or rectangles. I'm not venturing any further than that. And you fold the one to the one corner, and then you fold the other one and overlap it to the other corner, and then you take these two sides and you tie it into a bow, and then you can put like some eucalyptus or something else with it. This fabric would be amazing. And you're gifting then a fat quarter as well. If you know somebody that loves fabric, oh my word, honestly, it gets very addictive. Oh my word. Sorry, it's me. I'm always just gassing in the morning, aren't I? I don't get a chance to see you very often, do I? So it's lovely to just have a bit of a catch up. I don't get out and talk to people much, so sorry if I am a bit at first thing in the morning. I love these. They're beautiful autumnal colours. In fact, let's start with the autumnal colour. This is from the Orchard Garden range. It's beautiful. That is stunning. Oh, are you talking about your new house again? Oh. Out of context, I was thinking about in this fabric, I was like, and then I thought, no, she's definitely talking about a new house. She says, I've got lots of wildlife, you see. I've got foxes and rabbits and hedgehogs and, oh, this is lovely, isn't it? What would you use this for? I think an autumnal dress would be beautiful. Maybe one of Susie's scarves. This one does have a direction to it. I know that Suzie puts up a display, she changes the sort of seasonal window display in her house. This would be lovely as a tote bag. Oh yeah, sorry Paula, I thought that's what you meant. Especially when we're looking at gorgeous liberties like this. And the Modas, have you seen them on pre-order? The Modas are gorgeous. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's a lot of people who have checked out on the Moda, and lots of people have spotted the stitch remover back in stock. Grab it. Best Christmas gift for anybody who sews. You know how many times you need your quick unpick? In fact, I saw it was really funny. I saw Becky, our baffer, Becky Alexandra Frost. She's got a picture on her Facebook. Have you seen it? And it's a picture, and it says "break glass in emergencies," and inside the glass is a stitch remover. This one's a batch operated one. Well, you plug it into the mains, and you can recharge it, and it literally cut your stitches without damaging your fabrics. Amazing. Right, so that's the autumnal colourway. We've also got two others in the same print. I just love this fabric. I'm going to go for the pinks, please. The pastels. This is more sort of summer, spring. If you are making a cushion that you want to sort of change just on your sofa, how much does it cost for a Liberty cushion? I mean, this would be beautiful. You could make a whole cushion, and you could make the back as well with it. I mean, I would use one of the contrasting colours, even just a cream or an ivory on the back, or maybe a blue piping. Oh, how opulent is that? Do you know what though? You're right, Kat, because I've always said, how indulgent is that to be able to do that? How indulgent? And Suzie quite bluntly said to me, no, it's not indulgent, Vicky. If you love sewing and if you love crafting and this is your hobby, then absolutely indulge. Go for it. Buy the best. It's not indulging. You can do it. £7, 49 a half metre. They're absolutely amazing, aren't they? This is more springy, I think, yeah. And spin it over, yeah. Have a cushion for each, absolutely. Or lovely tote bags. Lovely tote bags would be beautiful. And then one other colourway, which is your blue. Again, from the Orchard Garden. Blue's more of your winters, isn't it? But still beautiful, absolutely beautiful. In fact, this would go really nicely with all of the collection that we had in the last show with Suzie. So what I love about Liberty is that you can mix and match them with different collections and they work. It's that iconic sort of small scale ditzy prints that if you're cutting them smaller, it's still going to work. That's exactly what I've just said. With the Discovery collection, perfect. £7.49. I thought this would be perfect with the Discovery collection, from the Emporium Liberty show that we did last week. It was the most popular one, actually, the blues and the mustards, the golds. Oh, they're such gorgeous colour, aren't they? Oh, thank you, Lorraine. Hi, Lorraine, how are you? She said, morning, Vicky, love the jumper. And love, 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 Liberty. How are you, Lorraine? What have you been making this weekend? I thought, do you know what? We'll put a bit of sequins on this morning on a grey, foggy day. I thought, right, 17 days to Christmas. I think I'm not even apologising for the fact that I'm wearing Christmas jumpers now. It's got to that point, hasn't it? It's got to that point. Did you buy matching ones? Oh. I was thinking, Elliot said, me and Amy, his girlfriend, bought some Christmas jumpers over the weekend. I can imagine you in your matching PJs. Oh, Adele's made matching PJs for the whole family. Oh, amazing. Right, this one, we've only got this in this colourway, so I thought I'd do it now. This, again, is really, really beautiful. Does this have a direction, do you think? I think I'm upside down. What do you think? Yeah, I know what you mean. This is the one that reminds Kat of Tula Pink, the monkey wrench. Big, bold colours. But look how absolutely beautiful this would be to Fussy Cat as well. You could do covered buttons just in your lovely, or if you're doing the mirror technique with English paper piecing, you could get some incredible symmetry from this one. Oh, here we go. Lorraine said, I'm really well, thank you. Have made placemats from a panel I bought from you and bunting for Christmas. I love that everybody's still doing all their Christmas crafting projects. I think we all just need it this year, don't we? Yeah, ready for Christmas, ready for Christmas. We're only 17 days. Still time to shop for Christmas, don't worry. So if you're thinking of Christmas gifts for people, there is still guaranteed Christmas delivery. You're all right for Christmas delivery at the moment. Okay, so that's the only one in that print, the only colourway in that print. Love that. Ditzy prints. It's probably because you've had a good few cups of coffee now, Elliot. They've kicked in. Oh, it's only his second. He says, I've just woken up. I don't know what's going on. Right, I'd get this along with your autumnal one that we just saw with the birds and the trees, the pheasants. This was lovely. That's so pretty. And that is classic, iconic ditzy print, isn't it? $7.49 a half metre. Little girls' dresses, matchings, sun hats, scrunchies, placemats, cushions, little toiletry bags, makeup bags, little purses, things for your sewing room, storage boxes, needle cases, just to put a solid orange with it, or even a solid navy. You could pick on that ochre, pick up on the ochre or the purple. There's a lot of colours in here. Right, what kind of seat coverings? Are you thinking for your car, Elliot? I'm thinking, I know exactly what you mean. Elliot's thinking, you know the wooden chairs that then have the seat pads that you tie onto the back and you can make your seat covers, your cushions. This would be so pretty with like a white, you know, wooden dining chair. Look really beautiful. Perfect. Good idea, Elliot. Do you know what? He's come a long way, hasn't he, from suit linings? Suit linings. Although this would be lovely for a suit lining, actually, or a pocket square. You know, I knock it, but actually, this always reminds me of Rebecca Reed. Whenever I think of upcycling, I was talking to Suzie about it, actually. I love having a good route through the charity shops. If you get yourself quite a plain cardigan, and Rebecca Reed changes the buttons, changes the placket. Is it called the placket? The placket, and then the ruffle, she puts a ruffle around the bottom, and she walked in with this beautiful cardigan on. I was like, where's that from? That is so nice. She says, oh, it's just honestly a Primani cardigan, which I've then embellished and made it my own. Can you imagine making it into an amazing Liberty cardigan, which you you know, haven't had to construct or make yourself, just something that you've already got, upcycle it, maybe changing pockets or changing buttons and things like that with Liberty is just so beautiful. And you don't need that much, even with half a metre, or get yourself a metre and you'll have plenty in there. We've got one other in this print, which is, as I said, iconic Liberty ditzy print, absolutely perfect. And it's blues and pinks. I think a tie even, a Liberty bow tie or gents tie, and you could even do a matching dress. We're doing waistcoats on the weekend with Mark Francis, actually. This would be brilliant for that. And a Liberty one as well, how beautiful. Oh, Mark's got to make a twilly out of this, absolutely. We love his twillies, don't we? I've got to be careful how I say that. I love them. I hope he brings them on and shows us how to make them. Yeah. They're like the long ties that he wears around his shirt. Just £7.49 for that cobalt deep blue, coral pink. How is everyone today? Come say good morning. We've got Suzie, Duncan joining me in less than half an hour. We've got a Sue Wall's pattern coming up at 9 o'clock. We've got brand new Moda in at 11. We've got stitch remover tool, which we're going to be doing at 10. We've got the 450, if we have any left by 12 o'clock. It's going to be a busy, 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 busy day. So open your order nice and early. Liberty prints, you of course can't go wrong with. Okay, that one's your Kimberly and Sarah, which is always very popular. Very, very popular. I wonder who Kimberly and Sarah are. Imagine having a Liberty fabric. Imagine having a Liberty fabric named after you. That would be pretty awesome. We've got one more collection, which is the these ones are called Garden Gates, aren't they? Yeah, Garden Gates. This is still the Orchard Garden collection, so it's the same as the one with the plums. I love this. They are absolutely beautiful. These ones, are, as I say, are called Garden Gates. And you can just imagine, oh, that's exactly what Elliot sees as well. You can see why. But also, can you see these hearts, all the different heart shapes? So you could, of course, fussy cut these. You could fussy cut them, and then you could put another heart and make yourself like a flower, make your own Liberty fabrics, essentially. Morning, Anne-Marie in Belfast. Oh, we've got Yvonne on tomorrow. She's from Belfast, isn't she? Kaz told me a lot of facts about Yvonne this morning that she's now backtracking on. She's told me loads, because I've never met Yvonne and I've heard so many amazing things about her. I'm really, really excited to meet Yvonne. And I was saying, so hang on, right, I've not been on with Yvonne before. And she was telling me all about her. And now she's like, actually, I don't know whether she is from Belfast. $7.49. This is your quilting weight fabric. Lovely cotton. Fake news. Cat, dearie me. No, she says, sorry, I just need to tell you the real thing. Don't want to misinform you. He says, I don't want to misinform everybody. He says, she's fine with misinforming me. Oh, Lorraine, she just said I've sent you a picture of my Christmas mats and bunting. Let's have a look. We've got the Christmas mats. We've got the bunting coming up as well. Here we go. Oh, my word. Lorraine. They are gorgeous. Oh, see, they would go with my Christmas theme. What panel was that, Lorraine? They're lovely, aren't they? I'm going for a very poinsettia theme this year. I'm going to just tell you the truth. I've only got a poinsettia at the moment. How bad is that? How bad is that? I'm literally the most Christmassy person. I've got my Christmas candle, I've got a poinsettia, but our Christmas tree is huge and it's up in the loft and I can't get it down on my own. And my husband Kieran's been working every day and I'm like, Kieran, we must be the only people in the country that haven't got a Christmas tree up yet. It's 17 days for Christmas. And I think, yeah, if he has his way, he'd be just say, everyone's doing it early this year and everybody needs a bit more festive cheer, I think, this year. And I go home, light my Christmas candle and look at my poinsettia and think, I'm feeling festive. Although I must say I live right next to, I live in Warwick and we've got Warwick Castle, And they've got the most beautiful, beautiful light trail there, and lovely little stalls, and it's so nice. So I thought, right, I'm just going to, if I need my festive fix, I'm just going to walk down the road to there. Right, oh, we've got Lorraine's bunting as well. Let's have a look. Again, poinsettia theme. These need to, yeah, I need to borrow these. They need to make their way to my house somehow. I love those. Merry Christmas, they're beautiful. All ready. You're very organised, Lorraine. What a lovely weekend as well. Nice weekend projects. Thank you for sending those in. We've had a message from Pauline. Hi, Vicky. Oh, thank you. She said, love the jumper and your hair looks fabulous. I just thought, if I'm honest, it's quite a sweatery jumper, isn't it? And I thought, I am going on the telly this morning. Do I look a bit too casual? And I thought, do you know what? No, I'm going to curl my hair and make a bit of an effort. What's wrong? Oh, look, yeah, it's one of these, look, I do the sequins up like that. I'm a glamour pud. No, I didn't know what it said. No, I didn't know what it said. Glamour pud. Right, so let's do the pink. Pink, greens, blues. And your chance to get garden gates by the half metre. Half a metre is 112 wide, quilting weight cotton. Alison Marion. Oh, that makes me feel so much better because Alison Marion is really organised. And she's just said, I don't have my tree up yet, Vicky, you're not alone. Oh, Alison, do you know, I was thinking about this because we're doing our New Year's Eve show together. And I was thinking of I'm trying to plan my outfit now because this is the only event that I've got going on, the only occasion to dress up. So, by the way, the dress code for New Year's Eve morning still, New Year's Eve morning is glam. So please put your party frock on because I know that we haven't got parties to go to this year. So Alison, Marion and I and the team have decided Elliot's going to be in his gold hot pants. We want, yeah, in fact, actually, please can you wear a full suit, not just gold hot pants. He keeps talking to us about all these suit linings. He's got to have the jazziest suit lining of everybody. Pauline says, my tree goes up after the 17th. There you go. All right. I'm not alone, am I? That's good. I felt a bit embarrassed. I haven't told anybody, if I'm honest. I haven't told anybody. I think it's... Does anybody else have any other confessions that you're thinking, right? Because, you know, there's certain things, like I would say... Traditional Christmas films, for example, everybody's watched Home Alone or everyone's watched this. Have you ever gone, yeah, I've watched it and you haven't? Like, I do that with, I've never watched The Goonies. Yeah, he's shouting in my ear like, what? I've never watched it. Christmas films, I've never watched Die Hard. I've never watched What a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life. Oh, I'm not very good. So yeah, these are my confessions. Please let me know if you, if there's any Christmas films that you say that you watch that you haven't, or any other Christmas things that I haven't told anybody that I haven't got my tree up yet. So I feel better for just letting that off. And a lot of people saying that they were the same with me. Okay. Tina, I know the feeling. Tina said, morning Vicky, I love your jumper. I've put on so much weight this year that I'll have to get some new ones. I'm in the same boat. Hence why I'm in like a comfy Christmas jumper. You just need a nice new Christmas jumper, don't you, anyway? Treat yourself. Right, next colourway is your greens or blues. Is it called blue? This is your blue. Oh, these are lovely, aren't they? Orchard garden, garden gates. Oh, that's a nice Christmas song, yeah. Cat's now singing Christmas songs in my ear. That's a good one as well. She's singing in my ear all these Christmas songs. Thank you for all your messages. Keep me company today. Come and say hello. Susan said no Christmas tree here yet. She says dates go up with 1 week to go. Yeah, do you know what? Maybe I'll just do that this year. Just do it really last minute. It's a bit of a strange year. We've got nobody coming over for Christmas this year, so it's just, I don't know. Oh, Tom, morning is a bit late. I'm not surprised he's a bit late. You feeling worse for wear, hen? Or are you okay? It was his birthday yesterday. It was his birthday. Happy birthday. My bestest friend in the whole wide world watching me this morning. It was his birthday yesterday and yeah, lovely to have your company. Thank you for tuning in this morning, Tom. Tom lives in London and I always, every year, will go down and see. That's one thing I've really missed this year is going to Liberty London, to go into the department store, to see all the Christmas decorations, to just soak in the sights and the sounds and the smells and everything. I just love Liberty. It's just one of the most beautiful stores. If you do live in London, oh my word, absolutely. If you've never visited there or if you get the chance to go there, absolutely go. But the quality of the fabric that we stock. And in fact, don't quote me on this, but I don't think, I'm going to do a cat here, but I don't think you can buy it by the half metre in the Liberty store. I don't know whether it's a metre, it might even be like 1.5 metres or 2 metres. I don't think you can buy by the half metre. There's not many places that you can get by the half metre. So it's a good chance if you're doing smaller projects or if you want to do larger projects, it's a good chance to be able to say, right, how much you want, we'll cut it off the bolt for you. Just £7.49 a half metre for this one. Our final colourway is different and I absolutely love it. Anne said, morning Vix, I'm still watching in bed. Have you got your bamboo bedding? Have you got your bamboo bedding? It's the softest thing ever. I put new clean sheets on last night and isn't that the nicest feeling? But it's even better when it's the bamboo sheets. I'm just wondering because lots of people probably have their deliveries coming through now. Let me know. Have a nice chill this morning, Anne, because it's foggy and very cold. It was -2 degrees when I got in the car this morning. So grab yourself a hot cup of tea or coffee and nice chill. A warm squash? No way, warm squash. That is the strangest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I've had lemonade with squash, that's normal. Warm squash. Doesn't it remind you of like a Lemsip or a cold and flu remedy though? Oh no, not into that. There's Kat's confession. She likes squash warm. No, always with ice, Okay, this is your garden gate in solid green. Looks completely different and is beautiful. Oh, Susan's telling me to watch A Wonderful Life. She says, It's a Wonderful Life is a lovely film. She says, a must for Christmas viewing. I also love Miracle on 34th Street. I've never watched that either, Susan. I think I've got a lot of catching up to do this year. I've got a lot of catching up. Elliot's really starting to get annoyed with me. I'm a really Christmassy person, but I'm a singer as well. So normally Christmas is my busiest time for singing. This year I've got plenty of time. Jane. Warm squash is lovely, yum, yum, Jane. Oh, Jane. Jane, really? Oh, she's getting very into it. Jane, what's the flavour? What flavour's your favourite? I like apple and blackcurrant, is what Kat's just said in my ear. Judith, right, so Judith can vouch for me. Judith knows the reason that I don't always have chance to watch Christmas films, because Judith will come to see me sing at Christmas in the Owl at Lichfield, and we're not there this year. You've probably met Judith, Kat, yes. Yeah, Terry Wilcox sings there as well. Kat's dad sings there as well. Judith said, though, morning Vicky, I haven't got my tree up either. I'm hopefully going to do it this weekend. Oh, I'm pleased that I'm not the only one because I seem to look through everybody's windows on my walks and be like, they've got their tree up. They've got their tree. Not in a creepy way, but just you notice in the windows, everyone's got their decorations. Hi, Shan in North Wales. She said, morning, Vicky. I have 5 children, and when we were young, the Christmas tree was put up on Christmas Eve after they went to bed. I think that's so nice, isn't it? How magical. I do think it's probably just maybe a bit early. I don't know. But this year, I love that everybody sort of put their tree up nice and early. And I did think, oh, go on, I'm going to do it. And I haven't even got round to it. This would be lovely Christmas fabric. This would be really, really nice. Maybe swap out your solid green with this. This would be something that you would bring out year after year after year. Maybe even just like a bottle bag or a tote bag, or that'd be amazing. £7.49. Half a metre for £7.49. Can I show you what half a metre looks like as well? Just because if you're thinking of doing your fabric wrapping like me, you can cut that in half and you could do, you've got 2 fat quarters obviously. If you're doing anybody a hamper, oh my word, this would be beautiful to have in a hamper. I think a lot of people are doing handmade gifts, aren't they, this year? Or, you know, hampers and things like that. These are lovely. Just £7.49, and the detail is beautiful. It's almost got like that sort of shadow effect. It's still the same as the others. I love hampers. I think they're a lovely gift. Okay, so they're all our liberties. We've got 10 minutes to go and I've still got about 50 fabrics to show you. So I better carry on. Shall we do... These are all, again, by the half metre. This is called our Emily collection. There's lovely scales of print here. You've got some bolder prints, we've got some ditzy prints, we've got some stripes. Let's go with the stripes. Let's do the stripes. Oh no, I really wish I hadn't opened this up to everybody. Everybody drinks warm squash. Put some ice in. How do you heat it? Hot water from the kettle, boiling hot water, in a glass or a mug? In a mug. Bit of cold water. Dearie me. Right, do you know what? I'm not going to slate it until I try it. Don't knock it till you try it. I might try it tonight and I'll let you know what it's like tomorrow. Well, let's all report back tomorrow. That's it, Lorraine. Lorraine, I completely understand. She says it takes 6 hours to just decorate the lounge. It's so, and I must say, in the last few years that I've been married, it's a lot less fun because Kieran's too particular about it. I like to put everything on. I've got Christmas decorations from when I was 4 years old that are really sentimental that always end up on the back of the tree. When I put them on the front, I wake up the next day, I'm like, where's that decoration that I definitely put up? And Kieran's like, oh, it went to the back. So it's not that fun anymore, actually. So I'm probably just going to say bar humbug. I'm happy with my poinsettia, to be honest. Right, £4.99. This is with your stripe. And you've got your ditzy print. You've also got what looks like lace running in between. Can you come closer, Elliot, so you can see? The detail on this stripe is absolutely beautiful. That is stunning, isn't it? So you could use this as borders or binding, couldn't you? You could use it as like a really thin, what's it called? A really thin, what's it called? Do you know, if you were to have your binding, wasn't it the flange where you put the binding and then you have the extra bit between your border and your block? That's it. Yeah, £4.99. These would be lovely. I love Vimto, but cold in the fridge. I love Vimto. Who said that they have Vimto hot? Janet. Jane, sorry, Jane. Jane, doesn't it remind you of being poorly, though, having a cold and flu remedy? Oh, but I have to drink those cold and flus like, oh, that's horrible. I will try it tonight. I'm not going to talk about it again until tomorrow. Oh, dear. Cat's determined to convert us all. Georgina said... Good morning, everybody at Sewing Street. I'm so excited. My Juki sewing machine is out for delivery today. Oh, my word, let us know when you get it. If it's this morning, let us know, or let us know tomorrow. Send us some photos and show us tomorrow. Get it all set up. That is the most exciting day, isn't it? What are you going to make? What are you going to make? Have you got something that you're just going to get sewing, or are you going to have a day like doing a sampler and reading the manual, or are you just going to dive in and have a go? Very exciting. Right, we're going to have to fly through these fabrics. That's the other stripe. They're only £4.99 a half metre, and it's got a beautiful aqua blue stripe. It's got pink flowers. It's got a beautiful white background. In fact, they would make really, really lovely pillowcases. I'm seeing a bedroom. That would be beautiful in a bedroom. Or a bolster cushion, you know, a big, long, round cushion, because your stripes will be going all the way around. Yeah, and you could do it, tie it with some ribbon on the end, some pink ribbon. That'd be so pretty. Cat. Next one, next one. She's getting a lot of backup about Hot Ribena, so she's very happy. Let's do the large scale floral print. I've got two different colourways. This is in sky blue. This is a large rose print. Again, for fussy cutting, if you were to applique these onto different blocks, it'd be lovely. Flying out today, absolutely flying out. It's only £4.99 metre. Someone's just bought 4 metres, someone's just bought 2 metres. Remember, you can buy as much as you want and it will be cut off the bolt, especially for you. Susie's going to be joining me in the next hour, by the way, after 9 o'clock. We've got a Lou Orth quilt. We're going to do a bit of a sort of getting yourself organised and how you conquer making your first, potentially your first big quilt. So, yeah, really looking forward to getting lots of tips from Suzie. Those of you that met her last week with Old Liberty, she's, oh, just lovely. We love her. We've also got the last one. This is the only other colourway that we have in the large rose print. Morning, love the show. Oh, sorry, read that again to me. I haven't got your name. Good morning. Love the show. It's my daughter and my wish to win the lottery. And the first thing that we would do is go to Liberty. Oh, imagine just winning the lottery and walking into Liberty and being like, what shall I get? I'll just have one of them. Oh, and it's just the building itself, just to visit there. If you ever get the chance of visiting, it's just the most beautiful, beautiful place. I say that's one thing I've really, really missed this year is my sort of trip to London. Right, we've also got, I know that we won't get through all of the floral fabric today, but we will make sure that we try and bring it to you another time. It's all on the website anyway, but we'll make sure we try and show it. Sometimes if you just want a white, fabric, even if you were to take a strip of that and put that onto a pillowcase or a border of that onto a bed runner, you can make a bed runner on this with white bedding. Bamboo white bedding and a bed runner to match. This would be beautiful. I'll tell you what would be lovely for pillows as well. The Moda at 11 o'clock. It's going to be so good. So good. Just £5 a half metre, £4.99 a half metre. We've got it in blue. What does that mean? Rugby. He's talking rugby. Okay, this has got like a lovely ditzy print as well, like a spray in the background as well. £4.99. I know, I feel sorry for Elliot. He's in our bubble and he's just been telling us about some sport and me and Kat it's gone over our head. We have no idea what it means. Oh, it's our country. England won, what did they win? The Autumn Nations over the weekend, apparently. Oh. There you go. We beat France. Fantastic. I just don't follow rugby, to be honest. I'm sorry. That's another confession. I've never watched a rugby game. I know. Even for the men, even for the gorgeous men, I haven't watched it. I don't know why. I've never, ever watched a rugby game. Exactly. £4.99 a half metre. £4.99 a half metre. Thank you, Elliot. Half a metre is £4.99. Yeah, let's do it. Let's blitz through these before Susie's here. So we've got 3 more to show you. This is the smaller ditzy print in blue, in pink, and in, I'm going to call it slate. I'll show you them next to each other because they'll all work really, really well with each other. See what I mean? Like a slate, because it's quite a bluey grey, but this is definitely more of a blue. £4.99.5 metre. Really gorgeous pinks. Oh, I do love that you've got that tiny little ditzy spot as well. They'd make really, really pretty dresses and things like that for the summer. They'd look lovely. Even scrunchies. I know that Kat bought £0.5 metre of fabric the other day, which had a ditzy print like this, to make scrunchies. Pardon? The Emily is a quilting weight, Alison. It's quilting weight. It's really, really lovely. It's not a poplin weight. I know it shouldn't be at that price, but it is a quilting weight. We've got slate next. It's called grey, but it's more of a sort of bluey grey. That's what I wanted to say. Single rows on grey for £4.99.5 metre. £4.99.5 metre. What was that, sorry, Kat? Hi, Sharon. Oh, Sharon went to Liberty for a college trip. She says it was amazing. All the Liberty fabrics, by the way, that we have are on the website. Anything that's left available, if you do want to indulge in a little bit of Liberty, absolutely take advantage of that. Last Emily print, and then we're going to get lovely Suzie on air. We've got a great Lou Wolf pattern, and we've got Moda launching in the next hour with her at 11 o'clock. So do stay tuned today. We've got a brilliant show. And it's so misty and foggy and cold out there. Just snuggle up with us on the app or on your phone or on your laptop or wherever you're watching us whilst you're sewing. If you've got any questions for us, or if you've got any questions for Suzie, get them in today. If you just want to come and say hello. I'm really, really pleased, you know, that Suzie, I feel like she's instantly just slotted into the family, like she's always been here. It's a second show on air. It's a second show tomorrow, today, now, now. In a couple of minutes, we'll get her on. These Emily fabrics will make gorgeous tea dresses. You're right, Jo. They absolutely would. Like a 50s style tea dress. Or, yeah, they'd look really, really lovely. Right, shall we get Suzie on? Those of you that didn't meet her last week, we had the most incredible show. She's brilliant, and very, very, very knowledgeable indeed. So if you've got any questions for her, get them in. We've got the most gorgeous Lou Wolf quilt that you can see behind me coming up. Don't go anywhere. Susan's with me right after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Yvonne from Village Fabrics, and I'm very pleased to be able to tell you that we have linked up with Sewing Street to bring you an absolute beginner's patchwork and quilting kit. As you can see on the wall behind me, there are 3 different colourways to make a table runner. We're going to take you step by step through how to make this from beginning to end. Much more information will be available whenever I'm next on the programme on the 9th of December. And please join whenever we do our live sew along in the new year. See you soon.
Hello, welcome back. We have got the most incredible show for you today. Those of you that are just tuning in with us, we've got Suzie Duncan back with us, which is really, really exciting. I must say, I just said in the last hour, I feel like Susie's been here for ages and ages. It's the second show today, and she just slotted in so perfectly, and she's a great addition to the Sewing Street family. So if you've got any questions for her, what we're going to do this hour, we've got, the most incredible show at 11 o'clock as well. We've got brand new Zoology. I think it's hidden behind the wadding. The gorgeous Zoology collection from Moda is launching with us. We've got pre-cuts, we've got panels, we've got layer cakes, we've got charm packs, we've got everything coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. So start pre-ordering on that if I were you, because it's already very, very popular. This hour though, we're going to be working from a Lou Orth pattern. Now this is going to be, I love these patterns. I think that these are really, really popular because you're sort of in charge of how big you want to do it, obviously. But they give you all of the cutting instructions and all of the fabric requirements for different sizes. So you can do the 40-inch square, which is your baby quilt, the 60-inch square, which is your lap quilt, or your 80-inch square, which is your bed quilt. So, it gives you all of the fabric requirements that you need. It also, in your instructions, which are really, really thorough, it'll also talk you through all of your cutting instructions depending on what size you want to do. So, I think this is going to be completely different. If you're changing the colours, if you are changing the size, you can do it as again and again if you want. It's constructed in rows, which we will talk through with Suzie, and we're going to go right back to basics. For anybody who maybe wants to conquer their first big quilt, I think this is going to be a perfect one to do it with. One, because we've teamed it with our solid fabrics. So the price on this is brilliant. Price is brilliant. For the blue, $49.99. See what I mean? So if you are thinking, right, it's my first big quilt, we're going to break it down and see how you conquer working, with such a big quilt. But this is absolutely perfect. So you've got your City Lights, which is your Lou Orth pattern. The only way of getting it is in the bundle. And then inside, you're getting, even if you've got a different colourway in mind, you're always going to use this fabric, aren't you? 6 meters of fabric. So you're getting 2 meters of white, 2 meters of your white cotton, 1 meter of sapphire, 1 meter of silver, 1/2 meter of your cadet blue, 1/2 meter of your teal, 1/2 meter of elephant, and 1/2 meter of powder blue. £49.99. How great is that for six meters of fabric? Even if you are thinking of a different pattern in mind, or if you're thinking, right, I want to do this pattern, but with a different colourway, grab it whilst you can, because that bundle's brilliant for that price. We are limited though, already gone straight into baskets. Very limited in the blue, so don't miss that. I know blue's always very, very popular. You're getting all of those. Don't forget your teal as well, 1/2 meter of teal for just $49.99. Now, We also have your pinks, which is the one that was made up behind me in the last hour, and we had so many comments on it. It's gorgeous. It comes again with the pattern, the only way of getting it, there you go. It's, oh, I love it. It's very Moroccan, actually. I don't know why I'm feeling that sort of Moroccan vibe from it. So you're getting your City Lights pattern, which again is only available in the bundle. So you have 2 meters of white for your background, 1 meter of peach, 1 meter of fuchsia, 1/2 meter of this one, which is like your lovely blush. It's called Rose. And then you've also got 1/2 meter of paprika, 1/2 meter of coral, and 1/2 meter of gold. Plus, you've got your pattern, only available in the bundles. If you love, love, love these colours together, and most probably like the one that you can see on the front colour, the cover there, for $49.99. Of course, you can always swap out 1/2 meter for a patterned fabric if you prefer. You're always going to use it. These are our Rose and Hubble quilting weight quality. They are beautiful quality fabrics. But if you're thinking, well, actually, I've got a pink that's got the most beautiful print on, or I've got that Liberty the other day that I want to swap out just one of the fabrics and have a bit of print in there, it's up to you. It's your quilt. And of course, this pattern, again, will show you all of the sizing requirements to be able to do the baby quilt, the lap quilt, and your bed quilt. We'll have to ask Suzie the finished size of this one, because I'm presuming this might be big enough to do one of the large ones. Is this the 40 or?
You've got plenty in there to do your bed size.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah,
Which is an 80-inch square.
I've cut the baby size,
Yeah.
and well, you can see how much I've still got left.
Oh, amazing. Loads.
There's equally enough to do the whole lot.
Amazing, thank you. So all of that is just $49.99 as well, remember. So both colourways available, but limited availability on the blue, just a reminder. Right, how are you anyway, Suzie? It's lovely to have you back.
Thank you, yeah, it's lovely to be here.
Oh,
yeah,
we had so many amazing comments after your first show.
Oh, it's lovely. I had such a lovely time, thank you.
Oh, no, it's great to have you. And brilliant shows again today. I think
Hope so.
This is a brilliant one for anybody who is wanting to conquer potentially their first big quilt.
Yes.
I think we should probably go back to basics, and I would love to get some of your tips on how you get organised, because this is one that I think if you get yourself organised, it's going to help, isn't it?
Not only is it going to help, but you can make it in super quick time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is. It's one of the fastest patterns that I've ever come across.
Oh, nice.
And if you can get yourself super organised, which is, you know, I'm a big organiser, it is super quick as well.
It's
And a
quite
pleasure to do. It's not onerous.
It's quite daunting, I think, when you unpack the kit. It's got 6 meters of fabric.
Yeah.
You're thinking, right, there's 2 meters of what, there's 1 meter of this, is 1/2 meter, so I want to make sure that I'm getting, you know, all of the right pieces in the right places. But
Yes.
the pattern breaks it down beautifully, doesn't it?
It does. And with any pattern, with anything you ever make, the first thing you should always do is read through the pattern.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because every designer has their own little tips, tricks and quirks.
Yeah.
So they're not necessarily the same. So it is important to make sure that you're reading what is in the pattern for the kit you're making.
Okay.
And the other thing I would say is do it without rushing. Don't skim read. Read the words that are there, not the words you think are there. Anything that is written in bold is well worth noting.
Okay.
For example, in this one, a scant seam allowance. So it is important to stick to your 1/4 inch seam if where it says it's 1/4 inch. Things like that you do need to know. The fact that it's in colour makes it super easy to follow. And the first thing I did was name all my colours, number them according to the colour chart.
Because this one, the pink one, is quite similar actually to the
It
one
is
that's on
very
the front.
similar. It
The blue
is.
one's different though. So would you make yourself a key regardless?
You don't need to, because in the back of the book, on page 8, there is a personalised colour swatch.
Oh, brilliant.
So how
good's
good
that?
is that? It's the first time I've ever seen that in a pattern, actually. So there, if you have got the blue colourway, you can just stick with a bit of fabric glue, a swatch from each of your fabrics. Doesn't need to be much, just so you've got a reference. And then what I do is I keep all my fabrics in separate bags and I label them 1 to, in this instance, 6, sorry, and then the background. So they're all separated out, so I know what's what.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
So that's my first tip. Then when you come to cutting,
that gives you all the cutting instructions depending on what size you want to do, doesn't it?
Yes, so decide which one you're doing, and then don't try and do all your 2.5 inch squares for every colour at once.
Okay.
Pick one colour, start with number 1, say, and work through the list. Look at what you're cutting. Don't just go, right, I need a 4.5 by 2.5, so I'll cut 4.5. Think, well, hang on a minute, it's 4.5 by 2.5, and then I also need 24 2.5 inch squares. So if you cut 2.5 inch strips, you'll get better economy of your fabric.
Right,
because
okay.
you just cut 4.5 to get your other ones, turning them the other way. So think of the whole thing rather than just that little bit. For example, with colour 4, where you need 8.5 by 2.5 and 4.5 by 2.5, you wouldn't cut an 8.5 inch strip, you'd cut a 2.5 inch strip and subcut that into 8.5 chunks.
Yeah.
So it's just a question of, don't rush at it, think a little bit.
Logically.
Logic. What's even better, if you decide to switch in different fabrics, so you mentioned about print fabrics.
Yeah.
If you've got a directional print, there's even instructions in how to cut directional fabrics.
Oh gosh, I've not seen that in a pattern before.
No, which is brilliant because it saves having to think. That's on page 9 of the booklet.
Right. So yeah, this is eliminating all of that thinking and doing the maths if you wanted to do it a different size or, like you say, using a different print. That's brilliant.
It is, and it means that this is a fabulous quilt for a beginner or for anyone who has never tackled quilting but knows sewing. You know, if anybody could pick this up and achieve this with care. It's not a horrendously difficult thing to put together. So once you've done all your cutting, what I did was lay out all my numbers. So I got all my fabric number 1s, fabric number 2s, Then I got myself some little bags. Can you tell how sad
you are very organised.
I am, yeah. But this is why it makes the quilt itself really easy to do. So I got lots of little bags, labelled them rows 1, and in this case with the baby quilt it was rows 1 to 17. Mm-hmm. And then I just went along and followed my chart, and the chart's really easy to follow because each piece you cut has an alphabetical letter assigned to it.
So it's constructed in rows as opposed to, because it looks when you look at it like they are blocks, doesn't it?
Exactly, you'd think that you had blocks, but when you actually analyse it, it's a row format, which actually makes it even quicker to put together.
Right.
And less taxing on the head, putting it together. So all I did was go along my pieces and picked up each one I needed. What's even better is they're symmetrical rows.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
Either end are the same. So you can make your 2 piles, have your middle one in the middle and bring them together. And then I just put them in the bag ready to go.
Perfect.
When you get further down, you'll notice there are repeats of some of the rows as well, which again makes it easy to put your your pieces together, but also gets your head around the pattern a bit more easily. Because if you're not constantly changing the format, you start to get into the rhythm, don't you? There are a couple of places where you're joining half square triangles together before you start. So you've got these panels here.
Right, so the rows themselves, they're not actually made up of difficult shapes to construct, are they?
They're all squares and rectangles. And then there are these half square triangles that you make before you start.
Right.
So I can quickly show you how we construct
Yeah,
those.
yeah, brilliant.
And then we can go on and assemble the rows. But getting yourself organised makes such a difference. Makes it really super speedy.
You used your big Stripology as well, didn't you?
I did. I had the Stripology XL to cut everything,
Yeah.
which you can still do it with the smaller one. You're just going to have to fold your fabric
Okay.
to get it underneath. So for the half square triangles, part of what you cut is a 3 1/4 inch square. Now, if you've never made a half square triangle before, I know the first time I did this, I just went into complete panic mode, really. I watched, I don't know how many, countless YouTube videos and phoned friends.
Different ways of doing it.
Exactly. And I thought, gosh, this is super scary. And some say add this, 7/8 of an inch, some add an inch. And I was like, well, what do I do? What do I do? Yeah. The thing with this is Lua's already sorted that maths out for you.
Oh, brilliant.
So she gets you to cut 3/4 inch square for the baby and lap one, or a 4-inch square for the bed one, because obviously it needs to be a little bit bigger. So I've already cut 3 1/4 inch strips, and what's so good about the Stripology squared mini is the 3 1/4 inch is already marked.
Yeah, it's perfect for your sort of
So
sub-cutting,
good.
isn't it? Because a lot of people think, right, I've already got the big one. Actually, I don't think I need the mini as well. But it does have a time and a place for your sub-cutting.
So cool, isn't it? Never realised. So I'm just going to, oh gosh, static is because it's come out of my cold car.
Oh, it was ever so foggy this morning, wasn't it?
Whiz, it was cold, wasn't it? Yeah. It's the first time I think my tea in my mug has actually, my thermal mug has actually gone cold. So I'm lining my Stripology up. So these are already cut into 3 1/4 inch strips. Remember, with any of the Stripology rulers, Creative Grid rulers, if you slightly angle to get into that groove and then cut, so I'm cutting it into a 3 1/4 inch square. So that's that one. We need background and colour 1 is what we need for these. So I'm just lining these, realigning. So I'll cut another one from I'm going to slightly off on there. So I'm going to cut my 0 as well.
Be lovely to swap out. I'm thinking, the blue or the coral solid. Those ones that are the square sort of focal point. You could put something cut something into the centre.
Oh gosh, yes, you could. Yeah, it would be. This quilt is so adaptable, so adaptable. And actually, if you wanted to make it again, you could use your scraps.
Yeah,
because it is all squares and rectangles, you can use scraps.
Absolutely.
So the first thing you're going to need, she says, and she's buried it underneath, is a friction pen or...
Oh, I like your pencil case. Look at the motto on there.
Yes.
Delphine would like this one as well.
This is the motto of sewing.
Measure twice, cut once. Look at this. How good is that? We all need one of those.
Absolutely.
Measure twice, cut once.
In fact, I think it should be written on a sewing machine.
Yeah.
So that you don't get it wrong.
That's what I love about the Stripology rulers, is that they take out that maths and that worry for you.
Yeah.
You can do lots of cutting without having to it eliminates the guesswork.
Yeah. So what you're going to do with this is you need to mark I forget what she does now. You mark the diagonals on here, and then you're going to sew a 1/4 inch either side. Now, if you're not great at keeping to a 1/4 inch exactly, or you are slightly off, then a great thing to do is to just line your ruler up on the 1/4 inch, and then draw your line.
So are you drawing your central line or not? You're just drawing your 1/4 inch?
No, I'm drawing either side of my centre. So again, I'm lining my 1/4 inch mark on the diagonals, point to point.
And on the ruler that you're using, it's frosted, isn't it? So you can see really clearly.
You can see where it's gone through. So what I've ended up with is tram lines that are 1/4 inch either side of the centre.
And doing it with a friction pen means that they will
just come off straight away. So then what you're going to do is just stitch that 1/4 inch along there.
Now, Susie, do you ever find that the sewing on a corner can chew the edge of your...
Yes, so you can use a leader piece of fabric. And then...
And you didn't trim it at the end then?
I haven't trimmed, no.
Just pulled
Lazy,
it, just teased
isn't
out.
it? Yeah. Hope my mother's not watching. Oh, and you see it's caught up on me because it's got caught. So that was my fault, totally. Sorry, Mum. Trim off those bits, although it doesn't matter because it'll all come out in the wash. I used to spend hours trimming every single thread.
Yeah.
To a meticulous point. I'm such a pernickety sewer, and then realise that actually there's no point because it all comes out in the end. So the next thing you're going to do is you need to cut up that diagonal line. So the easiest way to do this is to just find
Just careful of
a
your
line
head,
of
Susie.
yourself. Sorry, a line of yourself for yourself. So you've got it running up that diagonal. Make sure your stitches are either side, and then you're going to cut into the diagonal. And the next thing you have to do is press. Now in the instructions...
Does she tell you which way to press them?
She does.
That's so good, isn't it? That's handy because again,
Yes.
I mean, I hear people say, press them open, press them to the side,
Oh,
press them to the dark
yeah.
side, press them to this side, alternate rows, if you're doing rows so that they can nest. And it gets confusing, doesn't it?
It does get confusing.
You've got bias. Have you got bias edges on this at all? Have you got to worry about it warping?
No, you haven't. No, and they're such small pieces. I mean, the biggest piece I think is a 6-inch if you're doing the bed. So it's not a big piece, is it?
No.
Now she suggests that you press towards the dark side.
So you have the dark side on top.
Yes, so you have the dark side on top and you press away from you. So set your seam first. And you'll see that friction pen line has gone.
Yeah.
So I haven't got to worry about it. And then open up and press. Oh, see, my fingers are cold and everything's not working. Crazy. And just press. And your iron is your best friend with projects like this, especially where you've got lots of seams. You need to keep them square. Now I say press to the dark side, but as you construct your quilt, you'll see that sometimes you need to repress the other way.
Right.
And the reason for that is, and I know you talk about this a lot on Sewing Street, is nestling your seams.
Yeah.
Because if they're not, the best way to get a nice flat quilt top, or any project really, is to make sure those seams are nestling together. So they're not all bunched, you're not got all your weight one side. Sometimes you need that, but not always.
So do you need to trim off those dog ears or anything like that now?
Yes, so now what we've got to do is turn this into a 2.5-inch square. So on your Stripology, let me see if I'm in the middle. Is that good?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, we're good. So can you see you've got a diagonal line here? And you've got one running the other way. Just concentrate on the one that is running in the direction of your fabric. And we want to run it at 2.5. So you can see my midpoint. Let's find this, hang on. She says, will that run at 2.5? Can you see we've got 2.5 squares here?
Yeah.
So you can trim them then along those, so you know that that's the line you're going to be cutting along, 2.5, and that's not going to work because we're not at that point. So let's do that again. But you need them to be 2.5. See, this is where I've switched rulers and my head's gone now. So I'm going to do it like
there's
this.
slightly different markings on this one, isn't there?
Yeah,
So
there
yours
is,
works out.
yeah.
So I think
So
the
let's-
black lines are they look like the solid
There
ones.
you go, we can do it like this.
the full inches, I think they are, the black.
Yeah, the black are the full, but I want it at 2.5. Do you know what? I can't work this out.
Can you see this square in the centre, right literally in the centre of the ruler? I can
That
see,
one?
yeah, that
Yeah.
square there. It says 2.5, doesn't it, next to it?
Yeah, you've got 2.5 there, but you need to line these up.
Yeah,
and then
the diagonal lines.
That's it. You line your diagonal. Oh, gosh, it doesn't help that it's all static. There you go. Then you can trim. Right, we're there. God, that was a performance, wasn't it? It's because
No,
I had the ruler upside down.
When you're working out at home, you can sit for 5 minutes.
Exactly, and you get used to your own rulers, don't you? Yeah. So ignore this measurement along here because you're not cutting at 4.5. You're actually cutting in the square that you need. So I'm going to cut up here and up this one. And that cuts off those two sides. Oops, didn't quite go hard enough there. There you go. So you're going to turn it round again and use the other diagonal line. And now, static's terrible, isn't it? Let's get rid of it.
Do you find the best press helps
Yes,
with
so
static?
my next tip was going to be, once you've got everything cut, I know it's a bit laborious, but what I would recommend is to best press everything, or whatever your preferred starch method is, but to make sure that you've got everything as crisp and as solid as you can, because then you'll get the best results when you come to sew them together. And you can see you end up with a really neat half square triangle.
Perfect.
You've got there eventually.
Well done,
Well, look at the
Suzie.
difference. But I know you're wasting that amount of fabric.
Oh, it's nothing really.
But I've tried half square triangles where you're cutting it smaller measurements, and you end up with distorted triangles, and it's just not worth it. Waste that tiny bit, and you can use this as stuffing in.
Well, I was going to say, I know where that's going, isn't it? That will go to the
next hour.
I was thinking the rat's bed.
Oh yeah, they had their Liberty bag last week.
Yeah.
Such spoilt rats, honestly. And they are literally rats. Anyone who didn't see, they are my son and his girlfriend's fiance's rats, and they have all the trimmings for their bedding because it's nice and soft. So yes, this Sunday when we met up for a walk, socially distanced, they got their Liberty bedding.
Oh,
so
fancy.
Everything is now sewn. So let's start at the very beginning, shall we? Should we do row number 1?
So is it constructed literally from the top across?
It is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I mean, you can start where you like. If you've bagged them up like this,
Yeah.
you can start at row 9 if you like. It doesn't matter. And in fact, I am going to skip to row 9 because that's the one where I said you have to join first.
Ah, okay.
So I thought that would be a nice one to see first.
Yeah.
But we're going to start. Let's start with the row number 1. Let's do it properly. And as I said, for either end, they're symmetrical.
Okay.
So the whole row is in symmetry. What you have to watch is your placement of the half square triangles.
They're not upside down.
Yeah. So we're working with the baby layout in this instance. So I'm just running along this top end. Now, if you're brave enough, mad enough, whatever you want to call it. So if you're like me, you're looking for time saving, a good thing you can do, because you know it's symmetrical, you can work from either end to the middle.
Right.
So you can chain piece.
Okay.
So it makes it a little bit quicker.
So you would go...
So you'd start at either end of row 1.
Yeah.
So you'd
2
start
squares.
with,
Are they squares?
here and here.
Yeah.
And you join them to these half square triangles.
Right.
And then you'd work your way in until you got to the middle piece.
Okay.
Chain piecing is what I've been doing, but you don't have to do that. That is not compulsory.
And the layout guide is really clear, isn't it?
So clear. So for row 1, you can even lay them out in front of you if you wanted to, so you know you've got them all. So this is row 1 going on. Sorry, Elliot. I'll use the entire desk by the end of the morning.
Oh, I know, it's all good. It's good we've got
And
a
he
good,
won't be
space.
speaking to me. So, and this is where you need to look to see where you place your triangles. So I know I need that like that. It's also a good way of double checking you've got everything. So I've got to the midway point here. So I'm actually going to start down here because I've run out of desk, and Elliot really will shout if I start. I won't need a microphone to hear him. So I'm just coming back. So this piece is the piece that will join onto here.
Right,
Yeah?
okay.
So my row does this in effect.
Yeah.
So when I construct, what I do is start...
And do you lay it out like this each time?
Well, because I've piled it in the right order, I tend to work with resting on the top of my sewing machine.
Yeah.
And I take the first two from that would be the left side of the quilt, then I flip it over and take the first two from the right side, flip it back. Yeah. You can do it with a symmetrical quilt. You can't always do that. But laying it out means that you've got it ready to go, and you can chain piece. But please watch how you place your half square triangles. So I need them to look like this. So I'm going to flip right sides together, and I'm stitching my 1/4 inch down this one.
Right.
Okay, so let's get that done.
Because you can very easily take it over to the sewing machine and stitch the wrong side. Oh, but I tell you what, if you do, don't worry if you've got the Bridgewater stitch remover, which is coming back into stock. Well, it is in stock, it's on pre-order, so if you do want to.
Yeah, Kat's got her 33 already in her basket.
Have you seen them?
No, I haven't actually.
wait
I
till you
don't
see it.
look. Don't look.
Very good.
So I've done the same piece for the other end. So there's my first one.
Do you press as you go, or would you construct the whole row?
I actually press when I've got to the, putting the rows together, and the reason for that is because then you know which direction you need to press in.
Good idea.
Okay, so then I want a 2.5 inch square in colour 1 going on there. That's that one.
This is where the organisation really comes into play, doesn't it?
Exactly. So that's going back to the right-hand end. I know this is going to confuse everybody, but because it's symmetrical, I just thought it'd be quicker to construct, really. It also means you're not cutting your thread.
Which saves thread, I think, doesn't it?
Yes, it does save thread. If you can chain piece, it saves thread, definitely. And I haven't bothered pinning because they're such small pieces that actually you can hold them in place, she says, and it moves. You can usually hold them in place. But I just keep bringing it back and double checking with the pattern that everything's the right way up and looking how it should do.
And it's so clear with the different colours. It's not like, oh, is that a medium shade of what? What's that one? You can see really clearly.
And when even if you make up your own colour palette, you know, you've got that swatch guide, so you instantly know what's what.
Yeah. Because this would look nice with a really, quite dramatic dark background as well, wouldn't it?
I think so, yes. And I think a dark border to it, or a dark binding is really good because it'll make the whole thing then pop. So that one comes this side, so we're going to join our 4.5 by 2.5 in this. I love this lush rosy colour.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? That blushes reminds me of the yeah, what's it called, did you say? It's called Rose, isn't it?
I think it is called Rose, yeah. But all of these colours just remind me of a sunny day, nice warm. In fact, I'd probably get the blue colourway and this colourway and have one in the summer and one in the spring.
Have you done your window display?
I have done my window display, yes, and our decorations are up.
Has the little girl done her diversion to school to see your display?
I don't know, because I've been head down sewing, so I haven't seen her. But yeah, I've got a few bits to put through her door. So, because when I construct whatever it is on the window, I usually cut a few extra things for her as well.
Oh.
Whether she needs them or uses them, I don't know. But yeah, so when I did my big butterfly rainbow, I cut her some butterflies.
Oh, that's amazing.
But yeah, we've got snowflakes.
And you've got all your Christmas decorations up.
I have, yes. In fact, yes. We're quite traditional decorations. And then we've got some little gnomes, fabric gnomes.
Oh, nice.
That in fact the puppy found yesterday.
Oh, no.
Bless him. Yes. We nearly had a legless gnome.
Oh, gosh.
So we've had to hide them. Well, move them to a higher dwelling place. Although our dog has such long legs, he can reach anything. He is atrocious. So we're skimming through this now.
Yeah, like you say, if you get yourself organised, actually it's probably the preparation that will take you longer than the actual construction.
It is, yes. And it always seems a bit of a chore, doesn't it?
Do you tend to do your cutting the night before or something? You do your cutting the day before?
I do all my cutting on the same day as I read through the pattern.
Right.
Because then my head's in pattern mode. And then it's usually the next day, depends how early it is I start, that I then start constructing. But much as you want to get sewing, it is worth spending that extra few minutes labelling things.
Yeah, exactly. Christine says, oh, I love the new Creative Grid Square Stripology mini ruler. I've not seen it before. Has it been available for a long time? Lovely demo. It's, yeah, Christine, we've had it for the last couple of months, haven't we? It's brilliant. But the problem is, Christine, it comes in stock and then it disappears, and then it comes into stock and then it goes out of stock. Like with the XL. The XL's out of stock at the moment. So it's the same with all of the Stripology rulers. It's, even if you have got the larger one, it's great for your subcuts, and we're talking about pre-cuts in the next hour with Suzie, the 11 o'clock show,
yes.
Moda pre-cuts. So if you are working from smaller fabric cuts, you don't always need your big ruler. Maybe the 10-inch charms. We've also got lovely little cute charm patterns, the 2.5 inch squares.
So cute. And you can do so much with them.
Really?
So much with them.
Very excited to see that.
Right, so we've got to the middle bit, so we're about to finish joining. The other thing that I try and do is do alternate directions on my seams.
Okay.
So I go up one, down the next, up
Do
one,
you find
down
that stops it from bowing?
It does help, yes, it does help.
Yeah, do you know sometimes if you're doing lots of piecing, then it can slightly...
It can, yes.
Especially
like not so much with pieces where you've got lots of little squares. It's when you've got long extensions of seams that you tend to see it the most. But, you know, when you're putting big blocks together. So there we go, row 1 constructed.
Love that.
Now, the first time I did half square triangles and I ended up with this bit at the top, I panicked like crazy and thought, oh, I've done it wrong, they're not matching. It's supposed to be like that,
okay,
because that's your 1/4 inch for the next seam. So don't panic, that is perfectly acceptable. But I'm not going to press this until we're going to join the next row to it. And the reason for that is because I could press them all the seams in a certain direction, but then I'd find the next row, I need to press them the other way. So you'd then go on and do your next row. So you get your next bag out. Now row 2 is super quick to put together. So should we put that together and then we can join the 2?
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes.
Oh, plenty of time. I did 3 rows in 15 minutes in the green room, so I think we can do this.
Brilliant.
Yeah, after my major hiccup with the sewing machine.
Like you say, it's not a race, but it is one that actually you can construct relatively quickly if you are after a time-saving quilt. There's lots of tips.
You can indeed. And the worst thing you can possibly do is have a cup of tea or coffee anywhere near your sewing machine. because you can guarantee that that'll get spilt. Now, your discussion about the hot squash.
Oh
Vicky,
no, don't, Susie. Okay.
you need educating, Vicky.
What? Hang on, Elliot.
So-
do you know? Have you had hot squash before? He's now jumping on the bandwagon. So, what sort of squash do you like hot?
Ginger. Ginger cordial hot in the winter is phenomenal.
See, I like the idea of the ginger because I love. I suppose it's quite Christmassy, isn't it? It tastes almost.
Well, it's also really. It's not only good
for you.
Yeah, it's really good for you, but it's really warming as well. It's one of the warming spices.
I do like ginger tea. Like, I suppose if
Yeah,
I like,
I do.
If you like fruit, I hadn't even thought of that. But I suppose if I like fruit teas, do you think
Yeah.
it's quite similar?
It is very similar. So I make a homemade lemon, ginger and honey concoction, which we have hot, cold in the summer with lots of ice and either still or sparkling water.
Yeah.
But in the winter we have the same thing, but we have hot water with it.
How do you make your own squash?
So you chop up loads of lemons,
Yeah.
skins everything,
Okay.
and throw them in a big pan
Yeah.
with some water and some honey, a little bit of brown sugar.
Okay.
Heat, and then just literally heat it until the lemons are soft.
Yeah.
Take it all out, put it through a blender. Pips, everything,
Really?
literally everything goes
Okay.
through the blender. And then you should, by then it's like a pulp. And then just taste it and then add any more honey or sugar accordingly. I tend to use brown sugars, unrefined sugars and honey. And yeah, I have root ginger in there, everything. So you can add your different flavours. But it keeps in, and then I put it in little sealed bottles and keep it in the fridge.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But 6 lemons will do 2 litre bottles.
And you forage and do chutneys and do everything. I mean, honestly, I don't know how you have the time to do all of this. And I bet you've watched It's a Wonderful Life before as well.
Oh gosh, every year. At least 3
You
times.
have time to watch Christmas
But I've
films
never
as well.
ever watched Home Alone.
What?
Never watched Home Alone.
Oh, right, that's this year.
And you
then.
look what I've done. I'm talking, I've done one seam
Sorry,
upside
I
down.
knew that this would
So
happen.
this is where I need the unpicker.
You do.
So I haven't got one, so I'm going to have to do the really naughty method of unpicking a seam. Otherwise we've got upside down seams. Yeah, you've got to watch It's a Wonderful Life, but you'll need a massive box of tissues.
Oh, is it sad?
Oh gosh, it's horrendous.
Okay. Oh, I do like a good cry.
Mind you,
though,
I
at a
cry.
film.
Christmas
I like
Carol.
a good cry.
We've watched every version of A Christmas Carol bar except one, I think, so far.
You watched The Muppets Christmas Carol.
Oh, that is my absolute favourite, but we haven't yet watched that one because we can't find it. I think one of my children has absconded with it. But yeah, I love that version. But you've got to watch it. I can't believe you've not seen A Wonderful Life.
Okay,
That's
I'll give it a
crazy.
go. I am embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by that. Carol said, I've got the mini stripology ruler for Christmas.
let's
She
do
says I'll
that
have to
one
wait to
again.
use it until then. Oh, no. Oh
Oh
see if
no,
you can use it.
you can use it and they'll never know because it doesn't mark.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, my mom got me some boots
Rewrap
for
it.
Christmas and I'm wearing them.
Yeah,
I have to keep avoiding it and be like, I haven't worn them yet, Mum, no. But,
So I'll tell you a funny story about presents then. Well, I thought it was funny.
go on.
So because of obviously lockdown, we can't see people. My parents live 150 miles away.
Oh,
So I haven't seen them since February.
oh no.
Virtually I have, but not
Yeah.
physically. So for my birthday last month, a couple of weeks ago, they sent me some presents via that well-known delivery system that delivers everything in a brown box.
Yeah.
So that week about 8 parcels arrived in brown boxes, and Dad rang and said, right, you should have these, one's to go under the tree for Christmas, one's for your birthday.
Right.
I just looked at my other half and said, how am I supposed to know which is which? They're
Yeah.
in brown boxes
Yeah.
that just say Suzie Duncan.
Yeah.
What am I doing? So I opened them all.
Oh, so you've had them all early.
It's all right. I know Mum and Dad don't aren't going to be watching this morning because they won't be up yet. So I think I've got away with that one. Yeah, so I have had both my Christmas and...
Use your stripology ruler,
Yeah,
Carol.
get it
Hopefully that's
out.
made you feel better to use it. Laurie said,
Right.
love watching and listening to Susie's demo. So informative and fun.
Yeah, mad, I think is the term. So as you can see, row 2, super easy. I mean, how easy was that one? So now we can join 1 to 2. Okay. Normally I would do them all and then join my rows, but because you don't want to be here for the next hour watching me. So when you're joining, what I do is, so obviously 1's at the top here, 2's here, I'm going to join 1 to 2. So I flip 1 over, but you can do it the other way.
How many points to match are there here?
Exactly, this is what you have to look. And this is where your diagram will help, because you can see where you should be lining up your points.
Right.
So it's between these 2 and these 2. So there's only 4 on here to match. And actually, you find it naturally lines up.
Do they go right to the end, butt up to each, the end?
They do, yes. So this is why I say don't press until you get to this point. So I know I need my seams. Can you see?
We'll come back in.
Oh, look at that. Super duper camera work going on. Can you see you've got that like cross going on?
Yeah.
So I'm going to press those like that. So I'm going to finger press it so I know. Again, this one, finger press it so I know which way to go. So basically row 1 is going that way, row 2 is going that way now. And if I do it all the same, then I haven't got to think when I get to the ironing board. So what I'm going to do then is bring the iron in.
Would you pin at those points?
I do once I've ironed, yes.
Right, okay.
So let me iron them. So we want row 2, let's do row 1 because it's on the top. So row 1 I'm going to send this way. And it's only the ones where they meet that it's important that you have them in a certain direction. If, for example, with the half square triangles, if it's not meeting anything, then press it away from the original half square press. Does that make sense?
Well, it's kind of telling you which way it wants to go anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah, and don't fight it, but it's only where you're nesting them that you want to fight it. So those 2 want to go that way.
It's handy not having the cord. I've not seen the
I know,
cordless
love
ironing.
cordless irons. Yeah, they are good.
It sold out in the first showing. We need to get more of those.
I'm not surprised. So yes, you're right. What you would then do is pin, and I pin through the seam. So make sure you've got these going, you've got your half square triangles going in the right direction. So I want them to end up going upwards, so that lines up there. So ignore the beginning. Let's get your pins ready. And poke your pin through the stitching, and then you can put it through the stitching the other side and bring those seams together and pin, and then you can go back to the beginning and make sure that lines up and pin that, and then you'd move to the next point that needs lining up.
These your pins, Susie?
These are my pins.
They're nice, aren't they? These are the magic ones.
These are very nice pins, yes.
They've got like a really lovely spongy spongy end that you can hold, but they're also heat resistant, aren't they?
They're heat resistant. They're long as well, so you can go through a lot of wadding, everything. They're so good.
We have them on the website.
And what's even better about them, should you tip the whole lot upside down on your floor, they land point in.
Oh, you sound like someone who's got experience with that. You've dropped them on the floor. How do they land point in?
I don't know, it's so good. So good. I literally found that out one morning when I was hurriedly sewing something together, and we just got our puppy, and he was in the workroom with me and knocked my leg. I then knocked something else, and we ended up with pins literally everywhere. So I went, as you can imagine, into full-scale panic mode.
Yeah.
They all stood up on end. They all ended up in the carpet that way up.
What?
I know. So not only could I see them, but nobody trod on them.
That's so good. Elliot keeps telling me it's aerodynamics. It's aerodynamics.
Well, it must be. So the other great thing with this, and this has been tried and tested by folk. If you've got those long nails, fancy nails, they're really easy to pick up with long nails as well.
Yeah, because pins are really fiddly, aren't they, Kat, with long nails?
I don't know. No, my nails never get that.
No, mine don't. But Kat's got lovely long nails.
I used to, but certain things got
don't
in the
grow.
way. Well, no. A lot of it is what's going on in your body as well, isn't it? So, yeah. And fabric. Handling fabric all the time has an effect. Dries your hands out.
Right.
So you need the seams.
Up in the next hour.
I know. I am so going to be on the ordering those. Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be. I love that idea of being able to send someone an idea for your Christmas or birthday
drop
present.
a hint.
Yeah, I should be dropping lots of hints to Mr.
Is Simon
Duncan.
watching?
I don't know because he's at work.
So that means probably yes, doesn't it?
Yeah, he usually has it on one of the screens in his office. Yeah, so we've said, oh, what have I done here?
Press the button.
I've locked it. There you go. Yeah, we said we would do stocking presents for each other this year because we're supposed to be doing handmade. So I'm hand making all the others, but it was decided that we wouldn't hand make for each other.
Right.
So
is he crafty then?
Oh, he's very crafty.
So he would be good at making sort of.
Oh yeah, no, he could do stuff. Yeah, but he decided. In fact, he made my Christmas stocking one year.
Really?
Yeah, and personalised it. It was lovely.
Oh, brilliant.
But we've decided we're going to do just a few little things in a stocking for each other. So yeah, seam stuff would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So I should be sending him a big gift list.
Drop a hint.
Yeah.
So just matching up all of these.
I am just matching. It just takes a few minutes, and it is worth spending a few minutes doing this. I know this seems really laborious. Some rows you've got a lot to match, some rows you've got hardly any, and I deliberately have picked the wrong
one
row.
with a lot of seams to match.
So let's stitch that now, and then you can see what happens when you've stitched, and hopefully I'll have done it correctly and they'll line up. As you sew though, just as you get to seams, make sure you've got everything flat and that you're not snagging it. Go a little bit slower over the seams, give your machine that chance to do that.
And you're ever so good taking your pins out as well as you go.
I am, yeah.
It just scares me. If ever you hit your sewing machine needle with a pin, it does not make them almighty crash.
Horrendous, yes, yeah.
We will do a roundup of the kits, by the way, so if you haven't yet seen them, don't worry, we are going to have a look at those after we've seen the rows coming together.
The two colourways are just beautiful.
I think the blues would look nice as well.
The blues would look stunning, I think, especially for a winter quilt.
Oh yeah, really
Look like Winter Wonderland. Let's just push that back down. Oh, missed one. No, wrong way. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I think that's a good tip actually, to not be afraid to stop and reposition if you need to.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you need to be able to do that. So, moment of truth. If it's all wrong, then, you know, it's not my fault. I'll blame it on the pattern. There you go. Oh, not bad.
Nice.
Not bad. Look at that for seam matching.
Lovely. I mean, that's a really good
acceptable in the book of Suzie.
Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. So then, which way would you press your seam here?
So now I would press all of that bulk. You can see how it naturally wants to go, so I'd go with it, or you can, I mean, you can fight against it, but because you've got those half square triangles, if you fight against that, that's going to give you a big bulk. So now I would be pressing that with my seam going towards row 2. So it's easier to do it upside down. Set your seam first so everything knows what it's doing, and then press down. And pressing just means everything falls into line, and all of a sudden it all looks magnificent. And all I've done is put an iron over it. Your iron is definitely your best friend when you're quilting, definitely.
Oh, it's almost as important as your sewing machine, isn't it?
I think so, yes. You don't need steam necessarily. It's up to you, but I don't normally use steam. This was just set to steam. And if I'm truly honest, I don't touch any buttons because I don't know what... I like to read manuals first. I am one of life's manual readers because then I can't be blamed for getting it wrong.
No, that's good. That's good of you. I'm awful at it. I feel like...
So there you go. We've got 1 and 2 already done.
Nice.
And actually I had started at the other end as well. So I've got all these rows 17, 16, 15 and then 14 was done as well.
Oh, lovely.
So you can see how quick it is to build up.
Absolutely.
And how well these colours go together and really pop, don't they?
Yeah, they're like ice cream colours,
yeah, because normally you wouldn't think,
Sorbet.
you know, fuchsia pink and a hot paprika red, you'd
wouldn't
think,
put together, no.
yeah, that's going to be a bit scary, but actually in this quilt it really works lovely.
Absolutely
really pretty.
perfect.
Yeah.
Love it, absolutely love it. Thank you ever so much,
That's
Suzie.
all right.
Really excited for the next time.
I know, so many things to show you.
Moda as well, isn't it
I know.
gorgeous?
What a privilege. Oh, I'm so lucky, aren't I?
You are very lucky. We love having you here. Right, so just very quickly, don't forget Suzie's going to be back in an hour with Moda, which is really exciting. We're launching the Zoology range. So this is the bundle that you saw Suzie working with. It's the only way of getting the pattern. Pattern is only available in bundles today. If you do want it, make the most of it. You get all of your fabric, 6 meters of fabric, plus your pattern, ½ meter pre-cut. You're also getting your meter pre-cuts, which is this one, fuchsia, peach, and then 2 meters of white, plus all your ½ meter pre-cuts for $49.99. So it's such a good price as well for a big quilt. That's everything that you need for the front and the binding. You'll just need to add your backing. £49.99, and that's for the largest size quilt. So, I mean, this is an 80-inch square quilt. You could make the baby one, which is 40-inch, still nice size. Lap size is 60 square, and the bed size is 80 square. So, really, really good sizes. They're the pinks. We also have, don't forget about this one. I know we've sort of left this one alone, but don't forget that these blues are going to look amazing together. 2 meters of white, a meter of your blue and your grey, plus then ½ meter of all of your beautiful Rose and Hubble quality quilting weight solids. Now, just to remind you, this surely would be £10 here. They're always £10, the Lewis patterns. So you're paying £40 for all 6 meters of fabric, which, if you're thinking of this project or something else, you're getting the pattern and you're getting all of this fabric. I would absolutely make the most of it. 2 meters of white, always useful. All of your different shades of blues and greys, they're amazing. Plus you are getting bonus that you're getting your pattern as well. So whether you fancy doing this project or something else, don't miss out on this, because we now have less than 15. Less than 15. How good's that? You can make a cushion as well to go with it. You'll have plenty of fabric in there anyway. $49.99. Love it, absolutely love it. Now there's lots of bits and bobs if you want any waddings on the website. Have a look through at the Moda if you want to get ahead as well, because that's already selling very, very well. Speaking of selling very well, we've got back in stock the Stitch Remover. If you know, you know. Just grab it whilst you can, because it's going to be brilliant. We've got plus the seams gift sets. We've got some brilliant sewing room tools and gadgets coming up right after this.
Hi, my name is Yvonne McAtamney. My passion is patchwork and quilting, And it's also my privilege to own Village Fabrics, patchwork and quilting shop in Wallingford. My sewing life began before I went to school, certainly, and probably before I could read. My mum was always a sewer, and with two big sisters, every weekend there would be a new dress made, and I was allowed to do certain pieces, and as I got older, I started to make some dresses. My top tip is you don't have to be able to draw to design. The place that I always start is with a children's colouring in book. They have good bold outlines, and then you can trace that and adapt to your heart's content. Anybody can do it. My claim to fame is that last year, when things were good, we had Jenny Doan from Missouri Star Quilt Company come and do a meet and greet at my shop in Wallingford. We had a really enjoyable day and good fun was had by all. So I hope I'll be popping into your living rooms on a regular basis as we go forward with Sewing Street here. We are intending to bring you some absolute beginner kits as well as some of our more intricate designs. See you soon.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Yvonne from Village Fabrics, and I'm very pleased to be able to tell you that we have linked up with Sewing Street to bring you an absolute beginner's patchwork and quilting kit. As you can see on the wall behind me, there are 3 different colourways to make a table runner. We're going to take you step by step through how to make this from beginning to end. Much more information will be available whenever I'm next on the programme on the 9th of December, and please join whenever we do our live sew along in the new year. See you soon.
Welcome back, welcome back. It's so lovely to have Suzie, isn't it? Honestly, we've got the most amazing Moda collection, which she's going to give us lots of inspiration of what we can do with it. We've got panels, we've got layer cakes, we've got charm packs, we've got tiny little charm packs. They're 2.5-inch squares already cut. I know Moda put pre-cuts on the map, so we're really excited to show you the Zoology collection in the next hour. First of all, though, without further ado, are you ready? Because the stitch remover is back. Now you're thinking, well, I've got, one of those quick unpicks. I've got my stitch remover. Do I need another? Wait until you see what this is. So it looks like a shaver. It's not. This is specifically designed to be used in conjunction with your fabric, so it's not going to damage your fabrics. It's got the little teeth which aren't sharp, but they are going to very, very quickly and very easily remove your stitches. Now, whether it be because you are, you've made a mistake, whether it because you're doing a bargello and you're doing lots of unpicking, this is going to be so, so useful. So it comes with all of your instructions. If you like Suzie, you might want to read through your manuals. It comes with a little brush to just get rid of any of the extra bit of lint that you might have. Also comes with a little spray, a little oiling bottle sort of thing, and it comes with your charger. Now we've already taken that out because we've been charging it, so it plugs into your mains. You plug it in, nice and easy to wrap if you're doing your fabric wrapping as well in that box. I've got my eye on only square things at the moment because that's all I'm wrapping, but I'm so sorry to whoever's block this is, because I found it on the side and I'm unpicking it so I can show you. So I've already started. I just wanted to just give it a test to check that just wanted to show Suzie how it works, because she's not seen it before. So you've done your block, you're not happy with how your points meet. It turns on like that, and you can hear it's off. So then straight away, I can really quickly and really easily remove those stitches without any problem. I'm trying to do this without getting my in the way of the camera, so I'm doing it slightly awkwardly, but look at how much quicker that is. If you were to sit and pick, and there you go, if I then give that a press, the little holes will disappear, and all of the lint you can remove. So it is literally that simple. This has already been all pressed and it's all lovely. I don't know who's put this block together, and I feel quite bad, but imagine obviously all your seams are still open, and then again I'm going to go for it. I probably want to start by just taking the first few, because you need to almost just get, sorry if my head's in the way, on a bit of a roll. By the way, these have already been selling on pre-order, just to make you aware. So if you do want one, I'm making this look more awkward than it is. Look, there you go. Once you get onto your little roll, it's just amazing. It's so satisfying how quick and easy it is to remove any stitches from any of your fabrics. A third of the stock already sold before we came on air this morning at 8 o'clock. So are you ready? If you want them, the graphics are now live. It's $29.99. I think this is the perfect gift idea for Christmas. If you are after a gift for somebody for Christmas, if you know somebody's into sewing, trust me, they will love this. They will never look back. It's just $29.99, and I really, really hope that we have enough to last until Christmas. It's finally back in stock. You've heard me talking about this so many times. Have we got it? Have we got it? Have we got it? And if you haven't heard me talking about it on air, I've been asking Kat every single time that she's scheduling a show, will you just check and see if it's back in stock? Will you check? Clive, I know Clive's got his. Oh, there you go. Clive's watching. Hello, Clive. I'm so sorry, Clive. You're on next Saturday, aren't you? And I'm supposed to be with you, and I'm not now. I'm really gutted, but I didn't realise it was you on. Otherwise, yeah, I would have swapped sooner. It's lovely to have your messages, Clive. I know he's got one of these and he absolutely loves it. Half of, I hope whoever's messaged in asking for this, because we've had so many messages all asking for them over the last few months. We haven't been able to do it. Sorry, you all know I'm left-handed, so I'm trying to do this at the best angle for you to see. You can use it as a left-hander as well, but it's so quick, isn't it? Look at that. How amazing. It's so satisfying. Clive said I bought one of these. It's great. You will love it. They will sell out today, and I don't know how long it's going to take until we get these back in on reorder, just to make you aware. You're with Bex, Clive. You're with Bex. You could get one for you, and you could get one for a friend, couldn't you? It's so quick. I just find it so satisfying. I'd end up, because normally, I mean, don't get me wrong, I normally get frustrated when I have to get the quick and pick out, whereas actually this makes it so much easier and so much quicker. Pardon, sorry. Kat saying the amount of little holes that I put into fabric from using the stitch ripper. Don't get me wrong, you can get onto a bit of a groove and a run with a stitch ripper, but this, oh, there you go, that was a good one. Oh, it is just so satisfying. Oh, sorry. I'm not looking up. I can't see what I'm doing. But how amazing is that? I'm just literally taking this whole block apart now. There's so many of you who've got this in your basket. Be aware that it is going to sell out. If it is in your basket, we're in single figures. I'm going to do this next one. Do you know who put this block together, Kat? No, we don't know. Right, let me move it away from me so I can show you. You ready? So you've got your seam. Put your stitch remover like this into it and just glide it along. Is that in the right angle? And it's not damaging my fabric. Not damaging my fabric at all. Oh, I just love it. It's so good, isn't it? It's so, so good. You're having way too much fun with that. I know, Clive, I love it. It's so addictive. It really, really is. Oh, hi, Nurse Julie. Hi, Nurse Julie. Nurse Julie here. She says, I've just ordered my stitch remover. I can't wait. How crazy is that? I can't wait to remove all my stitches. It is strange how satisfying it is. But like I say, there's a time and a place. Sometimes you need, well, we all need a stitch remover, don't we? Whether you're a beginner or an expert. If you are in a queue, we're waiting with you. We want to make sure that everybody who's been trying to get one of these manages to get one, because we are now into single figures. Into single figures. What's Elliot doing? It's so quick and just so satisfying, and leaves very, very little mess and very, well, zero damage to your fabric either. So good. Sorry, I know I've taken apart this whole block. I'm doing some, backward sewing today. I'm just going to find one of your makes, Clive, ready for that you've sent in your samples for next Saturday, and I'll just start unpicking them all. I have way too much fun with this. It is just the most frustrating thing, though, when you're having to sit with an unpicker, isn't it, sometimes? So I just find this so perfect. And it charges up. You can use it for your cottons. You could use it for any of your fabrics. It isn't just for your quilting cottons. Sorry. Is it gone? It's another time sold out again. Completely sold out. I have no idea when we're going to get this back in, but I will ask every day. Don't you worry. If we get it back in time for Christmas, it will be a miracle. It will be a miracle. Fingers crossed we do, because I know so many people, again, missing out. I'm sorry if you missed it. Oh, brilliant. Well done if you managed to get yours. Shall we do the seams? Because I think these are another great gift idea. If you are thinking of just adding to your basket and adding to your order, there's so many people that will love these, and not just the sewers, So in fact, let's start for the one for the sewers, because this one's got quilting gloves in as well, which is really, really handy indeed. So they come, I have seen them because they're in the office, and I saw Karen's show, but it's the first time I've had them on my show, and they are absolutely plush. They're beautiful, beautiful, like sort of toiletry cases and bags that they come with. And then inside, lovely gold zip. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And of course, I like having a nice little travel bag. You've got your hand cream, which is gorgeous. I absolutely swear by this. I love, love, love it. So you've got your hand cream. You've also got your nail oil, which is your Silk Touch hand and nail oil, your rosehip oil, your blackcurrant seed oil, your peony root extract. It smells amazing. It does absolute wonders for your cuticles and for any dry skin that you have. Plus, you also get a seams tape measure, retractable tape measure in there. And you're also getting a pair of quilting gloves. So you get all of that, plus you're getting your travel case, all for $49.99. I love it. All of the wrapping says seams, including the tissue paper. That also is branded seams. It's attention to detail. It's gorgeous. And I must say, the hand cream and the nail oil are an absolute must, whether you be a sewer or just especially at the moment with how many times we are, of course, using hand gel and antibacterial gels and things like that. It's so lovely and luxurious. It smells beautiful. You only need a tiny little pea drop, like this much, and rub it, give it a really good massage into your hands. I found, especially during this, of course this year when we're using antibac every other second, but also with the cold weather, my hands suffer. They get very, very dry, as you probably hear Elliot teasing me. And this is so fast absorbing. It's not greasy. It's designed with sewers in mind. So it's designed to be able to use and then to be able to work with your different fabrics like your silk dupions and things like that. It'll absorb instantly. It does have macadamia nut oil in, just to make you aware if you have a nut allergy. But all of the ingredients that are packed into here really don't reflect in the price. There are so many amazing healing ingredients in there. Your shea butter, the fragrance isn't medical, it isn't overly floral. It's a beautiful, clean, fresh scent. Everybody who I talk to says, oh, have you tried this? Have you tried this? Have you tried Seam's hand cream? It's unisex completely. It's really, really lovely. In fact, Kieran, my husband, he's a floor fitter. He is literally using his hands every single day for 8 or 9 hours a day at the moment. He's really, really busy and his hands are in ruins. So I've put one of these by the side of his bed. I'm like, you need to do it religiously. He doesn't look after his hands and they just look so sore. And he's already, he has got workman's hands. And already it's started to make such a difference. And it's lovely to see. So that's the hand cream. The cuticle oil as well. I actually think it's fantastic. It all comes with it in the lovely bag. So the nail oil isn't like a little sample size either. You're getting really lovely sizes which will last you. The shelf life is 12 months and it will last you that long because you don't even need to squeeze the top there. It comes in like a little pipette, and if you just dab that onto your cuticles, we do this every morning, Kat, don't we? This one's normally $21.99 on its own, by the way, so the value for money is fantastic. Give it all a good rub into your cuticles. You can put it on any dry patches like your elbows or your feet even in the summer. I know that Hayley always calls them holiday legs in the summer. She puts it all on her legs and they look all lovely and glossy. But it's just, again, designed to really help to heal and mend all of the different ingredients that have gone into it. Karen actually came up with the idea after she was on a milliner's course. So she was making hats and she said her hands were absolutely in ruins. So she designed these. In fact, it's definitely worth, if you're gifting it to somebody, or whether you're trying these out for yourself and you just think, do you know what, the value for money in the gift set is perfect. I might as well go for the gift set, where you get the quilting gloves, you also get the retractable tape measure, always useful, plus obviously your hand and nail oil, and your beautiful toiletry bag. But I'm also thinking, get them to watch back Karen's show. It was the 24th of November, her most recent show, and she was so thorough. She goes through everything, every ingredient, why she picks this, why she's so passionate about it. What other industries this is booming in the beauty industry, in the fashion industry. Even ice skating dancers are loving it. So Claire, who makes things, I bet you'll love this. But I just think it's, especially in the cold, your hands take a hit, don't they? They really do take a hit in this cold weather. Especially this year, more than ever, with of course, all of the antibac and hand sanitizer we're using. Speaking of which, there is another beautiful gift set. Now this, obviously, designed with sewers in mind. It's got really, really lovely details with your quilting gloves and also your retractable tape measure. This, I would get one for every single person in your family. If you can afford to do it, the price is fantastic again. And inside, the lovely, lovely plush kit. It's only $29.99, which for what's inside is brilliant. You're going to get your absolutely beautiful, beautiful hand cream. You also get your quilting gloves, which Kat actually didn't realise they were quilting gloves. She thought, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to soak my hands in it at night and put my gloves on and let it really, really soak in, which is, I know, what a lot of people do when they go and have manicures and things. I know that Kat's saying she does it on her feet, but they do have the little grip pads on the ends, so they are designed for doing your sewing, for your quilting. You also get a nail file, and you get my favourite hand sanitizer. that isn't really a sentence that I thought I would be saying prior to this year, but I've tried so many. I've tried so many. Some that make me feel drunk because they are so strong smelling of Malibu or alcohol or tequila or anything. It just makes me feel like sick. I'm like, oh God, that's so strong. You know what I mean? Sometimes when you go into shops and you use the sanitizer, they can be really, really sticky. They can be just sort of like watery. They never dry. You can have too much. You might think, oh, well, that's not done anything. I need loads of it. But mainly for me, it's the smell. This is my very own one, and I absolutely love the smell of it. I can't even describe what it is. It's not coconutty. It says the flavour, or not the flavour, the scent of it is with soft amber cocoon scent. It's beautifully fresh. It is beautifully fresh. So I can't recommend this enough. It is the most luxurious hand sanitizer I have used this year. It's amazing. It is the latest, obviously, addition to Seams. You only, again, need a tiny bit, so just use a little bit. You don't need to drown your hands in it. And it will just feel so silky and soft. It's pocket size as well. Keep one in the car, keep one in your handbag, keep one in your coat pocket. Oh, it's just very, very luxurious. Of course, we're all taking this incredibly seriously and sanitising every moment that we can. We've all got our own. My V's nearly come off, but I do have a V on the top, and I use it every single day. I have it to the side of me all the time. So this kit is brilliant. So the only difference with this one and the other one is that you don't get the nail oil, and you get a nail file instead of a retractable tape measure. This time you get the hand sanitizer. I think that would be a brilliant gift. Or I tell you what, why don't you think, okay, actually, I am going to buy this, but I really, really want the quilting gloves, or I really, really want the hand cream, or I really want to try the sanitizer. You could give the other bits away as gifts, couldn't you? You could keep the bag yourself, or you could gift the bag and just put a couple of bits in there. It's completely up to you. I mean, I love it. Absolutely love it. So all of the seams, very, very popular indeed. Well done if you managed to get either of those. We love them. The what, sorry? The Gutermann. The Gutermann threads. We've got a really lovely, big mega box of Gutermann. It's huge. Wow, you're getting 48 quality, 50 weight polyester threads. These are great for gift ideas. And look at how beautifully they come presented as well. So they come in a lovely, lovely tin, which I just find so nostalgic. Absolutely gorgeous. It reminds me, well, it must have been sort of it obviously probably was an advertising campaign. 1895, love it. And then inside, look at these colours. So you have got all of your beautiful neutral tones. You've got your black and white and your ivories and creams. You've got right through until the oranges. You've got all of your reds. You've got your blues. You've got your greens into your greys. Now, the great thing about this, if you are buying for somebody and you're not quite sure about different weights of threads and what's a good thread, what's a bad thread, what to know, all that you need to know is this is £1 and 24 pence a Gutermann spool. That is brilliant. That's without the tin. That's without the fact that you're getting it in this presentation box. Generally, Gutermann threads are between £1.70 and £2 a spool if you're buying them individually. Generally about that sort of price, maybe £1.50 sometimes. That is a massive saving. Even if you haven't bought anything today, add your post and packaging on, we're still at £1.33 a spool. And what do we need when we're sewing? Thread. We all need thread. It was one of Debbie Shaw's tips, actually. Use a good quality thread. Use the right thread for the job. You will see such a difference in your sewing. You'll see such a difference in the longevity of your projects. If you're indulging in these beautiful fabrics that we've got, the Modas that we've got in the next hour, the Liberties that we had at 8 o'clock, you want to make sure you're sewing for the future generations and you're sewing for them to last. the great thing about a 50 weight is that this is what they call the sew all threads. You can use this in your sewing machine, you can use this in your bobbin, you can use this for hand sewing, you can use this for quilting, for piecing, for applique, for any kind of sewing. Don't get me wrong, yes, they design a 70 weight for top stitching, a heavier weight. You can get finer cottons, you can get different ones, but this is your sew all thread. You get 100 meters on each, 100% polyester, really strong, and every color under the rainbow. I mean, that is just such a brilliant stash builder, isn't it? Message from Alison. There you go, Guterman, £2.35. I had to buy some yesterday. What a brilliant price. This one's now, without the postage and packaging, £1.24 a spool. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? That is crazy. Unbelievable to say that you're getting Guterman threads as well, which is quality thread. We've been waiting for this box to come back into stock. It is here. It is perfect for Christmas. It's been a very, very long time since we've been able to do it, actually. So if you're matching up fabrics, it's not like you're going to have to say, I've got a green. Is it going to go? No, but I'll go for it. Look at the spectrum of greens you're getting here. Look at all of the blues that you're getting here. All of your lovely reds, even your greys for English paper piecing. Grey actually is a really good colour to go to if you're doing EPP, or if you're using different colours. Quite often it's hard to know what thread to use if you want it to blend in. You don't want it to stand out. Don't get me wrong, these are going to be gorgeous for decorative stitching as well. But if you don't want it to stand out, grey's quite a good neutral colour that doesn't stand out as much as black and white actually. It's a really good colour to use. So you've got plenty of colours to choose, whether you're doing decorative or your everyday sewing. Or your piecing, your dressmaking. These will be the threads that you see every day our guest designers using on air, whether they're bag makers, whether they're quilters or toy makers or dressmakers or whatever they're doing, these are your sew all threads. Right, it is a back in stock deal today. It's been a while since we've been doing it and I don't know how long it will take until we get these back in again. So make the most of it because I don't think these are going to last long. What a lovely presentation box as well that you can see what you've got. Because how annoying is that? I mean, you could just replace them then. If there's certain colours that you use, I've put my hand cream on and slipping. So you know if you use, yellow and you're out of yellow, you know that then that's colour 417. You could replace that and just always keep this lovely like that. So you can see what colours you've got, because my spools are all in like a little drawer tub and I'm hunting through and I think, I've ran out of that. And then I'll find it and then think, I've just bought another one of those. You end up saving money by, investing in collections like this. Think about the tin as well. I mean, you could keep all your buttons in there after otherwise, couldn't you? And surely the tin is £5. I'm being conservative here, £5. So whichever way you look at it, the spools are a bargain. Make the most of that because they are great value for money. It's been very, very busy. Very, very busy today. I think everybody's panicking, getting all their Christmas shopping in. Can I just say as well, I want to say we are still guaranteeing delivery for Christmas. So I know a lot of places aren't because of obviously things that are going on in the world at the moment. I've had a couple of emails saying, sorry, it isn't going to be in until January now, or it isn't going to be until then. So if there's something in stock, don't wait, because I can't guarantee that we'll get them back in stock again. Make the most of those whilst you can. They're brilliant. Right. I knew you were going to that. I wanted to get this. Right, Suzie, in honour of Suzie, this one is for her. I don't think the Clover one was in stock when we had it up before. We've got it back in stock again. Another one that is a firm favourite with all of our guest designers. And if I'm going to be brutally honest with you, the first time I saw it, I thought, right, how good is this going to be? How efficient is this going to be? Yes, please. Don't get me wrong, it's not going to make your iron completely redundant. You are still going to need your iron, but between ironing, between pressing, this is genius. Because of the way it's been designed by Clover, it's got a lovely ergonomic handle, and it's actually got a tapered wheel. So you probably can't even see it on here. It's only very, very slightly, but it means that it tapers out at the end. So when you are pressing down on this, the force or the pressure will apply right to the center of this wheel. So if you want to do some really lovely firm creases, or if you're opening seams, this is perfect. As a temporary, a temporary crease, this is perfect. So, I mean, I've got quite a few layers here, and because of that tapered wheel and the design that it has, if I just give that a quick roll, look at how lovely and sharp that crease is. It will instantly crease. I think these are brilliant. I tend to burn my fingers if I go in straight away with my big iron into a seam that needs to be pressed open. This is perfect for that. There are certain times you can't put your iron on fabrics. So, fabrics like your PUs or any ones that are very delicate, fabrics that like your leather, you quilt as you go, you don't want the lines to disappear. This is going to be absolutely perfect for it. So if you're ever in doubt and you're not quite sure whether you can press it, reach for the Clover roll and press. It's so, so handy. Oh my word. Sally Ann Harrison, Alison Marion, obviously Suzie as well. With Kerry, absolutely loves hers. If you want to do any sewing on the go as well, if you're on the train or if you're on a coach journey, if you're not taking your iron with you, this is really, really handy. As I said, it won't make your iron completely redundant, but you will be shocked at how efficient this is and how well it does press it. So yeah, I love it. I saw these on the Great British Sewing Bee actually as well, and I didn't realise that dressmakers use these, but yeah, I did spot one of these. I love looking out for the tools on the Great British Sewing Bee. If you've got it in your basket, be aware that it will potentially, in fact, no, it will sell out today. It will sell out today. There's a lot of you who've got that in your basket, so just be aware. Also from Clover, we've got two other tools. Now let's start with the stiletto. The stiletto is one that I always remind guests that we've got right to the side of us here on the desk, because it's ever so useful. It comes in useful for lots of different projects. Whether you're holding it whilst you're sewing. In fact, Elliot gets ever so nervous when our guest designers go near the sewing machine with their fingers. So you can use this to be able to just glide through, maybe near your overlocker to hold things in place. Just to help be that extra long finger. We do have the iron finger as well, but I love this. Also, if you're turning through any tubes or any points or any curves, if there's anything that you want to make sure that you've got that lovely crisp seam, it's got a nice pointy edge, but it's not too sharp. It's not like your scissors pointing your scissors through. It's not going to go through your stitches. If you give that a really good sort of sweep along, I'm thinking like a curved edge, that is going to give it a really crisp corner. It's also got a silicone end. So this end is actually heat proof. So if you're using this in conjunction with your iron, then it is heat resistant as well. It is heat resistant, but you can use it with your sewing machine to hold things in place. You can use it with your iron as well. We've run out of turning tools, so grab this one. If you're desperate to get a turning tool or a pokey tool, I know that John calls them his Derek the Dobber, then these are absolutely perfect for that. £12.99. Okay, finally from Clover, we've also got the iron finger. I haven't seen the iron finger for ages. I think this is another one that disappeared out of stock. Right, it is a massive silicone finger, and you think, in fact, or tube, or again, brilliant for poking out bags and things like that, because you've got the pointy edge, you've got a curved edge. Also, if you're pressing round loops like this, you can wrap your fabric completely round it, and you can iron right up to it anywhere. It's all silicone, and it's nice and flexy as well. It's just £15.99. Turn, press, roll and point, it says. So of course, being heat resistant is an absolute dream to work in conjunction with your iron. It's another one that people swear by. Once you get it home and use it, it'll be one of those that you think, what did I do without my iron finger? £15.99. All of these Clover products are perfect, aren't they? Absolutely perfect. You can obviously use it in conjunction with your iron. Fantastic. They're all the Clover products that are back in stock. Right. Meter stick. I haven't done this one before. This is new to me. Oh, in fact, do you know what? It's brand new to all of us. For quilters, for dressmakers, for all crafting rooms. Of course, you need a tape measure or a ruler. This is a whole meter stick, and do you know what I like as well? It's also got your, it tells you 10 millimeters is 1 centimetre, 100 centimetres is 1 metre, 1,000 metres is 1 kilometre. It gives you all those conversions as well. So on the one side you've got your inches. This is really, really handy actually to be able to measure, you know, if you're measuring a quilt, you know, if I'm measuring a quilt like this and I don't want to get my, my tape measure, it's so much easier to be able to hold, isn't it? If you're doing it on your own without somebody else with a tape measure there, that's really handy. Really, really handy. It is in inches and it is also in centimetres on the flip reverse. First time, this is brand new in today. It's only £4.99. It will be included in our shipping as well. There's your centimetre sizes as well. And nice for anybody who's got potentially their sewing room or their crafting room. It's going to be really, really handy indeed. Really, really handy indeed. Just £4.99. Brand new in today. That's great, isn't it? Really useful indeed. I think we need to keep this one for the studio. Yeah, you've got a hole there to hang it at the end. Yeah, so what are you thinking? That we can attach it to the desk. Good idea. Really, really good idea. So if you just want to check the width of things, I always ask the width of dressmaking fabrics. So yeah, they're perfect. Absolutely perfect. Brilliant. We'll keep that one then. Flown into basket, same P&P, and it will be transported to you nice and safely. Yeah, that would be really handy to have on the desk actually, Elliot. Good idea. Good idea. Thank you. Right. We'll get that sorted. Should we do some lighting? Let's do the Lamina. I love this. Like, look at this. It's so quick and easy to manoeuvre. So it's clamped onto the desk. You can clamp onto any size desk, any thick desk. We've had it on thin glass tables because it's got the little cushions underneath. It's not going to damage your table. Now, we recently launched some lighting solutions from Native Lighting. Claire's worked in the lighting industry for the last decade, and she's been to lots of exhibitions over the years, working at different companies, and she decided there was a bit of a gap in the market for certain requirements for crafts. So I'd love to hear from you, by the way, if you've had yours home, if you've got the Lamina light, I would love to hear from you. The reverse lamp's almost sold out. We had this one available in black and white, and we had it as a floor lamp, and we've got it as a desk lamp. The floor lamp has been really, really popular. This one, it plugs into your mains. Yeah, this one's a mains plug-in. It's got your panel here, which has got your power, instantly just a touch button. It's got your colour, so you can change it from warm to cool to daylight. And you can also change the brightnesses. It's got it's got more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 different brightnesses, I believe. You also have a remote that comes with it as well. So you can use the remote to do the settings. So 60 seconds. Sorry, Kat. You've got your 60 seconds timer, and you've got a 10-minute timer. So if you're having this as a bedside light and you're thinking, right, 10 minutes more of reading and then I'm going to bed, the light will switch off. You've also got your brightness. You've got your colour. You can do it to 20%, 50%, 100%. You've got your warm, cool, and your mix. So all can be worked from a remote control as well. What I love about it is that it's very, very streamlined. Quite a lot of lamps, I find, can take up a lot of your space. If you want to light up an area on your sewing machine bed, you can literally manipulate it and flex it to wherever you want it to shine that light. And it really is a beautiful colour light. Let me show you the difference. So these are the 3 different colours, if you can see them on screen. If it's is sometimes difficult to show you on screen, but it's really going to help with your colour matching as well. So there's your cool light. You've also got your warm light and your mix light as well. They come with a 2-year warranty through Native Lighting. I'll show you the brightnesses as well. 5 levels of different light brightness. Brightness, that is the right word. I was going to say temperature, but brightness. And they're all LED lights as well, so it's not going to leave any heat, or you don't need to worry about changing lots of bulbs all the time. They are LED, energy saving, energy efficient bulbs. If you're thinking, right, I'm going to attach it to the headboard on my bed, or I'm going to attach it to a side table, I'm going to do it to a dressing table, of course, you can then change it around. It's not heavy, it's really lovely and lightweight. In fact, it comes in a box like this. Comes in a tiny box like that, ready to go in the post. And then if it's too long for you, if you're finding actually I want to be able to just make this shorter for a desk lamp, you're focusing the light wherever you want. So if you're reading, you don't want to disturb somebody else who's sitting trying to watch a film in the lounge, it focuses the light. It's not going to spray lots of light everywhere else. It's just simply focusing the light on there. And I think in black as well, it will fit in with everybody's sort of home decor. We have got it in white, and it's up to you which you prefer. Sometimes people think that white can look slightly more sort of clinical. If you've got a craft room itself, it will look beautiful. But if you're thinking, it will look really, really chic. But in black, it looks really contemporary as well. They are £95.99, which sounds like an investment. But we, of course, do a lot of crafting, do a lot of time sewing. Don't strain your eyes. Don't, mishmash with your with all of your colours. If you are trying to match colours, this is perfect. It's about having, the right light for the right job, especially when we're talking about the winter nights drawing in. It's just so good to be able to have that flexible frame, to be able, of course, to change it to whatever angle you want. Even just to read recipes in the kitchen. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't need to necessarily be for hobbies and crafts, but it's a perfect light to be able to have in the house. £95.99. If you've bought anything from Native Lighting. Kerry is one of the ambassadors, actually. She loves the lighting. Debbie Shaw's got one of these. I think she's got the same as this, but in the floor lamp, which she absolutely loves. And Claire's going to be back to talk more about it, but it's definitely worth going on to Native Lighting website to read more about them. We are very, very lucky that we have the relationship with Claire that we do. And the quality of the lights are absolutely superb. These are my favourite. The flexi stem, I think, or gooseneck, is absolutely invaluable for us sewers who want to light up different parts. And that's come from her experience talking to crafters year after year after year. Don't get me wrong, lighting companies are great for lots of different industries, but it was Claire who specifically wanted to sort of set up with crafters in mind, and this one absolutely does. It's still lovely and solid and firm, great quality, but it's got that flexibility, which we love. I've had a message come in from Julia. Hi Vicky. Ordered my Lumina lamp, waiting for it to arrive. Can't wait to use it for my what, sorry? Crystal art painting, my crystal art painting. Oh, amazing. Is that where you're getting all of the little crystals and you put them into, you put them all in? Or are you painting crystals? Anybody who does small model work and model making and having to paint intricate things, that'd be amazing. Elliot, you do a different kind of modelling work, don't you? So, we've also got another lamp today. This one's with a really strong magnifier, actually. My desk is a bit full today, isn't it? Oh, my meter stick. Let me move this out the way. So, this is your desk light, and it comes again with your mains plug-in. 1 second. Oh, let me move this all around. So, I'm getting tangled up with all of my wires. It's not heavy at all. It's really, really lovely and lightweight. This is going to be another great one as a desk lamp. This is the one that Kerry uses. In fact, I think Kerry's daughter uses this. I think this is so handy. Once again, it's got that goose flexible neck. On the base of the light, it's got your on-off switch. There you go, on, off. You also have, you can change the colour, so you've got a cool light. You've also got your warm light, and you've got your brighter light, your mixed light there, and you change the brightnesses. There you go at the bottom. So you can change all the brightnesses there on the ring light at the bottom. It also has this cap. Now, obviously, because you need to be careful with magnifying glasses if you're in conservatories and things like that with the light shining on it. So it comes with that little protective cap. But then your magnifier on this one is really strong, isn't it? This one I think is probably the strongest magnifier that we had actually. If I remember rightly, I think it was the 3.5. Let me just grab a pin so you can see. So, where's the best place to show you, Elliot? 3 times magnification. 3 times magnification. So there you go. There's your pin. And how better for anybody, how much better is that for anybody who's reading, for anybody who's looking at instructions, for anybody who's looking at small text, for anybody who's doing if you're looking at cross stitch, sashgo, any hand stitching, any embellishing, any seed bead work. 3 times magnification. I'm on the desk now. I've left it on the desk. You said put it further away. That's as far away as I can do it. I can't find it on the camera. Where is it? There it is. There it is. There it is. It's probably a bit difficult to show you on camera, but you can see it's probably a little bit too far away from the camera. But there you go. Your magnification is amazing. There's the pin itself. Straight away under magnification, 3 times magnification. £42.99. As I say, I think this is a great reading light, or for doing your makeup, for doing anything. My mum was saying actually now she's finding it difficult to do her makeup without her glasses on. So something like this is really, really handy, isn't it, to do things like that? You know, if you are just wanting a lamp that also has a magnifier on, there was one other option, and it was a massive one, which I know obviously not everybody has the space to cater for that. Whereas this is perfect. I think there were a couple of options with the magnifiers. There were our exclusives, and there was the big one that we launched as well last week. So absolutely love this. It's really lovely. And again, it sort of slots into all of your rooms, doesn't it? Okay. Millwood rotary cutters. We've got 2 different sizes. We've got the 45mm, which is the most popular. You can get smaller, which we've got, and you can actually get bigger, but a 45mm blade is for all of your main cutting. Don't be scared of using rotary cutters. They are very, very sharp, so use, of course, with caution, but it will make your cutting life so much quicker and so much more precise, I find, using a rotary cutter. You obviously need to make sure that you've got a correct cutting mat, and use with a ruler as well to get that accuracy. But this is the most affordable rotary cutter that we have in stock. It's £8.99. A lot of people, you know, like with your scissors, you might need a second one to use with your EPP, or that you're cutting through paper. Dressmakers are using them more and more now. So if you do want to have that second rotary cutter that you keep in your work sort of bag ready to go to workshops when we're allowed to, this would be perfect for that. £8.99. Got a message from somebody in Somerset. I've got one of each of the lights, and it's so worth the money. Thank you for your message. Thank you very much. It absolutely is. It's an investment, isn't it? And actually, if you think about how much over time you're going to use it, how many hours you're going to use it, it's actually a really small price to pay, isn't it? Especially this time of year, we absolutely need to make sure that you've got the right light. So that's your larger one. We also have the 28mm blade, so you can see there the difference. Now, what I like about this one is that you can get into lovely curves. So if you're using for example, any of the circle cutters, if you are cutting on curves, if you're doing any freehand cutting. I know that Delphine was doing the Tasha quilt, the applique. Cutting out small pieces like this with a bigger rotary cutter would be quite cumbersome. This is perfect for that. Same again, it's completely enclosed until you pull that lever. Make sure after each cut you get into the habit of just closing your blade. It's got a really lovely soft grip as well. And I know a lot of people use these ones in this size for foundation paper piecing actually, and just solely use it for that. Yeah, for all your freehand cutting, it's perfect. What was that, sorry? Scissor sets, Christmas presents, all the rose gold ones we had on air the other day with, who was it that had these? And we said, oh, we've got to try and find them, remember? And we said, oh, have we got any of these in stock? Have we got any of these in stock? Because these are perfect Christmas gift ideas. Who was that? $19.99. So you've got your big shears, your really lovely scissor set, and then you've also got your very, very handy embroidery scissors as well. You've got your pins, you've got a thimble. So don't get me wrong, sometimes with gift sets or with packs where you're purchasing a pair of scissors and then you get lots of different like sort of freebies, I should say, because it's $19.99. You can pay that obviously just for your dressmaking shears. But sometimes do you think, oh, well, I don't need that, or I don't need that, or I won't use that. Whereas all of these things in here are extremely, extremely useful, and they're in that rose gold colourway. Rose gold is here to stay. It started to come into fashion in about, well, I say it's come in and out of fashion over the years, but I think it was probably about 2015. Everybody started to see rose gold, rose gold, rose gold. I think Michael Kors made it really famous. And now even Charlotte Tilbury, the makeup, everything is rose gold. It's so on trend still. Rose gold is here to stay. So if you are after a lovely gift for somebody, even someone who's, you know, off at university, you all need a good pair of scissors. Do you know, these would be lovely as my Christmas scissors as well. I've got a Christmas pencil case, is that sad? Where I've got all of my nice coloured pens, nice pair of scissors for your wrapping. Obviously, don't use these for your fabric and your wrapping paper. You need to keep them separate. But for £20, these would be really lovely to have a nice pair of scissors that you just use at Christmas. Special pair of scissors to use at Christmas. We've also got it in silver. They were laughing at me at Jewellery Maker as well that I had a Christmas pencil case. Kerry from Living in Loveliness also has one. So therefore it makes mine. You've got your pins, you've got your thimble, you've got your little embroidery snips, always handy to have by a sewing machine, always handy for your hand sewing, And they've got nice big finger and thumb rings. And the reason I say that is sometimes when you're looking at smaller ones, my thumbs are quite chunky. I can't fit my thumbs in half of them, and this is brilliant. Lovely gift set, lovely, lovely gift set. You've got your 21.5 centimetre scissors and your 9 centimetre scissors. Now, just very, very quickly, these have been very, very popular today. Before we get Suzie back on, they are back in stock. Your Gutermann threads, 48 Gutermann sew all threads, all of your 50 weights, £59.99. All of your sunset shades, you've got your reds, you've got all of these gorgeous greens. £59.99. What was that? £59.99, which makes it £1.24 per spool. We're spoiling you, aren't we? And that's not including the tin. It comes in a lovely gift set. Honestly, the value for money is fantastic. Polyester, 100 metres on each spool. If everybody checks out the basket, over half the stock is sold out, just to be aware. There's a lot of people who've got this in their basket. And this is literally back in stock. And I don't know whether we're going to be able to get this in again before Christmas. It's taken us months to be able to get it. So I don't think we're going to see it. We saw it right at the start of Sewing Street, back at the start of the year. And we all said, oh, that's an introductory offer. We'll never be able to do another deal like that. And now this is a Christmas special. Make the most of it whilst you can. $59.99. People are multi-buying on this. I'm not surprised. I'm thinking a few people actually. If you're getting one for somebody else, definitely get one for yourself as well. You could slip that through a letterbox, couldn't you? I'm just thinking, yeah, it's nice and slim. I'd make sure somebody was the other side to catch it. Elliot loves these purples. The purples are lovely, aren't they? That one's really bright. Gorgeous colour. Are you ready for Moda? Are we ready? I don't know whether we are. We've got the most exciting Moda collection, Zoology collection coming up in the next hour. We've got loads of inspiration from Suzie. We've got panels, we've got layer cakes, we've got mini charm packs, we've got fat quarters. We've got so much that's coming up with Suzie. Do not go anywhere. Have a look on the website and pre-order what you can, because loads of you have already done that. I would hate for you to miss out. We're so excited about the Zoology collection coming up with Suzie right after this.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 AM, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hi, I'm Yvonne from Village Fabrics and I'm very pleased to be able to tell you that we have linked up with Sewing Street to bring you an absolute beginner's patchwork and quilting kit. As you can see on the wall behind me, there are 3 different colourways to make a table runner. We're going to take you step by step through how to make this from beginning to end. Much more information will be available whenever I'm next on the programme on the 9th of December. And please join whenever we do our live sew along in the new year. See you soon.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Hi, I'm Yvonne from Village Fabrics and I'm very pleased to be able to tell you that we have linked up with Sewing Street to bring you an absolute beginner's patchwork and quilting kit. As you can see on the wall behind me, there are 3 different colourways to make a table runner. We're going to take you step by step through how to make this from beginning to end. Much more information will be available whenever I'm next on the programme on the 9th of December. And please join whenever we do our live sew along in the new year. See you soon.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Just to remind you, because I haven't actually said this yet today, but those of you that are purchasing between the 1st and the 12th of December, it doesn't need to be over 6 consecutive days, but if you're shopping 6 days over the first 12 days of December, then you're eligible for free P&P throughout the whole of January. So even if you're purchasing, it's worth, if you've purchased a few days, go onto the website, and even if you're buying pins or some extra, you know, a fat quarter or anything that you want, it's worth having a good look through. Just the early bird. If you are shopping with us for the first for the first 12 days, 6 days or more, then you will get free post and packaging. The marketing team will send you a code to be able to get free P&P for the whole of January. How good is that? Absolutely brilliant. Right, are we ready? We've just brought the graphics in straight away. Do you know why? Because there's so many of you have already got this. I'm not surprised. Look at the price. How is this? $10.99. Oh, that's mad. I absolutely love this. Am I upside down now?
No, you're good.
No, it's you upside down, Elliot. These are absolutely amazing, aren't they? You've got the sloth, you've got the koala, you've got the llama, you've got the flamingo. It's the most beautiful panel. It's absolutely huge. And it's $10.99. Now, Suzie, you've been working with these.
I have.
How soft are they?
Oh, it's glorious. It's so soft. I mean, it's indescribably soft.
I was thinking, is it like
it's perfect.
A sateen? It's really lovely.
It is, which means that if you're going to turn this into a play quilt for a baby,
oh, this is beautiful.
it's absolutely perfect. Yeah, it's so lovely and soft to work with. The detail in the pictures themselves is amazing. I mean, look at that llama's coat. It actually looks woolly.
On it,
exactly what I was going to say. If you wanted to make this into, I've made a wall hanging out of it, but if you want to embellish them to give them that texture as well, that would be perfect when you're quilting.
So you've got enough here to be able to do a quilt, and we'll show you the one that you've done as well, because you could put a board around it.
I have.
Make it into a quilt.
Yes.
And then on the bottom there's more.
Exactly. So I've made a cushion with one.
Love the cushion.
Just a quick envelope cushion.
I love the way you quilted it as well.
Oh, with the circles.
Yeah, look at this.
And then
the sun behind the flamingos. I love
it's
that.
so cool. And then the other one, you can either do another cushion with, or I would turn this into a wall hanging for the nursery or playroom.
That would be absolutely gorgeous.
Or whatever room you like. But what I love about some of these is it gives you the hints and tips for detail as well. So if I wanted to embellish this further, I could do little beads on the dots here.
Yeah.
You've got easy stitch. If you want to bring out the animals more, you can, quilt round them like I did with the flamingo. So there's so much that you can do with these panels. And if you cut round, you've still got strips of fabric here that you can incorporate into borders to bring it all together.
That's a lovely green, isn't it?
It is a lush green, isn't it?
It reminds me, I mean, there's so many beautiful colours in here, but it's great for anybody who does want, again, quite a quick project. Or, I suppose, there's nothing stopping you. It's your panel from fussy cutting some of these. Yeah. You could even cut round your koala and applique that onto something else. I would be multi-buying at that price. At $10.99, there's so much you're going to be able to do with it. But if you want a quick quilt, or if you want to practice your quilting, there's
exactly.
You don't need to worry about doing all the piecing.
No. I mean, I would even make this into a tablecloth for a playroom.
Oh, that's so cool.
I mean, that'd be such
You
fun.
could Oda coat it.
Absolutely.
You could put the water resistant.
So it makes it wipeable as well, and you could do quick borders with your, the charm packs that are on the show.
Yeah.
Because you literally, run those up together, zip them in half, and you've got an instant border. So it just makes it a really quick, easy project that you're not going to stash in your cupboard.
Yes.
Because let's face it, those cupboards are getting a bit full now. So
yes.
you want to start doing things with your projects. But this just is brilliant. And there's so many colours in it that even if you don't go for the charm pack to match, which you should do, but if you don't, then you're bound to have one of the colours in your stash somewhere.
Oh, that ochre is lovely. You could really draw on that ochre, couldn't you?
And it's quite incredible. You put the different colours next to them and they all seem to pop, the animals pop out of the display.
We couldn't believe the size of this panel when we
It's
unpacked it
massive.
today, especially when we knew the price. It's £10.99. Now, just so you know, way over half the stock is gone. We will be saying it's sold out very, very soon. I don't know whether, have you got the picture, Elliot, that you took earlier of the finished quilt with the board around
If not,
it?
I can hold it up.
Because it is, there it is. Sorry, he has been showing it. You can make the 2 cushions to match as well. You've still got the other 2 cushions.
So
as
that
well
would be
to
your,
match.
an instant decoration for a nursery, because this is cot size, well, bigger than cot size.
Yeah.
So you could easily use it for that.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely lovely. And look at the cushion. This reminds me of something that I'd see in, Oliver Bonus or any of the like really sort of cool alternative.
Exactly.
That's
so if you have
beautiful.
got someone who loves flamingos or sloths, make them a cushion.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely love it. And then you use the charm packs to do your envelope back.
Just an envelope back, which is so easy and quick to make. So again, within a day, you've got a quilt made, 2 cushions made, 3 Christmas presents sorted.
There you go. Amazing. £10.99. This is so good. Loads and loads and loads of you checking out. Do make the most of the panel. I can't describe, like you say, it's so soft.
It's strokeable stuff, isn't it?
It is almost like a cotton sateen. It's so beautifully soft. It's not, is it? Do you know, what does it say on your...
it just says 100% cotton.
Cotton, yeah.
Yeah, it's just... But Moda fabrics tend to be quite soft.
Moda fabrics are beautiful, aren't they? They really, really
lovely.
are. The panel size is 35 by 58 inches. It's a big panel. It is a big panel for £10.99. That is a lot for your money. And the detail is just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
It's just fun as well, isn't it? But it can be grown up as well. It's not just for little people.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so you know, single figures of this. Single figures. More of you have got it in your basket than we have availability. If you have bought multiple, remember they will come pre-cut. They will come like this. So do make the most of it. I'll let you know once it's sold out, but just be aware, if you've got it in your basket, there's way more of you that have got it in your basket than we have availability.
Save one.
Just one.
Just one.
Just
so I can
one.
get
One for me as well. I love that. We do have a second panel.
Oh, this one's just such fun as well.
I love this, Suzie. Oh my word.
There's so many elements to this. It's incredible.
Now this gives you so much scope of different things you can do.
Absolutely, yeah. So I've made, let me move this one out of the way. So with various bits and pieces that I had offcuts and the 2-inch charm pack, I made them all into panels.
Oh,
that
they're lovely.
I was going to make into the back of a quilt or a quilt top, because then you could just do borders and things around them. But I thought, actually, it'd be really nice if you had the big quilt in your nursery to then have wall art as well.
Oh,
so the one you've got, I finished off as a wall art piece,
I love
quilted
that.
wall art piece, and then you can just hang it on a rod.
Hang it up.
Yeah.
I mean, I would, if you're going to go this theme, I would completely decorate the room just with this collection. It's so lovely. And you can do as little or as much sort of quilting and embellishing as you wish.
Exactly, yeah. It's
a gorgeous llama.
He's so cute, isn't he? Yeah. And he actually looks woolly, doesn't he?
Yeah,
does look
he
woolly
does.
already. But yeah, I mean, they're quick projects. And on the back, I've used the charm packs to just do...
Oh, nice.
Bits and bobs, half square triangle pieces.
Yeah.
So, you can use up your scraps again to do your borders, but it brings all those colours together.
You got your flamingo, you got your llamas, you got your sloths. Oh, and they're such beautiful colours, those spearminty colours. The peaches as well. You've got your greys, £19.99. This is your panel, this time with all of those different elements, so much that you're going to be able to. Just so you know, the big one has completely sold out. This is the only panel that we've got. It will come pre-cut.
So the little ones I've turned into a little fabric book.
Oh, let's have a look at this, because this is adorable as well.
So you can, because they've already got the lines on them, all I did was back them with pieced pieces from the charm pack and then stitched it together. I did 3 vertical stitches for the spine just to give it a bit more stability, padded it as well, and then you can go on to embellish it further. So if the child is a bit older, you can add in things like button loops to teach them how to do buttons. You could add in tails so that they can learn plaiting. You can go to town knit, you can personalise it with their initial on the front. You can embroider the names of the animals on there, or the capital letter for the animal, so that they're learning. You can extend it to whatever age range you're making it for. But that still left me with another small panel of each one as well.
Brilliant.
So you can make loads out of these panels. It's incredible.
There is so many elements on that one, isn't there? And look at that, a koala at the top. It's just, absolutely gorgeous. We had a message come in. Hi, Hilary. Hilary's messaged in saying, got the panel, not for a baby.
Good.
It's for 9-year-old grandson. He loves sloths and iguanas and llamas and koalas. Perfect then.
Yeah,
absolutely perfect.
Well, my 21-year-old daughter, when I showed her what I was working on, she said, "Oh, the sloth!
Yeah.
Can I have the sloth?"
Yeah.
I said, "No, you can't have any of it because it's
That's
not mine."
Any age, any age.
That's why I needed another panel.
Oh, they're gorgeous. They are gorgeous. I love your dress, by the way. Costume
Thank you.
change.
Yeah, I
Gone
went for the animal print.
theme.
Yeah, I thought we better match it.
Looking good. So that's the only other panel that we have. That's the only other panel. Just so you know, the other one's sold out completely now. So absolutely make the most of it. We also have the fat quarters. Oh, I love these. Absolutely love these colours. The ochres, the greys, the beige. I think Moda sort of put pre-cuts on the map, didn't they? Really?
Oh, absolutely. They were. I mean, that's where we got the names from, the charm packs, etc. But it just, these as a set, even if you're not going to get the rest of the zoology stuff, just as basics, these are such fun.
Oh, I love
really
them.
lovely.
Well, you know that you've got the quality when you're looking at Moda as well, don't you? You know that you've got that beautiful quality quilting cotton. Now, for anybody who doesn't know what a fat quarter is, half of a half metre is a fat quarter. So it's still lots of fabric. It goes a long way, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, you can get, there are hundreds of projects you can get out of a fat quarter. I mean, for a start, you know, you can get a couple of face masks.
Yeah.
Let's face it, we're all going to need those for a while. You can get cosmetic bags. You can piece them together, you know, and you've got enough to do bigger projects like tablecloths. You've got so much you can do with fat quarters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really useful size.
I
and
love
you don't
these black and white.
You don't feel overawed by the size, because sometimes a metre of fabric staring at you, you just panic about cutting into it, don't you? But cutting into a fat quarter doesn't seem quite so scary.
No, I completely agree. Absolutely. And it's a good way to sort of get the whole collection without buying metres of each.
Yeah.
You're getting all of these different prints, and this monochrome look is amazing. So you're getting 27 fat quarters. So they're your monochromes, and then it goes into more of your sort of neutrals, I'm going to say.
It's like almost like an uncooked biscuit.
Oh, yeah, yes. You've got the spots, but it's not like any other sort of
or anything.
Going to make us hungry.
I like the fact that every colourway has the same pattern fabric within it.
Right.
So that if you are doing borders, you can do the spot stripe, geometric, zebra print combo, and alternate it as well. And that peachy colour is a real.
That's gorgeous.
I would say it's more apricot than peach. It's quite it's not an orange. And it's not a blush, is it? It's a definite.
It all matches in completely though, doesn't it? With the flamingo.
Yes, completely matches the panels.
But like you say, even though, I mean, this is still got a bit of an animal print vibe to it.
Yes.
But also, if you're not going to do these animal quilts and you haven't got the panels and you're thinking for other projects, this is going to be brilliant for all sorts. It doesn't scream, you know, a novelty animal print.
Oh no, I mean these are good solids, basics to match in with other quilting projects. They're good standalone projects. I mean, you can just pick up 2 and use one as a lining, one as the outer, instant cosmetic bag or toiletry bag or drawstring bag or gift bag, whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
they work so well together.
Oh, I love that. And this gorgeous sort of bright tealy jade. It's
almost
absolutely gorgeous.
an emerald green, isn't it? It's what I would call a shamrock green. Yeah. It's they're just lovely. I mean, great quilts. I mean, just to strip out those into 2.5-inch strips, put them all together, you've got an instant stripology quilt, and it would all work.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yeah, you get this as well.
You get the panel as well.
Yeah.
That's
Madness.
madness.
I'm so, can you tell I've not opened this before? That's why I just counted. I just thought,
I've not seen it before, so that's crazy.
You also get this.
So you get your
that is so good. So you also get that as well.
My goodness, you could make some incredible projects with that. Oh, with the amount of fabric you got there, you could make not only all the bits for the nurse, you could make them the quilt, you could make them a pillow, you could make them the book and a bag that's lined with all the fabric that matches. I mean, you would be
that'd be brilliant. You could even applique these onto little baby grows or bibs and things like that. You could make bibs, couldn't you? Matching everything. Oh, that'd be so good.
Yeah, or a pram quilt. We never think of doing pram quilts, do we? It's always laps.
$79.99. That is absolutely perfect. 26 back quarters. And your panel, $79.99, absolutely fantastic.
Crazy.
Brand new information for you. I'm pleased that we were allowed to open these all up because that's brilliant, isn't it? I thought it was more of your, and it is, again, that really beautiful, soft cotton. These, again, are very, very soft. These are your quilting weights, though, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And they press really nicely. You don't necessarily have to use best press. It depends on the project you're doing.
Okay.
But when you do press them, they hold the press. They really do remain crease free as well. I mean, I literally threw these into a cardboard box to come out of the green room, and they still come out okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can see they work really nicely together. They take your threads nicely. It doesn't fray everywhere. Beautiful fabrics.
Oh, we love them. Absolutely love them. Shall we do? They're the fat quarters. And of course, don't forget the panel as well. And shall we now do the layer cake? So Moda, we often call them different things. Your 10-inch, charm squares, whatever. But it's Moda that sort of called these the layer cakes, which is very sort of famous now, isn't it?
It is, yes.
I think they started out in a cake factory or something, and that's why they call them all different.
Well, we all slice cakes, don't we? Cakes and pies, we do slices. But what I love about the pre-cuts is what the name suggests, is the fact that they are pre-cut for you. So when you're doing projects on a hoof or you're new to quilting, that first step of cutting is taken away from you, and you can just crack on and concentrate on building the project. But as established quilters, to have things cut for you is lovely. Yeah. But I just love the fact that it comes how it does. I mean, I have got packs like this that I just literally sit and flick through.
Yes.
Because they're just so gorgeous. It all comes together. You've got 2 of each design, I think, running through there.
All the same ones that we were looking at with the fat quarters.
Yes.
But of course, if you just want to dip your toe in, it's $31.99. So a 10-inch charm square, it's still a big size to be able to do lots of projects with.
It is. I mean, for each one, you get 4 of your 5-inch squares. You can then do your diagonal, your half square triangles. You can do 2.5-inch. You get 4 2.5-inch strips out of each one. So you can do stripology, different designs. Yeah. So they really are an amazing, versatile size to get. Great value for money.
Oh, I love them. Absolutely love them. $31.99. All of them are very, very popular. This one was another one which was extremely popular on pre-order. Just so you know, we don't have the 5-inch charm pack. So if you do want these pre-cuts, this is absolutely perfect. I don't think we have them in the future either, you know. This is your Zoology, the Zoology gorgeous Moda collection. It's a jungle out there, it says. I just absolutely love all the colours, and the prints are beautiful. All cut, ready to go, $31.99. Then, first time I've ever done Diddy charm packs like this.
So cute.
I didn't even know these exist.
It's like going into Doll's House world, isn't it?
This is so cute. Right, so how can I use these then? Is this still going to be a useful size to have?
So shall I show you what I made with them?
Yeah.
I made the border for my panel.
Oh, gosh.
So I literally just I did what I did with the previous show. I laid the colours out and I just went down the line, randomly picking, sewing them together, wasn't watching what I was doing. Then I ironed all the seams open and cut them all down the middle, and that gave me my border.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
And I had enough to do all 4 of the panels.
Oh,
and
fantastic.
I think I've got 3 left over.
Oh my gosh, so it's small but mighty. You get loads in there.
Exactly. So you can, but you don't have to cut them down the middle. I just wanted a thin border. But they are an amazingly quick thing to do because they're 2.5-inch squares, and let's face it, we use 2.5-inch squares for so much.
That's, you know, you just made me think. I know loads of patterns that call for
Exactly.
2.5-inch squares.
I mean, you can do your snowballing with them on the corners. You could do your half square triangles.
Yeah, these could be your little cornerstones, yeah.
Absolutely, you can do any of those.
Oh, all of the different colours again. And what a way to be able to, again, try out this Zoology range. £11.99. If you've bought any of the panels, add this to your order. Absolutely. Because you've got all of those absolute matching colours in. All of the lovely prints as well. The gorgeous quality. Cut ready to go. They've even pinked the edge so you're not going to get lots of fraying.
No, you're not. Then it means that you can easily line them up and put them together, stitch them together. It's just, yeah, they're lovely, really good.
Even if you just piece them piece after piece.
Use them for covering buttons.
Oh.
You know, if you've got buttons you don't like, put a piece of that on it.
Perfect.
Cover it. It's so easy to do.
Absolutely. Or smaller plique projects, or you know, if you're doing any foundation paper piecing where you need quite small cuts.
Yep. Exactly.
These would be amazing for FPP.
EPP.
Actually. Yeah.
Because you can use those as, you know, fillers in your EPP work as well. Yeah, it's just incredible.
Endless.
Love it.
Endless. £11.99. Or join them all together and make yourself, you know, a big piece of fabric. Then you could use as a cushion back, or you can use anything.
Yeah, but as border pieces, they rather than just have one length, you know, you've got that variety of colour and design coming through. Just randomly pick them, and that's a lot easier to say than it is to do. I'm not good at random.
No,
I'm very ordered. Can you tell?
You're very organised, Susie. But these, you know, you can be random because Moda have done the hard work for you.
Exactly, and you can put stripes next to spots, next to zigzags, and it all seems to work. Crazily, it all works.
What a rebel you are,
I know,
Susie.
get me. Yeah, it's because it's nearly Christmas.
Brilliant.
I'll go back in a hole soon. It's fine.
So you're also looking at working from the Annie's Quilting.
I
the
did.
Annie's Quilting book.
Yeah, I've
this
got
is a
given
great
this
book
as well.
because collections like this, I mean, books like this, they've got lots of projects. You're going to be able to want to do lots of sewing, and like you said, sometimes quite quickly. We don't want these to be unfinished projects. We want them to be able to be used. So the great thing about Annie's Quilting books is they are really nice, useful projects that are quick and easy to do. So I know that you've already made the flower pocket pin cushion.
I did.
Using this is perfect. That's lovely, isn't it? We're going to have a look at how we've done that. We'll put that together. Also, sew cozies. With your 10-inch charm packs, this is perfect one to use. You can make yourself a machine cover or an organising pad, so you get to see if this is some of your favourite fabrics. You get to see them every day on your work desk. Different mug rugs, ideas for mug rugs in there.
Which is where you can use your 2.5-inch pieces as well.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
You've got your microwave bowl cozies.
Do you know, I didn't even know you needed a microwave. I mean, we don't have a microwave, so...
You do need one. If you've got a bowl of soup that you've put in, you do need a cosy.
But I think those are fabulous to have just on your table to protect, because you can heat protect your table as well, but also in your workroom.
Yeah.
Because you can just throw things in.
Chuck your clips in there, your under clips.
And I actually put my my needles on the sides, you know, on the corners, because they poke out. So I'm not going to catch my fingers on them, but I've got that recess to hold everything else as well.
Really handy.
So they're multi-use, and you get the pattern is the same for the different sizes, but obviously your markings for the darts are slightly different. But they give you the instructions to make all three at once.
Right. Okay, that's good. So all of the are they full size templates or patterns?
They are full size,
That's
yes,
good.
which is even better because I haven't got a photocopier, so it meant I can make them straight from the book itself. The other thing that I think is fabulous is it gives you an idea of the skill level you need and roughly how long it's going to take, and they are accurate. It doesn't say it's a beginner and it'll take an afternoon, but that's if you're really an advanced sewer.
Okay.
A beginner would be able to make these in an afternoon.
Oh, that's good.
So they're not silly. The descriptions, instructions are absolutely clear. There is no ambiguity in there at all. So if you are new to reading sewing instructions, it makes sense. It's not gobbledygook.
Yeah,
sometimes
that's good. A lot of time it's different jargon that you're like, what does that mean?
Might as well be written in hieroglyphics, you know.
Yeah.
It's just, what is that all about? But and at the back you've got your basic instructions for things like binding.
Oh, that's handy.
And this, right at the very last page, is this fantastic description on how to do applique. Raw edge applique, which is one of the best written pieces I've seen on raw edge applique. And if you've never done applique before, and I hadn't done applique since I was at school, so you know, that was back in the dark ages. So it was a great refresher for me, but it takes the scariness away from any project that involves it, and you don't shy away from it. I've actually come away wanting to make absolutely every project in this book.
See, I love that when you pick up a book. I mean, especially at this price point, even if there were one or two projects that you loved in there, I think at $9.99 it's worth it. Whereas actually, if you look through this, you will want to make everything.
You will, yes. And the other thing that it does is it trigger ideas for you. So with the pin cushion with the threads on it, the spool pin cushion, which I absolutely adore, but if I have one more pin cushion in my workroom, I think actually, you know, it's just going to explode. But I thought, well, actually, I could use that template and make bunting.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Because
so once you've got the templates, because there's a lot of, like you say, applique templates as well, lots of flowers, you've got ladybird and sun and everything like that, your spool. Use that for all sorts.
Yeah, or put it onto a bigger piece and, you know, make it into cushions. So it's one of those sort of, I call bottom rung of the, not bottom rung, but, you know, rung of the ladder books where you start off and then you're away with it. I mean, the ironing board caddy. Do we really need an ironing board caddy? But how many times have you gone to the iron to press something and thought, I just need to pin it. Got to go back and get my pins. Absolutely brilliant,
really
because
useful.
you've got a pin cushion incorporated onto it. You've got your pockets where you can put your scissors and your seam rippers, your fusible pen. So, you know, projects like this that you never thought you'd need are actually really handy.
That's it.
I think this would be good also, the ironing board caddy. I think I'm going to make them to go over the arm of the sofa to put the remote controls.
Because you always lose them down the side.
And your phone, because you often have your phone with you as well. And you balance everything on the arm, don't you? And it falls off, or you lose it, or you want to charge your phone as well. So you can slip it in the pocket and have it on charge and it's safe.
Good idea. So even though it says here there's 20 projects, it's 20 plus really. There's so many you can do. So 20 projects, we're at 50p a project already, and there's so much more that Suzie wants to make out of it. So should we show how to do, we're working with the, what sizes did you use then to
Well, I used the layer cake.
Yeah.
And then any scraps that I had lined up, because I won't waste fabric, as you know. So
No.
I went for the layer cake to cut my pockets and my back and front, and then scraps to do the rest of it, really. So it's absolutely perfect for all of that. The only thing you need to add in is a bit of wadding.
And could it be like you've just got the polyester
I've just got
craft wadding?
polyester. And bear in mind, this is a pincushion.
Yeah.
So as long as it's not going to get washed, is it? You just need to have a bit of wadding. And if you haven't got one whole piece bits together. So it really is a good scrap buster, this project. So it tells you exactly what to cut, and it's quite a big pincushion.
Yeah, it is, a good size. Well, you've got the pocket as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The pocket makes it super useful. So it means if you are a crafter on the go, so if you go away for the weekend and you need to have, you want to take your snips with you and a few clips, you don't need 500 that you've got stashed in your drawer, and a few pins, you've got that pocket to put them all in, and it's a big enough piece that you can, you're not going to lose things. It's pretty, so pretty.
Yeah, you could even you could attach onto it a bit of fabric, a bit of thread that you make into sort of a twisted thing to do a scissor keeper onto it.
Exactly.
Like you say, you could keep your snips in there. Really perfect.
So I've cut myself my pocket pieces. So everything is 6.5 inches wide. So you still got some left of your 10-inch squares. You're not using it all. So I've done my lining and my front of my pocket exactly the same, but you can do different if you want to. And you're going to line them up on top of your wadding, right sides together. And then just do a 1/4 inch seam. Again, it tells you in the instructions what size of seam to be doing. It tells you if you need to press in a certain direction. It gives you absolutely everything you need in the recipe, as I like to call it, including your thread and sewing machine. So, I mean, it really does go completely to basics. So let's stitch this a 1/4 inch, and then let's see if I've managed to do this. Yeah, there you go. You don't necessarily need a walking foot for this because it's only a bit of wadding, it's not masses.
Do you use your walking foot at home?
I didn't for this project. I did for the quilt, but not for this project. So the first thing you're going to do is just with your scissors is trim away any excess wadding from that seam, making sure you're cutting the right side of the seam, of course. And the reason you're going to do that is because in a minute you're going to fold over and press that seam over, and you just want to take away some of that bulk.
Right.
So we're just going to quickly get our pressing mat out. And what you do, when you first read the instructions, you go, what? How does that work? So you do this, and then you take the front to the back, if that makes any sense at all. And then you carefully roll the seam between your finger and thumbs so that you get a nice even seam across the top, and press it out.
I even like the ribbon that all the fat quarters come with. It's like a tape measure.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
So save it and use it as a zip pull.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Especially if you're making yourself a bag, or you could even put it as the trim on the pincushion here.
Oh, nice.
That would look amazing.
Yeah.
So that's done our pocket. That's it made. So what you're then going to do is, and what I did was trim away any excess, and then, have I got a ruler? No, we haven't got a ruler, so we won't do any trimming. So what you're then going to do is position your leaf and stem. Now, in the book, there is the diagrams for your stem, your leaf, and your flower. So I traced those onto pattern paper.
Is that onto a,
Yeah, this is pattern paper. You know when you buy a sewing pattern,
it's
that type of paper. And the reason I use that is because then I can stitch through it.
Oh, right, that's
Haven't got to trace it again. So it was cheats, really. But then what I did with my fabric was I backed it with some fusible interfacing just to give it stability, and it means that when you're appliquing, it's not going to fray. So when you catch those edges, it doesn't fray on itself. And I've gone ahead and cut my stem and my leaf out already.
Did you enjoy doing a bit of applique?
I did. It was, yeah. It was one of those things that I haven't done for so long and keep thinking, oh, do I want to do that? But yeah, it was good fun, good fun. So I haven't got a ruler and I can't find one under here. So I'm going to guesstimate this. Oh, is she? Bless her. Sorry, Kat, I totally forgot. You can shoot me later, thank you. So it tells you the measurements even where you want to put these. So the stem, and then the other thing I did, if you've got a glue pen, this might help, or basting spray, whichever you've got lying around. So I've got glue pen here. I just ran a bit of glue pen along my applique piece.
I'm pleased that you love the Solo glue pen as well. Most of our guest designers, they come in and they've got a glue pen handy.
You can see how much
you
I love
it. Yeah, you need some more refills.
I actually used it the other day. I had a hem come down.
And you used it for
something,
that? Yeah.
so I used it to hold the hem up until I got home to be able to stitch it. So you want to go in 1 3/4 inches from your left side with your stem. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't overly matter where it goes. You just want to leave a bit of a pocket so you can put things in because the flower will overhang. And also you want to leave it away from the seam.
Okay.
So you place that down, and likewise your leaf is going to go at whatever angle you like. Now I'm sure I bucked the trend in the description. I tucked the leaf underneath and put it at a jaunty angle, but you can do whatever you like. And then what you're going to do, of course, is stitch those.
Even if you do applique a lot and you know you have your own ways, like you said at the start of the other hour, it's good to be able to read through how other people do it. Still read the instructions. Sarah Bolam always says that to me. She says, I always find different tips. Different designers do different ways of doing things. And you might find another way that actually you really like. So It's definitely worth reading through, even the applique section and the binding section, even if you know how to do it, just to get some new tips.
So I just trialled it on a piece of...
Are you doing a zigzag?
I am doing a zigzag. Mainly because that's the one that's on here that I can see.
Oh, there's a plethora of stitches on there.
I'm sure there is, but do you know what?
We're going to be talking about the 550 in the next hour, by the way, so I'll show you through everything. Plus, just so you know, warning, stock warning on the 450. 450 launched literally a couple of days ago. I've not seen it before, and we're going to the most amazing price point on it. There it is, next to me. It's fab, isn't it? Absolutely fab.
I loved it. I actually quite enjoy doing applique in the end. It's not as scary as it seemed. And there's not loads to do.
No, it's really good. I love applique.
But if you don't like to use a machine for applique, you can always hand stitch it. You don't have to use a machine to stitch it. So this is where we get the fun of a curve. Don't we all love doing curves?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the answer with curves is just take your time.
You can use that needle down button, can't you, to just sort of stop and pivot.
Yeah, or just do it slowly, because very often if you slow your speed down, it's enough to get you round what you want to get round.
And is your aim to sort of swing your needle from the fabric onto the background fabric? Do you want to, or are you just stitching
Yeah, so I'm stitching with the middle of the presser foot is where the two fabrics come together. So my zigzag will go across the two.
Right.
Because that's the whole aim, is that you will capture both fabrics in there.
What colour thread are you using?
This is Orifil cotton thread, I think.
Oh, nice. Is it an orange one? No, it's just I could see orange, but it's the...
No, it's just the spool cap is. Right, there you go. That was that applique done. Don't think I'd win loads of gold medals for it, but it's done.
And it's your project. If you do want to try out a little bit of applique,
yeah,
you're not committing to doing a whole applique quilt. Have a go.
Exactly. It's not, you know, at the end of the day, are we doing this for perfection, or are we doing this because we're enjoying it and using it? I can. There you go. There you go. Don't zoom in, Elliot.
He just stopped the camera then.
It froze. Okay, so then what we're going to do is make up the bag, really. So I've cut 2 of my layer cake pieces, and I can choose which one I want. So I'm going to have this as my back, this is my front. So I want my pocket on my front. So you line your pocket up. Oh look, now I have a ruler, kindly brought in by Kat. I can quickly level this off and get rid of the excess wadding, because that's just going to annoy me. Doesn't take much, but it's always good to work with a fresh, clean edge, particularly if you are stitching around an edge, because that way you know exactly where you're sewing. You're not trying to guesstimate or look through. It's a bit like looking through fog, isn't it, when you're trying to see through wadding?
Yes.
Yeah. So get rid of it. If you don't need it, get rid of it. Yeah.
Journey,
don't we just?
So foggy.
The other thing that I'm going to do is zigzag across the top here, just to give it a bit of definition.
Nice.
I'll increase the size.
Will that be the top of the pocket?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
So
okay.
you
could use your decorative stitches.
Absolutely. You can do whatever you like. So just for speed, I've just done that. It also means that pocket is a bit more reinforced.
Okay. For
putting your hands in and out. It doesn't distort so easily.
June has messaged in. Hi, June.
Yes.
Hi there, thoroughly enjoying the show whilst knitting.
Ooh!
Sewing this afternoon. Oh, you're busy. You're great company, she said. Oh, thank you.
That's good.
She says, what's the board you're pressing on?
It's the June Taylor Quilt and Press 2 board. Absolute brilliant accessory.
I know that you love June Taylor products, don't you? In fact,
I do love June. I do.
You did the Quilt As You Go last time that you were here.
I did.
What's great about it is that you obviously have got, for space saving, I think it's fab. You've got your pressing mat there, and you've also got your cutting mat.
Yes.
And I'm not one for a combi thing, if I'm honest. I had a bad experience with a washer dryer, and I just don't like combi things. But actually, this is a high quality cutting mat and a really high quality pressing mat.
And durable as well.
Yeah.
And you've got your inch and 1/8 of an inch markings all the way round. There is actually even metric at the top here, gives you the difference as well. But you've got that fantastic ironing board on the other side. It's also great if you're trying to piece things together, because it's so well padded. You can actually stick pins into it and keep pieces together. So if you're trying to plan a block, you've got, you could do a 12-inch block on this and piece it out just with pins on here, which is great. I often just take this and my work into the living room, and this is my work table.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Because it's solid enough to do that. But yeah, this is definitely the piece of equipment that I would be lost without. It would leave a massive hole in my desk, literally, because I have my sewing machine on the end. I have this then there with my iron, and then I have my big cutting mat.
So you set yourself up a bit of a station.
Yeah, I am in full work
production mode.
I am.
It is great, and it's especially sort of developed, because normally we talk about self-healing cutting mats, whereas this isn't self-healing, but it is developed by June Taylor that doesn't need to be self-healing, because it doesn't dent into your cutting mat once you're cutting with your rotary cutter. And also on the reverse, the ironing mat, it's all pre-shrunk, so if you're using steam, it's not going to warp. You've got all of the lines that aren't going to bleed onto your fabrics. June, I hope that's helped you, because it is amazing. We love the cut and press.
It is very good. So you put your pocket onto the front, and you've got your front piece right side up.
Okay.
Which is odd, isn't it? Normally we say right sides together. Yeah. But you're going to put the back on the front, right sides together, and then pin it all into place. But remember to leave a turning gap.
How big of a turning gap do I need to leave?
They recommend about 3 inches. I think that is plenty. You don't need to leave more than that. Well, I didn't need to leave more than that. So I always make sure I have pins in that way round so I know where my start and stop is. Remember to pin your pocket in place as well. If you want to, you can baste that pocket in position. So just tack it into position first. It's up to you. I don't tend to, I just tend to go for it.
Yeah, but you are a rebel, we found that out.
I am a rebel, aren't I? I'm slowly learning that. The other thing that I do, which it doesn't say in the instructions, but I always do this over everything where I've got a pocket, is I do a double stitch.
Okay.
Or triple stitch, just on those seam joins, because it just gives it a bit more durability.
Right, so go back and do a reverse.
So where you've got your turning gap, I am going to do a reverse stitch as well, or a locking stitch if you've got that feature on your machine, because then when I'm turning it through, I'm not splitting the seam.
Yeah.
So we're going to go all the way around the edge, 1/4 inch, and it's almost done. It's so exciting. So this is such a quick project to do. Well, it would be if Suzie had stopped talking, of course.
Can I give you a little bit of an update, by the way? There's a bit of a mistake, which is a brilliant mistake, by the way. So you know our lovely little Zoology 2.5 inch squares that are amazing. Look, so the price you can see on your screen is $11.99. They are not $11.99, and when you go to check out, they are $4.99. No. They're $4.99.
No, that's mental.
It's been changed with the customer service team. It's been changed with the management team. Everybody knows they are $4.99. I feel like I need one of those megaphones. If you've already called them, don't worry. It will get changed. It will be updated on your order. Nothing leaves your bank account anyway until it's ready to be shipped. So it will be at midnight. So $11.99 here. You can actually, of course, get it today for $4.99.
That is crazy.
Thank you, Suzie. Aren't they gorgeous? I think it'll work, you know, because I saw Hannah do it the other day. Okay. We were just seeing if we could change the price on it, but it's fixed in. But don't worry, you will definitely pay $4.99. If you've already bought it, everybody pays $4.99. So you're remembering to stop at your points, that's it?
Yeah, stopping and pivoting.
Okay.
And just remember, don't get too carried away and do all 4 sides, because you'll need that unpicker.
Oh gosh, it's good unpicker though, isn't it?
It is.
Well done if you got it.
And that's it. So we've left that turning gap. So the next thing you're going to do is to snip the corners. But before I do that, what I always do check quickly is that everything is encased. There's nothing escaped. So I just run my fingers round and make sure I can't fit a finger through, because there's nothing more annoying than doing all of that and then, yeah. Okay, so we're going to snip the corners. So that just means cutting across, not the stitching, but just cutting those corners off. So all this is doing is reducing the bulk at the corner. And sometimes if there's a lot, particularly at the bottom where the pocket is and you've got that wadding as well, I'll just angle that snip a bit more as well, just to reduce that even more. And then you're going to turn it through. And be patient. We all like to be instant, don't we? But you have to be patient, because if you're not, you're going to rip seams and you just create yourself more work. But I always think this is the exciting bit in projects. It's the most frustrating because you want it to happen quickly, but it is the fun bit. Give it a bit of a shake and you'll find that most of the work will be done for you. And then you're going to use whatever tool you like, but preferably not a sharp tool.
We had some in the last hour actually, ours different stilettos,
I know, I
things
saw
like that.
those. They were very good, weren't they? I hope Mr. Duncan was watching, because he could have filled that Christmas stocking he's supposed to fill with presents. But I suspect not. As long as I don't get one of those infamous chocolate orange things. Oh look,
Well, you
I've
can
put
drop
my
him a
pocket
hint,
on
can't you?
inside out. That's
Drop
crazy.
him a subtle hint on the website.
Oh, I don't need to drop. I don't do subtle hints. Good grief.
Oh no, the subtle hints aren't very subtle. They just drop a hint.
It's just like,
just say, I
you know,
want this.
Do you want to buy this or else? Did you want to eat at Christmas? There you go. So I've done all my corners, and you can use your tools to just roll out your seams as well. I mean, how cool is that?
Oh,
already?
I love it.
See, I thought even if you just put, you could open that up a bit more, you could put a button loop, and you've got a little purse bag that you can keep your face mask in, your hand sanitizer and stuff. So
Good
you
idea.
see what I mean about extending the projects?
Yeah.
So what you would then do, and we're not going to do this now because that's super boring, is stuff this.
Okay.
So this is where I put bits like this in,
Yeah, all your scraps.
all your scraps. Because this is going to be a pincushion, if you wanted to put walnut shells in, for
Oh, I
example,
heard they sharpen,
because they
yeah.
sharpen your pins.
That's a good
so
idea.
it might be an idea to, even if you didn't want to fill it with those, put a few of them in there, because at least you've got that weight as well. So once it's full, give it a press first, so you've got that seam turning, and then I just pin that, and then I'll whip stitch that once I've filled it.
Just hand sewing.
Just hand sew. If you didn't want to hand sew it, you could top stitch and go all the way round if you wanted to.
Yeah.
It's entirely up to you. But that's that bit done. So now we get onto the flower. Fun bit, the flower.
Now you've done all of these petals at home,
I
bar
have,
one,
yeah,
haven't you?
I have.
It's a
I've
bit more
left
time
one
consuming.
to make, because this is the hand sewing job, most of it. So as we said, you get your flower petal pattern. You'll need 6 of these to make the flower. Although I thought flowers had odd numbers of petals, but you need 6
they?
for this project. Well, that's what
Of
I
course they
remember
do, yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
That's what I remember from my botany days, but again, that was back in the dark ages. So what you're going to do is you want 2 layers of fabric. Let's find a piece of fabric and we can demonstrate. So you're going to get 2 layers, and you want to put them right sides out. No, you
Wrong
don't.
sides together then.
Wrong. No, actually, well, the instructions said right sides out. I actually did mine this way. So again, a bit rogue. I did right sides together traditionally, and then I put a piece of batting. So imagine this is a piece of, I have got a piece of batting somewhere. Here we go, piece of batting. Piece of batting underneath. And you're going to put, once you've traced your petals, you place them onto your fabric and draw round. And you want 6. Leave a gap between them, don't butt them right up, because you've then got to be able to stitch them. And you're going to stitch exactly on the trace line that you've made, going through all 3 layers.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's my, as I say, I use paper. So I've stitched all the way around, but don't stitch on the bottom here. Leave that open. And then what you're going to do, once you've stitched, and it's just a normal straight stitch, is you're going to clip as carefully as you can up to those seams around that curved edge. And I've cut it so it's about 1/8 of an inch border. And you just do your little snips. And then the fun bit of turning this through. Now, I have a gadget that I use.
Oh, go on.
But I'm sure you
intrigued to
all
know.
have your own gadgets.
We're out of stock of the prim turning tool at the moment, so I'm intrigued to know what it is. They're like
So
tweezers.
These are my forceps from my dissecting kit.
Okay, do you want to...
Well,
divulge
it's quite
into-
appropriate that we're doing zoology, because I originally studied as an animal physiologist.
Really?
I did,
I
yes.
learned so much about Suzie.
I know, yeah. So I have a full dissecting kit.
Oh my word, but they come in handy in your craft room as
But it comes in super
well.
handy for turning through ridiculously small things
So
like
you'll
this.
know what hemostats are then as well. You know, the little needle pullers. They're
Yeah.
probably very similar to this.
Yeah, it's amazing how across professions tools are universal. It is incredible. But, do you know, I hate turning through, and I knew this was going to be a problem live on air, which is why I didn't do all
Whilst you're turning through,
6,
we'll
yes.
talk about some things to recap anyway, because just so
Exactly.
you know, the 10-inch layer cake, half the stock sold out. The smaller ones have gone completely now. Well, I don't know if you got those at $4.99. If you do want the 10-inch charm squares, a taste of Moda. Beautiful colours, your corals, your greys, your spots, your stripes, your zebra, zigzag prints. There's absolutely beautiful fabrics in here. All 10-inch squares ready to go, £31.99. We opened them up in fat quarters earlier, so you know that you've got all of those same prints for £31.99. We've also got the fat quarters available. It's actually 25 fat quarters and a panel. We didn't know until we opened it. The panel was on the bottom. So you've actually got 25 fat quarters plus your panel for just $79.99. I mean, all of those gorgeous colours as well. You've got your lovely ochres, these jades, gorgeous, the apricots, just $79.99. Thank you. I did a good job putting them back together. Thank you. It's so satisfying though, isn't it? Do you sit and reorganise your fabric ever?
Oh yes, yeah. I have my fabrics in storage units, and they're arranged in colour order and design order. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
Design order.
Well,
yeah.
I'm
In fact,
not
my
surprised.
whole life is arranged in colour order.
This is how rebellious Suzie is, you see.
I have everything in rainbow order. Even all my clothes are in order as
will you
well.
please come sort my
Absolutely
wardrobes
everything
out?
is in order.
I did
If
do
it's
it back in March during lockdown. I
Yeah.
did think, right, actually, do you know what? I got to a point where I was folding all of my pants,
Oh,
folding everything in all order, like, lovely.
Do you
Whereas,
have
yeah.
a special knicker fold? Because I do.
Yes, I do have a special nickel
Yeah.
fold. Yes. I watched, it was something on Netflix about space saving and packing
Yeah,
everything and tidying
absolutely.
everything up.
Roll everything.
Yes,
That is
yeah.
the answer to life. Roll it.
There you go.
You don't get creases. Fits double the amount in.
I do when I go on
Brilliant.
holiday, I always roll things up
Oh
in my
yeah,
suitcase.
absolutely. Okay, so what I've done,
You've turned it through.
turned it through, given it a press.
Okay.
It's not going to look perfect, but it's a flower.
Yeah.
Flowers are not perfect. Then what you would do is just with a running stitch, stitch round the edge. Now don't try and, well, I wouldn't try and stitch really close to this seam.
Okay.
Because you've got so many layers of fabric going on in there and you're wadding.
Yeah.
So come away from the edge, and you'll see on these ones I've already done this.
Right.
I'm sorry, Elliot, it's white. I should have done it in different coloured thread. White thread on white polka dot fabric. Not good,
Just
is
come
it?
to the left side. We'll go closer. We can bring closer. There we go.
There you go. Is that good?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah?
Thank you.
You can just about see. So you're going to do that. Well, I'm not going to waste time for us and do that with this one. So we're going to have an odd petal. Oh my goodness. So what you would then do is with a double thread, you're then at the base, don't worry about neatening it off, just cut away any fraying threads that you've created, or any stitch threads that you've left. And you're just going to do a running stitch, just a couple of stitches across that petal, and pull, and you then go on to the next one, so they all join in on one thread, and then you pull them all together as tight as you can to create your flower shape.
This is great that you can use this for, like, I'm thinking for headbands or
Absolutely.
brooches,
Yeah.
on bags, on cushions.
Yep, it's great little embellishment. You know when if you scuff something or you get a mark on something that it won't come off.
Yeah.
It's great little embellishment for this. But also it's really good to personalise something.
Yeah.
For a little person here, and if everybody's got the same lunch bag or same book bag for school, then, you know, just put one of these on and they'll be your best friend. So stitch through to make the circle, and you want to get that as tight as you can, really, to bring it into that shape. And that is purely just finishing the thread on itself. Because you've done a running stitch, it naturally pulls itself through, but what I then do is feed that thread back through so that I'm constantly pulling. And then what you're going to do is sew in a button. Now I used one of the little 2.5 inch squares and covered a button to create my button centre.
Oh, that's so lovely. What a great idea. I mean, I know some people are getting into covering buttons and doing different things. This is perfect.
So then you have the joy of deciding which way round you want your flower. So I'm going to have it here, and you're going to stitch it into place, not through, remember this will be stuffed already. You want to do your stuff, well, you don't have to stuff it before, but you're going to stitch it onto your pocket. So I'm going to just bring my thread in, make sure I'm picking up the flower as well as the pocket front. So I've got it held in place, and then I shall put the button into place. Now you would make a much better job of this because you'd put more layers in, but I wanted to get this done for you. Whoops, let's bring it up through the middle so you can see the finished result. And you'd go through a couple of times, don't just do it the once that we're going to do.
No, make sure it's nice and secure.
Yeah. So if I just secure that bit off, then you can at least see what the finished article will look like.
It's a lovely way to display these lovely...
There you go. I'll just hide that in there for now, and I can finish that off later for us. But that way you've got completely personalised.
Oh, that's so lovely.
So cute, isn't it?
That is so cute.
And then your scissors will fit in. You can put your glue pen in.
Oh, I love that. Your wonder clips on the front, you can clip them on, and then of course it's going to be...
Your pins will fit in.
Yeah, perfect.
And then bear in mind it'll be stuffed. You've got the stuffed version over there.
Yeah, you could also always do it as you know, as like a door hanger.
Yep,
so you put ribbon on it if somebody's put somebody's name on it.
So before you stitch this up, if you use one of your 2.5 inch squares, if you put wrong sides together, stitch round two sides, turn it through, you've got a tab, and then you can stitch that in on here.
Right.
You could even put a magnet inside, and then it will hang on the side of your sewing machine.
Perfect. Absolutely brilliant.
So as I say, this book, fabulous projects, absolutely brilliant projects, beautiful projects, but they are stepping stones. You can then embellish and move on to doing your own things. Definitely.
Absolutely. Book we absolutely love. It's only $9.99, and as you say, 20 plus projects in here.
Absolutely, yes.
And I love, like you say, the mug rugs. I mean, these, you're going to be able to use this.
Well, I know someone who wants to do that.
Kerry, our Kerry. A group of ladybirds together is called Loveliness. So Kerry, our Kerry, she loves her ladybirds.
Yeah, I hope she isn't watching, because that might be winging its way to her for Christmas.
But, that's gorgeous, isn't it?
I just think they're such fun projects, doable projects. If you've got a young person in the family who's just embarking on sewing, this would be an absolutely brilliant inspirational book for them.
Absolutely, we love it.
Yeah, it is really cool. I even like the pot holders.
Yeah.
If you take the loop off, I think they make really good geometric wall art.
Yeah.
You do that in those Zoology
Oh,
fabrics.
how cool would that look?
They would just look stunning, wouldn't they?
Absolutely love them. Love them, love them, love them. Thank you ever so much, Suzie.
No, thank you. It's been a treat.
When are you back?
In January, I think. I don't think I'm back before Christmas, which means I might actually get my Christmas presents made.
Yeah. Merry Christmas and have a lovely
to you as
Christmas.
well, and to everybody out there. Hope you have a fabulous time in this, whatever it is.
I know, exactly.
It'll be good,
Make
people.
the most of it.
It'll be a good Christmas.
Yes, we will. We'll make the most of it. And we'll see you in the new year.
Yes.
Again. Thank you ever so much.
Thank
We
you.
love having Suzie here. Absolutely love it. Well done,
you.
everybody who managed to get their Moda, everybody who managed to get the book. I'm excited to see all of your lovely projects as well. We love them. Have a look on the website if you missed anything from that hour. We've still got the most incredible hour coming up. It's the first time that I've had a look at the 450. Love it, love it, love it. We've got the 550 back in stock as well. So do not go anywhere. We're back in just a few minutes.
Hi, my name is Elna. My passion is patchwork and quilting, and it's also my privilege to own Village Fabrics, patchwork and quilting shop in Wallingford. My sewing life began before I went to school, certainly, and probably before I could read. My mum was always a sewer, and with two big sisters, every weekend there would be a new dress made, and I was allowed to do certain pieces, and as I got older, I started to make some dresses. My top tip is you don't have to be able to draw to design. The place that I always start is with a children's colouring in book. They have good bold outlines, and then you can trace that and adapt to your heart's content. Anybody can do it. My claim to fame is that last year, when things were good, we had Jenny Doan from Missouri Star Quilt Company come and do a meet and greet at my shop in Wallingford. We had a really enjoyable day and good fun was had by all. So I hope I'll be popping into your living rooms on a regular basis as we go forward with Sewing Street here. We are intending to bring you some absolute beginner kits as well as some of our more intricate designs. See you soon.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Hi, I'm Yvonne from Village Fabrics, and I'm very pleased to be able to tell you that we have linked up with Sewing Street to bring you an absolute beginner's patchwork and quilting kit. As you can see on the wall behind me, there are 3 different colourways to make a table runner. We're going to take you step by step through how to make this from beginning to end. Much more information will be available whenever I'm next on the programme on the 9th of December. And please join whenever we do our live sew along in the new year. See you soon. Hi, my name is Elna. My passion is patchwork and quilting, and it's also my privilege to own Village Fabrics, patchwork and quilting shop in Wallingford. My sewing life began before I went to school, certainly, and probably before I could read. My mum was always a sewer, and with 2 big sisters, every weekend there would be a new dress made, and I was allowed to do certain pieces, and as I got older, I started to make some dresses. My top tip is you don't have to be able to draw to design. The place that I always start is with a children's colouring in book. They have good bold outlines, and then you can trace that and adapt to your heart's content. Anybody can do it. My claim to fame is that last year, when things were good, we had Jenny Doan from Missouri Star Quilt Company come and do a meet and greet at my shop in Wallingford. We had a really enjoyable day and good fun was had by all. So I hope I'll be popping into your living rooms on a regular basis as we go forward with Sewing Street here. We are intending to bring you some absolute beginner kits as well as some of our more intricate designs. See you soon.
Oh, I'm so excited to meet Yvonne tomorrow. I've not been on air with her yet, and I know that she's a fully fledged guest here. She's part of the family, and it's the first time that I've met her, which is really crazy. We haven't crossed paths yet. So really looking forward to tomorrow. We've got a brilliant show, and I've heard how lovely she is and how knowledgeable and interesting she is to talk to as well. So we're really excited to have her show tomorrow. In fact, we've got a brilliant day as well tomorrow. Absolutely brilliant. Now, when was this launched? This was over the Black Friday weekend, if I'm not mistaken. We had a certain amount of machines that came into the building then, and everything bar a few that we have got remaining today. It's completely sold out in the first showing. We're bringing the graphics live straight away because for anybody who wants, now I'm going to use this term very, very loosely, an entry-level machine. This one is brilliant. Now, for anybody who is new to us, we only started the show back in February. Lots of us behind the scenes have worked in the crafting industry and in the sewing industry in particular for a number of years. I mean, some of the guys behind the scenes have been in the industry for decades and therefore have built relationships up with different suppliers. So even though we're a relatively new show, only launching in February, just before all the craziness started, we've got those relationships. So it means that we are able to get exclusivity on this machine until the 28th of December, which is so exciting, especially when we know what is going on in the world right now, and we know there is a worldwide shortage of sewing machines. Everybody is obviously getting into crafting, lots of people getting into sewing, and it isn't just a problem here, it isn't just a problem at Sewing Street or just a problem in the UK even, this is a worldwide demand, and the manufacturers can't keep up. So for us to be able to have that relationship with Elna, and they say that we can have exclusivity to the 28th of December, is amazing. Now, can I just say, I do not think this will be here over Christmas. This will sell out in the next showing or two, absolutely. So why will it sell out? Because I understand, look, we all are working to different budgets. Everybody's got a different budget. Don't get me wrong, if we could all afford a Dukey and get, you know, the £3,000 machines, of course we would, or the 720, you know, any of the big machines that are thousands of pounds, of course, it would be brilliant. But we're not all at that part of our journey. Also, some of those machines, when I first started sewing, oh my word, they scared the living daylight out of me. They absolutely scared me to death because there were so many buttons, I didn't know what any of them sort of meant, I didn't know what all of the accessories were. I just wanted to know that I had the stitches that I was going to use, which were a straight stitch, a zigzag stitch, and maybe a decorative stitch, but nothing else. So what I love about this, for anybody who is scared of using a computerized machine, this is brilliant. It is still an Elna. Please, please, please remember that. I would hate for anybody to be starting their sewing journey, be really, really excited about their first machine. Maybe you've borrowed somebody's machine or you've got a very, very basic machine and you want your first proper machine. Yes, you can get machines for £100. Yes, you can get machines for £150. But will they come with a warranty from the manufacturer? Do they come with 80 years of, you know, reputation? This is not a new brand on the market. This is Elna. Very, 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 well, they're just very well known in the industry. So look at the brand you're looking at. They've got a really supportive customer care team. So not only does it come with the 2-year warranty, it also they also have a UK-based customer service team, which will help you. They are fantastic. So they will help you through any questions that you might have. Also, another thing to think about is, does it come with the stitches that you can then grow with? So even though this might be your first machine, you don't want to be replacing it in 6 months. You don't want to be seeing shoddy stitches and being disappointed that you're thinking, actually, it's me, I'm just not very good at sewing, where it might be the machine that's letting you down. This, even though I use the word entry level, the reason I say that is because it is the most affordable machine that we have got. The only reason I'm saying that is because it is, as I say, the more of the basic machine that we have. If you don't want all singing or dancing, if you don't want computerized, which I know some people just don't want, This might be a second machine that you're teaching somebody to sew on. Or maybe this is a machine that you just have in a caravan or a holiday home that you have. It's lovely and lightweight, it's portable, it's something that you're going to be able to pack away if you don't have a dedicated sewing space. It still has great features and functions though that not all machines will have. If you're a bag maker or a dressmaker, this is really useful to be able to sew in a round, to put a sleeve on there or a trouser leg, to be able to put a bag and to sew in the round is really, really useful. So you've got a free arm on there. You've got your little storage box, of course, that you can keep your little bits and bobs. Oh, in fact, actually, yes, it does. It does have a little storage compartment in there to be able to keep your feet. It's got a handle on the top so you can easily move it and carry it to wherever you need to. Now, those of you that know Elna and have seen the machines on our shows potentially over the last 7 months, are we now? 7 months? 8 months? In fact, older than that. But all of the different buttons on the front here, you might recognise. So even though I'm saying the word entry level or more basic machine, it's still from the experience range. Same as the 550. The 560, 570, love those machines. Absolutely love those machines. So, those of you that want to slow down with your sewing and take it right down to tortoise pace, if you're a beginner, if you're still learning, even if you're an advanced sewer, there's a time and a place that we need to slow down. If you're doing any intricate sewing, any pivoting, you want to get to a certain point and slow right down, you can speed up whilst you're sewing. So once you get onto a bit of a roll, you know that you're up to a straight stitch where you're happy to just keep going along the seam, then you can speed it up. So you've got your speed control, which goes up to 820 stitches per minute. So it's still nice and speedy, isn't it? You've also got this button here, which is your needle up down. This, I think, is fantastic for a non-computerized machine. I mean, it's still got the little screen here and it still will navigate you through. But for something that normally you would have to hand crank. So if you're thinking, right, actually I'm at a pivoting corner now, I'm going to hand crank and the needle will drop down and then you'll pivot round. Whereas this, you can press the button and the needle will end in the lower position. So that's very, very handy. There you go, like that. So the needle will drop down. You've also got the locking stitch, the little circle, it looks like a bullseye. It repeats the stitch on the spot up and down. It really, really nice and neat. Again, not very many entry-level machines will have features like that. In fact, Suzie even said, oh, if you're lucky enough, you know, to have a locking stitch on your machine, use that option. This is on that machine, on this machine. You've also got a reverse button. So if you do want to do your forward and back, if you're reinforcing any parts like pockets, this is really, really handy. If you've got a turning loop, we'll always say go back and forth to reinforce, you know, the start of your stitching. And then you can use this with or without a foot pedal. Now, when I first started at my classes, I started on a machine that was quite a fancy machine, to be honest, and it had the start-stop button. And then I went back and I'd borrowed my mum's old sewing machine out the loft when I first got into it, and it didn't have a start-stop button. And I thought, oh my word, I can't get the hang of the foot controller because I just got so used to using the start-stop. So anybody who's new, or if you're getting children into sewing and they can't reach the foot pedal, handy to be able to have your start-stop button. Now it's got your foot lift, it's lovely and bright, it's really clear. Sometimes more basic machines won't be as well lit as this one. As you can see, it's got that really lovely bed space that's all nice and brightly lit. It's got a great array of feet that come as standard with the machine, but we'll go through that in a second. You've got your tension, it threads just as normal. You've got your bobbin, which you've got your automatic bobbin winding there. And then, if you have a look on the front of the machine, you don't need to go searching through manuals to find what stitches you want. You haven't just got 5 or 6 stitches, you have got 30. Now you've got a great array of your utility stitches. You've got your straight stitch, you've got your zigzags, you've got your lightning stitch as well, which is really, really handy. If you're working with stretchy fabrics, if you use the lightning stitch, it's less likely to break. You've also got some lovely decorative stitches and satin stitches at the bottom. Love these. You've got a buttonhole on there. you've got a buttonhole, so really, really handy stitches indeed. All of them, of course, you can navigate through on the computer, on the screen here, so you can go through. In fact, do you know when I say this isn't a computerized machine? It kind of is. It's a digital machine, and the reason I say that is because, look, the benefits of, I always say, of having a more computerized machines is that it will move the needle for you. So can you just see, if you keep your eye on the needle as I'm going through the stitches, it will automatically move the needle to its default setting. So it will change the stitch width or stitch length, or it will, you can override it, but it will go to its automatic stitch width and stitch length. So if you do want to override it, say if I've got a zigzag at 28, let's go to 28. It's the first time I've played on this machine, but I must say it's really, really user-friendly. It's easy to sort of navigate through. I can see now I've got my satin stitch, which is 28. If I press mode, that is now going to allow me to change the stitch width. So it's set to 5, but I can make that smaller and tighter if I want. So even though you've got 30 stitches, have a play around with those, because you're also going to be able to lengthen them and shorten them to however you want. This one as well is your stitch length. So clicking mode will then adjust your stitch length. You won't be able to do anything you're not allowed to do. So this is saying 0.8. If I go like this, you'll hear that noise, which will mean I can't move it any further. And then I'll go back to the number section, the hashtag will let me then go back through all the stitches. So it's also got your needle threader. So more basic machines might not have the function of, you would have to, of course, try and see, you know, to manually do your needle yourself, whereas this has got the automatic needle threader as well, which is really, really handy. Lovely bright LED lighting, as I say, lighting up the bed space for where you're sewing. So let's have a quick look through your standard accessories that come with this machine. So for £319, I will talk about split pay in a second, but you also get in with the machine your standard A-foot. You also get a zipper foot, amazing, bag makers, dressmakers. You're still going to be able to get some really great professional finishes from this machine. Your satin stitch foot, your buttonhole foot. You also then get bobbins, a seam ripper, extra needles, change your needles regularly, your spool holder for large and small spools, your spool pin, an additional spool pin. You then also get a screwdriver, lint brush, foot controller if you want to use it with or without a foot pedal, and it also comes with a cover. So keep it dust free. If you're storing it away, that's absolutely perfect. So you can see then on the left hand side, this is a computerized machine. I don't want to scare anybody by that word, because it is, you know, more of a basic computerized machine. It's not touch screen. There's physical buttons, which I know a lot of people ask for. It has got 30 stitches. Your maximum stitch width is 5, so you're going to be able to do some nice wide stitches. You've also got your free arm configuration, so you can see you can take the little gubbins box off the front and do your free arm. It's also got your horizontal rotary hook. It's got your built-in needle threader. It's got your 4 direct access function buttons. It's got 2 digits, yeah, the LED screen, your LED lighting, sewing space of 820 stitches per minute. You can use it without a foot pedal, yes, Suzie. So you can see here, you've got a start and stop button. Now, I haven't got mine plugged in. If I get 1 second, if I just grab my foot pedal and plug it in, let's see what it says. See, you can just use it with or without. So you can just plug it in. It doesn't make a difference if you're using it with or without a foot pedal. You can press the start, stop button. It does come with a foot pedal, but you can equally use it without. We did a bit of a sampler actually of all of these different stitches of ones that you've got, and they are absolutely gorgeous. You've got a lovely blanket stitch here, different ones for your applique. You've got some lovely decorative and quilting stitches. They're amazing, aren't they? So this launched and we saw so many of these sell out. Now, it was on the 28th of November. It was the 28th of November if you want to watch it back on YouTube. If you want to see Jane from Elna, Jane Brogan, she is the representative from Elna, and she was talking specifically about this machine. So of course, it's a great show to watch back if you are thinking of getting it. It also has a fantastic instruction manual that comes with it. Not just a little piece of paper. Don't throw it away. It's important. It's one of Debbie's top tips to keep hold of your troubleshoot manual. In fact, Suzie, Duncan just said that actually, didn't she? She says, I always sit and read the manuals. Sit and read the manual. So that's brilliant as well. It comes with it, as well as your soft cover. Now, split pay. This is where it's a game changer. So those of you that are umming and ahhing about this, when you're talking about an Elna brand, when you're talking about still with a plethora of stitches, something that's going to grow with you as a new sewer or an experienced sewer. But I understand it's an expensive time of year. Where we can help you with savings, we really, really, really will. One of the latest additions to the show is the ability to order on split pay. Now, items over £150, you can split over 3 months, and items over £799, you can do it over 5 months. So, interest-free. You are not going to pay any more for the privilege of splitting it over 3 months. This, of course, is eligible for split pay as it's £319. You'll pay it off in 3 months. If you go to sewingstreet.com, to the website, we're on the Watch Live section here. If you click Add to your basket, there you go, it's added to the basket. Proceed to checkout. Can you see the box at the bottom of the screen there? You can see it says split pay. Kat's just ticked it. So obviously you pay your standard postage and packaging for this. Even though it will come directly from Elna, it still comes our postage and packaging. You pay 1 P&P all day. So if you've bought something already, that will come from us. But this will come from Elna, and it will still be £3.95. So don't worry, it will come separately. Which is brilliant, isn't it? Normally, they do it by weight. So £3.95, one cost all day, and you can get a sewing machine as well. So if you've clicked that, you'll pay the first payment, which will be £106.33, plus £3.95 for your delivery. And then you can also, of course, you'll know that on the 8th of January, your second payment will then come out, and then on the 8th of February, your final payment will come out. You don't need to call us back or set anything else up. It's literally simply just for anybody who, basically, that's it. Don't know what I'm trying to say. Sorry, too many people talking in my ear. Yeah, so it's split over 3 months. It will be paid off by February, by the 8th of February. You don't need to call us up to pay again. It will just automatically come out of your account. Okay. Brilliant. So that is the 450. Can I just say we are so limited? We are very, 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 very limited. If you've got any questions, please, please, please do get them in. If I can't answer them, I'll find out. And I will get back to you. So please do watch the show back on the 28th, because Jane will probably answered loads of questions. I mean, it was so exciting. It was so, so exciting. I mean, virtually all of the stock went that day, so I'm really pleased that we've got the last few to talk about today before Christmas, especially with what's going on in the world. I know how many people are after a sewing machine. So that's your 450. Again, from the Excellence range, this is the one that Susie's been working on all day. So instantly, I mean, you can see quite a few similarities. This one has a few more stitches. I think it's got 50 stitches. I will shimmy it over, Elliot, so you can see. 50 stitches, which are all on the stitch card on the side here. And it's just got an extra a few more features and functions. So all of your stitches are there on the side. Again, you have got a variety of utility stitches. You've got a range of buttonholes. You've also got applique stitches, quilting stitches, zigzags, blanket stitch. You've got some beautiful applique stitches on there as well. So all 50, you can see, are on that pull-out side chart like that. So that slots nice and neatly into your machine. So, like I was saying with the 450, Elna has been going for the last 80 years. They're an incredibly established brand for very well-built sewing machines. We love Elna. And we don't sort of, bearing in mind, we don't show every brand under the sun. We don't. We're very selective with what we bring on air. And we have to know that it's going to suit on air. Therefore, it has to be nice and quiet. We don't want a really noisy machine because we're on the telly and we're going to be talking over the demonstrations. We've also got people who aren't just quilters. We've got people who are dressmakers. We have designers who are bag makers or toy makers. We want to make sure that there are machines that sort of cater for everybody, and Elna really, really does that. Once again, you've got the free arm option, so if you are a bag maker or a dressmaker, easily take the front off there, which is another lovely storage case to be able, well, it's because I've got loads in there, look, that's why it's rattling, all my feet are in there. I can show you what feet you get with it, but it's got a lovely space. I mean, it's still nice and compact, so if you don't have a dedicated sewing space, this is one that's very, very easy to, you know, take then into another room, store away in a cupboard, store away in a wardrobe. If you are taking it to another room, to upstairs, to downstairs, some of the bigger machines, when you start to get slightly past the experience range, it's hard to maneuver them around. I find it difficult to maneuver it. So it plugs into your mains as always. It also can be used with or without a foot pedal. You can use obviously the speed control exactly the same way that we saw with the 450. You can speed it up and slow it down whilst you're sewing. You've got the needle up down button. So if you do want to have the needle down at the end of your stitching, you can simply press that and pivot away or you know, just check that all of your sewing is still all in the right place. You've got your locking stitch, the little tiny stitches all on the spot. Really, really handy indeed for lots of different projects. You also have your reverse button. That's your reverse stitch. And you can use it with or without a foot pedal with your start and stop button. It's got your automatic needle threader. And once it's plugged in, I wonder whether I can reach this round to plug it in. Thank you. So, there you go. So, the screen at the front, it's a lovely big screen. It goes up in tens. It's really easy to navigate through all the stitches. So you go up in tens, and then you go up in ones here. What I love about this machine is that it will tell me what foot to use for what for what stitch. So let's go back to one. Hang on, where am I? Let me jump back. Other way. What am I trying to do? I'm doing it backwards. So if this is my normal straight stitch, it's told me that I need to put the A foot on, which got it on, and it will tell me what is my automatic defaulted stitch width and stitch length. If I want to override that, if I want to really lengthen my stitch, I can do it right up to a 5. It will tell me I can't go any further with this noise. It won't let me. It won't let you do anything you're not allowed to do. So don't be scared about it being computerized because it's actually fantastic. It's really, really user friendly. So you can then, if you're thinking, right, I've played around with this too much, I've changed my stitch width and I've changed my stitch length and I can't remember what the default setting is. If you then just go to the, you know, your first, or you can move through these stitches. If I go back to 0, it will automatically just default back to where it needs to be. If I'm then going through different stitches, like number 10, let's see what number 10 is. Number 10 is telling me to put C on because obviously you want to make sure that you've got a nice open foot potentially for satin stitches to allow your needle to move from side to side. You do also have this, what I like to call speed dial buttons on the front. So you've got obviously how you navigate through the stitches, how you can then of course override the stitch width and stitch length. And then here you've got a buttonhole. So straight away you can jump to stitch number 17, which is a buttonhole. It's ready to go. It tells me what foot to put on, etc, etc. You've also got this one, which is like an overcasting stitch. I really like this if you are new to dressmaking, if you're starting out dressmaking, finishing off your edges and your seams. That's really lovely. You've then also got your zigzag. Again, you can override the size of the zigzag if you want, give it a bit of a tester, a bit of a try out first. And then you have also got your straight stitch. It's there, it's ready, it's there. If you are then playing around with it, just click back to your straight stitch and it will automatically default back to the start. Because I do like to press a few buttons and get myself in a bit of a mess. Not gonna lie. Is anybody else just gone, oh, what's this do? What's this do? What's this do? And then I think, what on earth is going on? Do I need to like completely shut this down and default back to factory settings, reset? What do I do? I've pressed too many buttons. So this is really, really user friendly for anybody who is wanting to try out different things and wanting to experience it. Don't just stay on the straight stitch. Don't not override the system and change the stitch length and width, because you can, and you can very easily default back to what the machine, you know, classes as its default settings. Now, it comes again with a great range of accessories. Have a look at these. So, it comes with bobbins, it comes with an extension table. That's a biggie. If you're looking at a budget of £500, how many machines come with an extension table? It's worth noting that down. It comes with a foot controller, so you can use it with or without a foot pedal. It comes with a hard case, nice and dust-free, safe out the way. If you are using this temporarily, maybe you just sew on a Sunday, just sew on the weekend. We've also got the instruction manual that comes with it as standard, plus all the bits and bobs like your lint brush, your needles, your power cable, your screwdriver, your seam ripper, spool caps for different size spools as well, for large or small spools. You've also got your spool pin. You've also got a great array of feet. So you've got your standard A foot, you've got a 1/4 inch foot, which is, can you see the top picture, the 1, 2, 3, 4th one along? It's got a plate on the side which is marked a 1/4 inch. That was my favourite foot when I first started on my patchwork classes. It's still my best friend. I use it all the time. So that's a really, really invaluable one to have. You've got a zipper foot on there. You've got a satin stitch foot on there. You have got an over edge foot on there as well. Plus you've got an automatic buttonhole foot and, game changer, a blind hem foot. I had a go with my blind hem foot the other day. My sister wanted her trousers turning up, and I mean, it's always a question you get asked, isn't it? Can you just turn this up? Can you just fix this for me when you start to sew? So I was like, yes, I will do it. So I then she said to me, I don't want to see the stitches though. I'm like, okay, picky customer, demanding. So then I started watching lots of videos. I actually voice noted John Scott first. I said, John, how do I do this? And he said, you need your blind hem foot. So then I got the blind hem foot out, I went into the manual, I had a look on YouTube at some videos, and I managed to do it, and it was the most exciting feeling. I was like, oh, I've conquered it. But this is a machine that will grow with you. So yes, it's going to do your straight stitches really, really well. It's going to be brilliant if you're starting out patchwork for your 1/4 inch. But what I love about it as well, lots of machines, if you then wanted to buy a walking foot, or if you wanted to try free motion, and it doesn't have the feet as standard with it, lots of machines you would potentially have to upgrade your machine for it to be able to be compatible with certain feet. Whereas with this, if you get yourself an Elna walking foot, as long as it's the right category one, it will fit on this. This one is a 7mm stitch width, I believe. I have to check on it. If you do want to know, I'll come back to you. But if you do want to purchase a walking foot or a free motion foot or any additional feet, this is category BC. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Category B or C. So if you wanted to buy additional things to it, you can then add on, which I love because it will grow with you. It's under the same umbrella as Janome, by the way. So if you're purchasing an Elna machine, you may if you've got a Janome or an Elna, you'll probably see similarities. It's because they are sister brands and they're under the same umbrella. So their feet and their bobbins will work in conjunction. Always use, I would say, the right bobbin for the manufacturer though, because some machines, some brands, they don't like other brands' machines, and it'll actually break your machine using the wrong bobbin. You think, oh, how much harm can it do? But you'll find that's where obviously all of the workings of the machine is. You don't want to break it, so use the right bobbins. Is there anything else that I wanted to mention with this? Split pay. Split pay again. So it's £499, which is again one of the most incredible prices. Now one of the most affordable machines. Both of these are the most affordable machines that we've got in stock, but you can also get it 3 payments of £166.33, and that is interest free. You don't it's not like when you buy a new sofa or a new car and they're charging X amount for the interest on it. It's just 3 months interest free, so you can get it home and you can get sewing. So very exciting, £166.33. They're the 2 most affordable machines. Just to remind anybody who is getting into sewing this year and wants to continue that hobby into 2021, what an amazing Christmas present it would be. We love them, absolutely love them. So can I just say, we've had a message from Claire. We can see it. Hi Sewing Street, just wanted to say, what a great job Vicky did demonstrating the lights earlier. She said you won't be needing me soon, Claire. No. We need you, definitely, Claire. Claire, she knows everything about lights, down to the Kelvins and everything. I have no idea who I don't know who Kevin or Kelvin is. But no, Claire is so knowledgeable. The Lumina light has been very, very popular today, just so you know. We've had so many people who have been getting their native lighting home from when we first launched it just a few weeks ago, and everyone loving it. This is the Lumina light, which is great because if you imagine, you can full on bend this round. They were a bit worried earlier on about me bending this. They were like, oh, is that going to break? No. Absolutely, twist and shout, yes. So you can light up your bed space however you wish. So if you do want to light it up, let me see, am I on? Yeah, there you go. If you do want to add extra light to your sewing space, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's quite bright, but you can twist it round or you can put it however you want. You can change the brightness of it. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And it comes with a remote control as well. So you can have that just on your sewing machine or shining over this way, however you want it, onto your fabrics, move it around really easily. Can you tell I love these lights? Available in black or white. Absolutely love these lights. They're £95.99. It's an investment, but it's definitely worth, an investment worth making. So, we mentioned about bobbins just then. It's so important to use the right bobbins in the machine. Now, I can confirm you can use these within your Elna machines. These are Janome bobbins. Use them in your Janome and Elna machines. They're great, aren't they? Because how frustrating is it when you run out of bobbin? When you're doing a big quilt, you could just wind all your bobbins. If you know that you're using mainly whites or you're mainly greys or mainly blues, you can wind them up ready to go for your project. There they are, ready to go. How many times on air do we go, oh, the bobbins run out? And we've never got any threaded. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't take long to wind bobbins, but it's just nice to be able to do it before your project so you don't have that sinking feeling of, I've just sewn all the way down my quilt and I've noticed it's not sewn. And it's like, my bobbins run out. At least you can there quickly, easily change your bobbins. Now this is exclusive to Sewing Street. You've got the case there as well. You've got 25 red bobbins, Sewing Street exclusive for £15. This would be a lovely gift for somebody actually. This would be a really, really lovely gift. So you can keep them all stacked up, purchase multiples. You'll be able to fit loads of thread on there, nice bobbins ready to go into your sewing machine, whether it be Elna or Janome. £15. What does that make our price per bobbin? That's so good, isn't it? Especially as you've got the case as well, and it comes in a nice little, a proper case that's a bobbin case. I mean, it's perfect. It's all domed at the bottom, so the slots are perfect. 60p a bobbin. Trust me, it's definitely worth using the right bobbins because you'll end up spending a lot more on trying to fix your machine if you're using the wrong bobbins. So I think we've used bobbin cases before. We've had them in without the little bobbins inside for £4.99. That takes us to £10. So then divide that by the 25 bobbins that you get, because you do get the bobbins included in this. We're at 40p a bobbin. That's so good. To say that you're getting the right bobbins for your machine, the Janome quality, great gift idea for somebody, especially in red. How nice would these be for Christmas? Just put a bow round, just put a nice ribbon round, that would be lovely. at least you'll know that they're your bobbins. If somebody says, oh, can I just use your bobbin? No, I know that's mine. I know it's mine. That's red. £15 for those. But I think just with a red bow, they'd look beautiful, wouldn't they? For Christmas. Great add-on. If you know somebody who's getting a sewing machine, or if you know somebody that just always runs out of bobbins, then these are perfect. Nice little Secret Santa present. Very, 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 very popular, just to warn you. They are exclusive to us here at Sewing Street, in the case with all 25 bobbins for just £15. We've also got, if you've got your bobbin case, then you might need a thread storage holder as well. I was saying earlier on, I mean, that Gutermann pack was amazing, but it's not going to be necessarily for everybody. So if you do already have quite a few threads in your stash and you just want to get them a bit more organised, you could multi-buy on these and stack them all up. You can see exactly what you've got in there. They've got the spool pins to be able to fit 27 of your normal spools. When I say normal, I mean like your 100 metre Gutermann sew all threads. You'll be able to fit 100, 200 metres of them. You won't necessarily fit, well, you won't fit your Aurifil in, but any of your smaller ones, whether it be your Mettlers, or whether it be your Gutermanns, you'll be able to fit them all in there. Keeping them nice and lint-free and dust-free and tangle-free. You can see what you've got. You're not rooting through lots of boxes trying to find the right colour thread. If you got the thread pack earlier, even if you wanted to give a few of them as a gift and separate them and keep some for yourself, you could just put 5 threads in here, couldn't you? You don't need to fill it all. And that'd be a lovely gift. That's only £4.99. That's really good. Kat's got 2 of these. She says, I've got one with my warm colours and one with my cool colours in. If you're anything like our Suzie, you'd be organising it all into rainbow order, wouldn't you? Into ombre rainbow order. So satisfying seeing it all in colour order though, isn't it? Really satisfying. If you have got that at home, if you have got a very organised thread stash, we'd love to see a picture. Please, please, please send in photographs. £4.99 for your Millwood lovely hard storage box. 27 spools. Absolutely love it, love it, love it. Now, wouldn't you love to just have Debbie Shaw in your sewing room at all times? I would. I would, I would, I would. So she has put together her sewing machine secrets into a book. For anybody who is, I mean, I've had it more than ever recently. I think because more people are sewing, who might not sew all the time, who have been messaging me saying, right, this is happening. What does this, why is it doing this? Why is it doing this? Why is it all gathered on the back or getting tangling and knotting, or my tension's not right? Or what is brilliant about this is you have got Debbie Shaw going through, and projects, talking through all of the different sort of troubleshooting problems with your sewing machine, things that are going to be useful to know, dissecting down all of the different buttons and things like that. Obviously, everybody's sewing machine's different, but they generally have, you know, similar features and functions. Let me just show me this over the side. So your sewing machine checklist, what to choose when you're buying a sewing machine. So maybe even if somebody you know is getting into sewing, and you're not going to purchase them a sewing machine for Christmas, but you're thinking, right, this is a good book to be able to get to know what it is that you're investing in. It will talk you through your needle threader, free motion foot, different accessories that come with it, your sewing machine. Maintaining a machine, it's not something we really talk about, but it's so important to make sure you make sure that you keep it nice and clean. You want it to last you for years, and you want to do lots and lots of sewing with it. So she talks you through how you use your lint brush, or if it does need oiling, how to do that. Different feet. Things when things go wrong. What happens when your thread breaks? Why is it skipping stitching? Things to try and do. First, change the needle for a new one. It's really, really handy to be able to go through all of the different reasons. It's all right. When things go wrong, it's good to be able to just get this book and just see if it's something that can be solved with Debbie, having Debbie there. I mean, we need to get this for Joe for Christmas. Maybe you just know somebody who loves Debbie Shaw. We know a lot of people that love Debbie Shaw, our Joe being one of them. In fact, we've got a signed picture of Debbie Shaw, haven't we, that Kat is gifting him for Christmas. Oh, I hope he's not watching. He probably is, isn't he? tools, scissors. Oh, what a way to ruin a Christmas present, a very good Christmas present as well. Pin cushions, adhesives, fabrics. So I know a lot of people who say, right, actually, what's the difference between using a cotton or a polycotton or a cord, a needle cord? I mean, we talk about this every day, but actually it's worth just having all the different terminology. And okay, today we were talking about Moda and pre-cuts and fat quarters, the warp and the weft of the fabric. I mean, things like this is all, so it's the grain of the fabric basically, Elliot. The warp and the weft, he's asking. See, when you first started here, Elliot, you didn't know what a fat quarter was, did you? Or, you know, an eighth, a fat eighth. These are all, it breaks down really clearly. We take it for granted now. Different waddings and why it's useful to use different waddings, interfacing threads. I mean, I could literally go through this page by page, but you wouldn't buy the book. So, all of your different great tips from Debbie, plus useful projects, things like inserting invisible zips, letterbox zips, I can't speak today, your pillow cover, shearing, bias binding. I mean, this is so good. A plique, drawstring bag, bag making. It's a great book, isn't it? For $7.99, I mean, tell you what, that is crazy, crazy, crazy. Dressmaking, it's supposed to be $9.99, by the way. I wonder if Debbie knows that this is $7.99. I love that you got a little bit of dressmaking as well at the back. So bolster pillow, I love, that's exactly what I was talking about this morning at 8 o'clock with the Emily prints. They look lovely. Dressmaking. So it's sewing know-how, a quick guide to sort of troubleshoot your machine, to be able to have a go, put those stitches into practice with some lovely projects. And then any hints and tips along the way from Debbie Shaw. £7.99. The other Debbie Shaw book, we've sold thousands of these. We did the exclusive launch on her birthday, back when we first opened the channel. This is absolutely brilliant. I believe this is signed. I know that she sat and signed thousands on her birthday. On her birthday. All of these projects, I think we've done this one before with, who did this? We've done this quite recently, the reverse applique bag. I love it, absolutely love it. Table runners, beach hut hanger. There's not very many books out there that go into depth as much as Debbie does. This part here is all dedicated to quilting tips and techniques. Those of you that haven't already got this book, because I know thousands of you have, it is a must for your bookshelf. It's an absolute must. It talks through all of the different feet. It talks through your machine again. It talks through essentials. What is patchwork? My quick tips. It talks all about quilting before going into all of your projects, and some really, really clear, of course, instructions as always from Debbie. Just £9.99 for those. Shall we do some sewing machine needles? Because we were talking about getting, the right bobbins for the machine. One thing that Debbie suggested is if it starts skipping stitches is to change your needle. We suggest changing your machine needles every 8 to 10 hours of sewing, or every big project. So if you're doing a quilt like this, change your machine. These are your sharps. So these are your machine needles, your regular assortment. £2.49. It's definitely worth if you've opened your order already, or if you're getting involved in the 12 Days of Christmas event to get free P&P for all of January, then of course, you could just get these. You're always going to use needles. You're always going to need machine needles. These are your sharps. If you've got a machine, always going to need machine needles. They're your sharps. Sorry that we're rushing these, but I've just noticed we've only got 5 minutes left. So you've also got your medium 5 needles. So these look slightly larger. These are specially designed for machine quilting. So if you do a lot of quilting, these are perfect. Put yourself a quilting needle in, and it's designed to go all the way through those layers. That's why they're slightly longer as well, and they'll be really lovely and sharp. Hemline are a really great brand. They're a very, very famous haberdashery brand, which you'll probably find in lots of different stores. So we love working with Hemline. £2.49. And then finally, your top stitching needles. So if you're doing lots of decorative stitching on bags or on garments for clothes, if you love top stitching, as I know so many of you do, in fact, Debbie Shaw loves a top stitch. It gives you such a professional finish. Not only is it very sort of, it does make a difference in the finish and the look of your work, but it also serves a purpose. It will stop your linings from rolling out. So if you're doing contrasting lining fabrics, it will just keep it all nice and neat. So they're your top stitching needles. Now, loads of you are taking advantage of the sewing machine split pay options that we have today. So if you do want to get yourself a sewing machine bag to go with, don't get me wrong, it comes with a soft cover. This one comes with a hard cover. But if you want a nice jazzy bag, it's $15.99. Carry it around. It's got a really lovely Velcro enforcer on your strap as well. Plus it's got the little key ring. You can keep this just to store your fabric. You don't need to keep it as a sewing machine storage bag, but it does have a hard bottom and little feet as well. So it will stand up and it will fit your 450, your 550. In fact, we have squeezed the Elna 680 into here. Now, it was a squeeze, but it fits. But any of the smaller machines from 680 sort of down, you'll be absolutely fine with. You'll have oodles of room to be able to fit this with some fabric in there as well. Take it on the move, and it's got the pocket at the front as well. Just £15.99. The dimensions for it are on the website. But we do like the purple one. That's lovely, isn't it? That's practical colour. Practical being black, it's nice and easy to and I must say I did have a bit of a look online elsewhere, and I've never found this bag less than £20. We do brilliant prices on these bags. A couple of similar ones were around 30, so that is such a good price. Whoops. Now, gift cards. Lots of people have been getting their gift cards today. We've got the Sewing Street and we've got Yarn Lane. You can choose which one you want. They're on the website, whether you want to do a £10 gift card or a £500 gift card or anywhere in between. You can add to a gift card to use at any time at your recipient's convenience. So there's no time limit on when you spend them, basically. Now you can send a physical gift card like this, or you can send an e-card. Now if you jump to the website, I'll show you where you find them. Shop gift cards, you can see straight away on the homepage there. If you scroll down, you've got the option of doing it by post or by email. Now if you click email, then you can send it to a certain person on a certain date. Type in exactly how much you want to do. So somebody, for example, today has done £41. You can do as many pounds as you want, 350. And of course, you can send it to yourself or you can send it to somebody else. So you just need to know their email address. If you don't know their email address, send it to you and then you can put it into a card and give it them. You can add a personal touch. You can say who you've sent it for. The great thing about doing it e-card is that you don't need to pay post and packaging, obviously. And then also my favourite part is that you can choose a time and date and of when it's New Year's Eve maybe, or somebody's birthday. You can choose the date that it's going to be scheduled. You could get super organised and say, right, I know my sister's birthday is the 30th of December and we're always so busy Christmas shopping that her birthday almost gets forgotten about until the last minute. So it's good to just get yourself organised. If you know somebody's birthday's over Christmas, you can just do that and you know it's going to be sent to them on Christmas Day or on their birthday. So just thought I'd let you know that they are available all the time on the website. It's been a brilliant show today. We're going to be joining you again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock with Yvonne and have a look at the show. So lighting and embroidery, we're going to be talking more about native lighting and hand sewing at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we've got Random Hearts Quilts with lovely Yvonne. It's my first show with her, so I'm really looking forward to meeting her. 10 o'clock, we've got Fabulous Fabrics, and I tell you what, they are fabulous. They really are fabulous. 11 o'clock, we've got Kimono placemats. Those of you that have met Yvonne before, she loves Japanese prints, so she's going to be joining me at 9 and 11. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane. and we're going to take it back to basics, especially for me as I'm new to knitting and crochet. We're going to be doing punch needle techniques coming up at 12 o'clock on Yarn Lane. That's with Sam from Woolly Chic. Thank you ever so much for your company today. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.